this way, and I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You want it, 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 you want it.
Nosso foco total tá para esse, pra gente representar bem o Brasil, que a gente sabe que eles merecem muito e a gente tá precisando de uma representação boa internacionalmente.
오늘 보고 저라도 엄청 좀 실망하고 화냈을 것 같아서 뭐 아직 뭐 끝난 건 아니니까 뭐 충분히 다른 저희 그룹에 있는 다른 팀들 다 이길만 하다고 생각해서.
Eu acho que a DFM também é um time muito cascudo, que tem muita experiência, então com certeza eles não vão deixar a partida acabar assim muito rápido, mas eu sinto que se a gente focar no nosso, jogar nosso jogo, a gente consegue ganhar deles.
Em nghĩ là đây trận ở giành thua thì em nghĩ là thì tâm lý thì trước mắt thì là nó sẽ khá là áp lực đó, nhưng mà em nghĩ là điều đó sẽ không ảnh hưởng gì nhiều nếu như bọn em chỉ cần nghĩ là mình sẽ tập trung và có một cái tâm thế là thoải mái nhất thôi, thì em nghĩ là đánh trận giành thua nhánh dưới thì em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ giành chiến thắng được.
MSI just feels like all the world is watching. I need to perform well.
Em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ không thua trước không dừng. Em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ không thua trước không dừng.
We will just try to match the aggressiveness, and I hope the best team wins. Good luck against us because you're going to need it.
And welcome back to MSI 2023 live from the Copper Box Arena in London. Yesterday, 2 teams qualified for the main event, and it's do or die today in the lower brackets as there are 2 teams eliminated at the end of the day. And you can see the teams getting ready to step on stage, and I hope the fans at home and here in the venue are ready to enjoy another day of League of Legends. I'm Laure, I will be joined by GB and Mark Z. How are you doing, guys? Are you vibing? Are you happy?
We've been fighting right before this. We're not on good terms today.
Yeah, today it's been a bit of a rough one between Mark and I, but we'll see. Maybe it'll get better throughout the day.
All right, I'll try to handle this situation.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for you today.
On the hopefully not. Hopefully, yes, actually. We'll see about this. I want to talk about champions first because we've seen some priority picks emerge so far as MSI. And what I want to know is which champions are over or underrated or just fit the purpose that we expect them to. But there's a trick. You will have to guess who I'm talking about. 3 guesses every time. Let's see if we can get them. First one here. Only 1 team played me. You can play at home also, of course, guessing this champion.
So
only 1 team played me.
Nidalee.
No.
Oh, I thought it was G2 because
Does he only get 1 guess? Am I just cheating now?
Yeah, you each get 1 guess, and then I will get the second hint.
So I get a guess per hint?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, I should have asked that before. I just fired that one off. What are the rules of this game show? I don't know. I'll just guess.
I don't have one.
You don't have one?
No.
Okay. I am a Yordle, a small champion.
No, multiple people have played Tristana, right?
Is it... Have we only seen one of this? Is it Kennen?
Yes.
You're so... Okay.
Yes.
It was a G2 team.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, we've seen just one because it's been permaban, guys. But why is it permaban? And also, are there any leads as to champions that could play into this champion? Because it looks really overpowered right now.
I mean, I think there's a reason it's permaban. It makes a lot of sense. Watching Broken Blade play, you have a lot of lane prio. You're able to get ahead in your individual matchup, and then usually you're able to turn into a very big late-game teamfight threat, as you see here. There's nice build pass. You don't need the Zhonya's anymore. You can just go straight damage. Ooh, I didn't even see that sidestep when that initially happened. So Broken Blade showing his proficiency.
Yeah, in terms of is there any counters to it right now, I feel like a lot of teams tried out different stuff. We've seen in solo queue, it's a lot of the AD carries, there's a lot of the control mages up in the top side into it. On the competitive stage, we've seen a lot of Jarvan, but I'll be honest, we haven't actually seen anything shut this pick down, and I think that's the reason it's banned so often.
Yeah, you usually need to take some kind of range matchup that can handle it, but then most range matchups are a lot more volatile than Kennen, because even Kennen that shut down, or at least has the ultimate where you can flash in and just like suicide yourself to get some CC, and most other range champions can't do that.
Yeah, to build draft is also a bit tricky, I guess, with counters of Kennen. Second champion we have here, 5 bans, 1 game, 1 win. 5 bans, 1 game, 1 win.
So it's not super high presence, but it is a target ban against this one team who
It
got
is
it once.
high presence if you consider the champion and how much we saw it in previous iterations of international events.
Kha'Zix.
No.
I like guessing on the first
Yeah,
one.
I know, it's just my brain not big enough, you know? It's too small with only this one hint.
I can't say anymore. I already guessed
Yeah,
right.
I know, I'm just waiting.
All right, second hint.
Yeah.
My Q is my signature ability.
Kha'Zix.
Blitzcrank.
Yes.
Oh.
Why'd you say Kha'Zix again?
It was a joke.
Haha.
Humor, sir.
2-0 so far, though. But yeah, Blitzcrank, we've seen it more than usual, I feel, and it makes sense in a lot of situations on the bot lane, given the ban rate. I guess, GB, what's your take on the champion?
Well, right now it's just a champion that disrupts a lot of the different
Slowest
things that
hook
you
ever.
want to make
Wow.
work. It's not that slow in game, and that's probably
Powerful.
also why it's a bit harder playing into as well. But when you're playing Enchanters, he kind of screws you up. If you're playing Thresh, he can't really get that to work. And that's a meta with supports, with Aphelios and Jinx. They want the Enchanter, they want the Thresh. So because Blitzcrank exists, that's good. Even if you go Tahm Kench, his ultimate now breaks shields too, so good into the Enchanters in that regard. And yeah, just heavy roam presence, like one good hook is all it takes. But at times can be a bit feast or famine, but still teams are respecting the pick quite a lot.
Yeah, I feel like you're selling me on the fact that he's probably underrated, actually. Everyone kind of just bans him in response, like, okay, I'm going to take Thresh because Aphelios Jinx are best pair with Thresh. It's very meta, but you can probably play it in other situations. And I forget which series it was, but it was a terrible Blitzcrank performance until the last possible hook on the blind.
Yeah. I know exactly which one it is. I forgot the teams do, but yeah, I know which teams you're talking about.
It speaks to the fact that like you can have a terrible game and still win it for your team on Blitzcrank because that Q ability is just so.
It's just that one hook that makes it all counts.
We'll see if we see it more today. Last champion we have here. I was about to say the lane. I won't. 3 wins, 3 losses. And
Can I see that paper there? No,
you
okay.
won't see anything.
3 wins, 3
3 wins,
losses.
3 losses.
And it's not. Oh, never mind.
I can't even guess. That's too vague. Even
Yeah,
for me
it's
to
really
try and
vague.
make one
You
up.
want to venture a guess or?
Yeah, I'll just give it
Okay.
a guess. Is it Jinx?
It was released within the last 12 months.
Last 12 months.
And no, it's not Melio.
Aurelion still hasn't. Well, that's an update. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not Melio.
No. Last one.
Release after 2021. I forget all the champions that we've seen.
There's been like 3 champion releases in 2020.
Yeah, but you know what? People will be like, they'll say Camille, and I'll be like, oh, that was
All
2
right.
years ago, but that was like
Last
7
guess.
years ago.
Last
guess. Most played top laner.
Oh, Cassante.
Thank you.
Oh.
Oh, wow, this is so. Oh my God.
Thank you. And we've seen Cassante in our regional leagues, and usually it ends up being quite of a bait champion because of the answers you have against Cassante in the top lane. But what about here at MSI?
See, coming into this international, I didn't rate Cassante very highly. I thought he was very overrated a lot of the time when people play him. It's a feel-good laning phase, but they really struggle to transition that feel-good laning phase into a feel-good mid to late game. And I think we've only really seen a small amount of people to be able to achieve this. I think FLICKR was a standout member being able to perform on the champion, but there's also other times where it just feels like they don't know the full extent of the champion and what you need to do on it, and you make it looks a bit silly at times.
It's a skill issue then.
Yeah.
It's not that it's
for
overrated.
sure,
it was
for
just
sure.
EU had the skill issue of piloting it. There you go.
Oh my God. Well, I can't even talk smack back at you right now, but you know, we'll wait further down the line at the tournament.
Well, at least G2's already in the main stage.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Bit overrated on the Cassante here. I think you mentioned G2. Yesterday, them and Bilibili Gaming Esports qualified for the bracket stage, and here's a quick outlook of what that means for them. In the bracket stage, the 8 teams are divided into 3 pools, as you can see on the screen here. The pool 1 and pool 2 teams will each face a pool 3 team. with the Pool 1 teams being on different sides of the bracket. No teams from the same region can face each other in the first round. So for example, G2 can either face Gen.G, JDG, or C9. That's kind of a main scenario.
Yeah, that's it for the most part. The one thing that stands out to me is T1 being in Pool 3. Someone is going to have to bite the bullet. One side of this bracket is going to suddenly look a lot more difficult based on what we've seen out of BLG so far. The LPL 2 seed is not looking quite as hot as what T1 was looking like for the rest of the year.
I mean, the rest of the year, recency bias, mate, they didn't even win the finals. No sweat
maybe T1 sucks. You're right. Yeah, there's no way.
They're not even good enough to be at play-ins.
That's the story for next week, but focusing on the teams we have this week, let's take a look at today's matchup and what's at stake for them. You lose, you're out. Win, and you still have a chance to make it to the bracket stage.
It's a very long road for any of these teams.
Yeah.
The fact that there are 6 teams still alive, all fighting for one last spot, that last question mark in Pool 3 is going to be one of these teams, either playing today or tomorrow.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a grind for a lot of these teams, not just in terms of the playstyle, but also in terms of the mentality. You're not allowed to make a single mistake, no extra chances for them, as we already had panned out. And I think for a lot of the teams that had a bit of a rough start, the pressure is just even more immense, because not only do you have to show your best game, you probably have to go beyond that for some of them to move it that far.
Yeah, and there's pressure, and some of these regions really want to prove themselves, and especially when it comes to the playing stage. And I want to focus on one specific matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. OD versus Levi, 2 veteran junglers facing off in an elimination game. Movistar R7 versus GAM Esports is our first series.
The stakes are rising as we enter the lower bracket of the play-in stage. Levi will face off against Audi for their tournament lives in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Both junglers were able to give their teams leads in the early game, but it was not enough to get a W on the board.
Body Slam Flash is available if needed. Sauce to channel, connect, just beautiful.
This jungle matchup will be crucial to the series, with GAM Esports and Movistar Rainbow 7 having shown aggressive early games that can spiral the game out of control.
Speaking of, Shut's actually going to go for the 1v1, but it ain't a 1v1! And Audi says no! That's my growth!
There is no room for error. Whoever loses will be the first team eliminated from MSI 2023.
Levi and OD here, one of the 2 most veteran players we have here at MSI in the playing stage. They have a lot to prove and a lot of responsibilities on their shoulders to represent their region, GB.
Yeah, definitely. And I think both these standout players from their team didn't really leave the mark that they would have wanted to initially going into this matchup.
Yeah.
I think Levi specifically as a player had a lot of hype coming up around him, because we know what he's capable of on the international stage. For Audi though, a bit more signs of life, especially in that second game, but both these junglers today are looking for redemption as they came off a loss.
Yeah, I think for Audi, he had that one good Elise game. For the side of Levi, his Gragas was something that we're not used to typically seeing him on, and there was that one initial play that he made that was quite good in the top side off that first clear, but then the rest of his Gragas gameplay was not quite up to par from what we're used to seeing. You saw that 0 kill percent. That is not what you expect out of Levi. He is usually the carry jungler for his team, the one that they build their comps around. To see him not have that level of impact was a little disappointing.
It's going to sound crazy, right? Because we've just had a meta that was defined about skipping camps, but I was losing my mind when I saw Levi do that. And despite GAM getting that early gold lead for themselves, not just in the top side, but also in the bot lane, they weren't really able to transition it to anything. And you can even see in this clip specifically, Levi on Gragas looks
Flash,
a bit awkward.
Body slam. Wow, it's so slow.
To be fair, there was a dash on Ari, but even then still, right, you can see that it's not the kind of Levi performance you're used to, and specifically not looking at it domestically.
And what can we expect from them then coming into today in terms of matchup, in terms of what we've seen so far, also from both teams?
Well, I think, you know, it does speak to Levi having to step up a little bit, because Audi did have a good performance against a very tough opponent. And I think that's the thing for me is like, okay, Levi, you had an oopsie game on the Gragas. That's okay. You have double elimination now, but make sure that you actually come back with the champions that you feel most comfortable on so you can have a big game impact.
Yeah, I think for Audi, that's the exact same thing, right? There wasn't a consistent, good gameplay, specifically all the time coming through for R7, but they had stints of it, right? I think Audi on Elise definitely showed in the early game when he just went on an early game facilitator. I also think that Bong even surprised a lot of people as well going into the matchup, but you can even see it again. It's a little bit of an overextension coming through as well, but they're still able to punish it. And not only do they do that, he's very efficient in going bot lane into mid lane up to top lane immediately, where you also can get Bong ahead.
something that we'll have to do again here today. It was definitely a top side that was actually quite good for R7 in that series versus BLG. I was surprised. I thought Bong was going to get dumpstered by Bin. Was not the case. They actually went back. Miro on the Aurelion Soul winning just straight up the 1v1 matchup versus Yagao, pushing him out of lane consistently over and over again. Speaks to the fact that this team, if they can solidify some of the problems in the bot lane in the late game, they can potentially take the series.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at one consistent player, you are looking at Miro to get that backbone for R7 too. He's actually looked quite good every circumstance considered. So yeah, looking at Miro for R7.
I mean, that's the thing. Two solid-ish solo lanes on their side, but what about GAM? We knew what to expect from GAM in terms of aggressivity, in terms of really defined playstyle that they had for years, but this is really not what they served us, GB.
I was really surprised to see the game 1 composition they came out with, because that composition was not what we would typically see from GAM. You can see it here in your screen, and there's inherently nothing wrong with it, right? You have double AD carry, you have 2 AP carries, 2 to line up for it, and you have the engage. But what was really curious to see about it is that this was not what we usually saw when we were looking at GAM domestically. Domestically, when we were looking at GAM, we have another composition coming up, and that composition specifically is way more focused around the individuals. Levi specifically often getting a champion he can carry on, like a Wukong. We have Alessandro in the mid lane too. You can see it here. It's so cookie cutter into different boxes. Carry top lane, carry jungler, facilitating mid, scaling AD, and then an initiator on scene. And this is just what works for GAM.
Yeah, it's easier setup as well. So because when you look at their objectives versus Golden Guardians, they actually got 0, and it was just some turrets that kind of went in their favor, but neutral objectives were completely against them. If you take something with easier setup like this kind of Wukong, Lissandra, Nautilus, so many more engaged tools, you can actually win a couple more of these fights around these objectives when you're posturing, because the double AD carry setup is a little bit more difficult to team fight front to back.
That's exactly it. The ease of execution. Quite often, GAM is a team that, yes, they will get bloody. We all know Vietnam for it, but essentially what they do is that they get bloody after their first clear. Levi is very efficient. He will often full clear, then look for plays because he full cleared faster than the enemy jungler and use that mid lane to 2v2. That mid lane 2v2 pressure, they then bridge that into side lanes, for example, Kiai on a carry, or getting these objectives. And that's just not something we saw anything of. Even when they had like top lane ahead, bot lane ahead, they consistently struggled making it work.
Going back to basics.
Yes, absolutely. Definitely just go back, simplify, easy engage, 5 members, pick them off.
And in the side of R7, they are a team that never made the main event. On the side of GAM, they want to prove themselves again and prove that they can create the surprise and be the troublemaker that we know they can be. And that's all for us here on the desk. Let's send it over to Dagda and Urshin for GAM versus R7.
Thank you so much, Laura. Welcome to the Casa Desk. We're bringing you a full Irish once again on day number 4, I believe, now of the play-ins. Yeah, so we got Last Chance Saloon coming in now for the 2 guys. These guys are now looking at a loss each. If you pick up another one here, you're done. You're going home nice and early.
Yeah, and that's the big change to this format at the moment. You at least get that opportunity if you get the win to go up against Golden Guardians, try and then win that one to get into the qualification match, but 2 losses and you're out, and right now it's 1 loss on the board. We'll have to see if these guys can carry it through. And
that's the big thing as well, is that, like, you know, we kind of really don't know what to really expect from these 2 guys, because, you know, outside of any kind of better way to put it, these guys didn't really show us what we expected in their first series. They kind of need to kind of bring us back and show us what they can bring on stage.
Yeah, it felt like neither of these guys really got that opportunity to show what they were capable of. GAM losing 2-0 to Golden Guardians, whereas on the opposite side, it was not the best of looks for R7 as well. They just weren't able to get themselves really going against BLG as well. So I think this is where we're going to have to see exactly what they can bring to the table here. And already recognizing that Miro had a fantastic performance against Yagao on that Aurelion Sol, they're going to take that one off the board.
Yeah, taking that away, it gives you good late game scaling as well. And like you said, plenty of pressure on Yagao, who is definitely no scuff when it comes to the mid lane matchup. So we've got the bans in. We're seeing the Nautilus kind of creeping up in that priority there. The Kennen kind of always has to be on that red side ban, but the Annie has been left up. So we'll see what sides kind of want to prioritize that, if any.
Yeah, it looks like it will be going towards the AD carry position first, though, making sure that you can solidify either the Jinx, the Aphelios have been the big 2, but the Zeri being hovered here at the moment for a style. It's interesting to see, though, that the Nautilus is starting to creep up in the ban list now on that red side, especially with the amount of control it gives in the mid lane. Can work out pretty well for someone like Catty, who's been a bit more of that facilitator style.
We'll see if they want to go with a Zaya Rakan. So do I know they're going to give Audi that Viego. So again, something that's good at skirmishing. You know the Zaya's on the other side there. So something that can just kind of keep piling on that pressure when you get those resets.
Yeah, I am surprised to see the Viego kind of going over towards Audi, though. Audi, like, he has played a couple of times, but he's definitely been teetering more towards the Sejuanis and the Wukongs and these kind of engage tools to set up for good fights around both bot lane for Seo, but also trying to get Miro into that carry position that he can be. But not going to be taking that. He wants to try and be the carry himself, and now we'll have to see if that Gragas, which Miro has looked incredible on, is going to continue his way through the draft, or whether it be banned away here by GAM in the next rotation.
What they want to go for here now, but we have got the Leona fantastic against the Rakan as well. Just kind of hit him with the Shield of Daybreak. He can't really do much, and he is very squishy at the first few levels of engage. So where do you want to kind of go from here is the next question. R7, they're saying, look, we got the first rotation now. We're probably going to be able to pick up a top laner here, something safe in that top lane. So they're going to focus on those bans into giving Bong something he can lane against.
Yeah, and I mean, Bong has kind of traditionally gone back towards these more tank-orientated picks. So I think they're just saying, hey, look, we want to try and get our hands on something like the Cassante here for him, and then set him up for a good matchup. And you know that Kiaya wants to try and go towards some of these big carry picks, so just trying to ease that burden there on the top side. And it's actually going to be a swap. It's carries being banned on the War 7 side, whereas you're looking at the tanks being taken away by GAM.
See if they want to try and go for more in that top side. Again, both these teams are going to want to try and get their best foot forward in this first game, because it is a best of 3. You still have at minimum 2 games, but you got to try and make something work here, because if you don't get a good start, it could spell disaster for the rest of the series, and then you're done, as we mentioned. So the Gwen taking off the board again, like you said, getting rid of those carries, trying to make sure Bong has something that he can just facilitate himself and his team with.
Yeah, I am very curious about what this mid lane matchup is going to be, because again, I think Miro has looked best on things like the Gragas. He's most played is Silas there, just alongside with it. So I think getting some of these melee champions for him are going to work incredibly well, where you can play towards the early skirmishes alongside Audi and trying to get this Viego and also Miru rolling. Whereas on the opposite side, I mean, you already have the opportunity to try and play pretty heavily around the spot side with the Rakan setup. So if Catty can try and keep Miro in check, he should be in a good spot. But there's that Cassante we were talking about for Bong.
Yeah, getting himself something that has good engage, good pressure on the AD carry as well, should the Zeri get caught out, and just kind of taking her out of the fight. We talk about the mid lane matchup as well. Catty has kind of just had so many champions he's built out. He never really had one specific thing that he loved to play. He did have a couple of them there, but as a kind of like just able to play so many different styles depending on what his team need. We are going to see the Jax going up on that top side, so it is going to be the carry into the tank. And finally, I'm going to try and lock in that Lissandra.
Yeah, Lissandra Ari would be perfect here. You kind of want to try and have that engage tool coming through from the mid lane, or at least something that can set up for a lot of these fights, and then just also having something that can be relatively safe on side lanes, so you have opportunity to play 1-3-1 and play for sides when it can suit you. But there we go, we're talking about Miru having an opportunity to go towards one of these melee, heavy skirmish picks. Well, there's the Silas, and now you've got a pretty devastating mid-jungle support if they're able to play through this.
Yeah, and it's most played in the regular split of the LLA as well, so something that he's very comfortable on. And like, you think of the things it can take away, the Glacial Tomb, the quickness, even, you know, the Cyclone from the Wukong, lots of things he's able to use as be that engage tool to help himself out with that strong jungle duo.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're going to see a lot of pressure towards that mid lane. It's like, if you can lock down this Silas with the Ice Claw, then you get the follow-up from the Wukong. You basically don't get to play the game here as Miro, and Miro has been the carry for this squad. Like, more than 30% of the team's damage coming from the domestic split has come from Miro. So I'm excited to see if he can have that pop-off performance, because this was one of the guys I was really keeping my eyes on coming into MSI. We just didn't really get to see him have much of a chance against BLG. We saw bits and pieces of it against Yagao in that game too, where he was piloting the Aurelian Sol, but now this is where he can really step up and show his stuff.
I love that, a little bit of sportsmanship between the coaches there, trading the jerseys, as both teams know that it's their last chance, as we always have to keep saying. It's a new format, a lot of people don't know, but it's going to be a double elimination. You are now on the loser side, and it's a long road if you want to keep going, but you're not out until you are out. Game 1 draft's kind of said and done. Both teams kind of getting roughly what we expected them to kind of want. Good engage tools for both sides. Both teams kind of happy with these drafts. It's more about execution as we come into the game.
There's a lot of skirmish power on both sides. A lot of early fights. Probably going to be the case here as we do load on to Summoner's Rift for Game 1.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Of course, we have got the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Levi versus Audi. So let the crowd just kind of have their... I want more football chants. That's what I want. Like, who ate all the pies?
I know there's been a concerted effort to try and get Darth's chants going as well.
I really want the Darth chants. See if we can get 180 going somewhere in the day. It's kind of hard though. Don't think anyone's going to get 180 kills.
We'll look for the CS, but
yeah.
Already you can see GAM just starting to set up their defensive line here. I think the biggest thing is for Levi, again, you can try and play through this mid lane, try and set up alongside Caddy, and then, as Goldberg was saying in the desk, lean that pressure then into side lanes, like up towards Kiaya on this Jax, try and get the Jax rolling. So I think a huge amount of this 4-7 is going to be a case of, cool, can we slow down the pace of that mid lane pressure? Can we try and find some skirmishes with Adi, Miru, even if we can bring lines into the mix as well, and just make things very uncomfortable? And Adi does tend to try and play down towards the side lane, so if they can get Miru involved as well, it could be a lot of bedlam for Stahl and Zin in the spot lane.
And Kiaya just kind of putting himself in the rush here, knows he's going to be stronger in that level 1, go for a bit of an early skirmish with that counter-strike as well, and yeah, make it a little bit difficult there for Bong. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for him just to kind of try and walk away from this one. And yeah, we're just going to see a lot of death scraps procs kind of trading between these two top laners until the map opens up that little bit more. So we'd like to see what they want to kind of go for, and again, more and more kind of pressure being put on these junglers and where we want to see them kind of have an impact.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see that Levi did start on the spot side. I thought he would try and make his way down to the bot lane, but maybe he's trying to make sure that Kiaya can get a decent time up here, because Kiaya trading pretty aggressively against Bong in these early stages. Level 2 hit for Bong here. Good side step from Kiaya. And if you can keep these trades up, you can actually use that push to Chavin mid for Caddy to immediately roam up towards this top lane, and at least starting that slow push into the top side for Kiaya could leave that opportunity open here for GAM.
Oh, see the Xenoblade come in, dash away there from Style to make sure he doesn't get hit by the feathers, but all in all, that's the kind of power you can see there. Because again, the Xayah, it's a weird one. Everyone obviously sees the Xayah as this big late game carry, but she can have a huge amount of impact in that early game if you get the right CC. 1 or 2 more auto attacks, and Miru would have had himself a solo bolo, but not to be just yet. Everyone keeps their summoners.
Yeah, this is actually a little bit of a dire straits though for Caddy. Not exactly the trade you wanted to get. And this is what we're talking about. Miru has been absolutely incredible at getting these solo advantages, even against top LPL teams. So now Levi, we talked about making his way up towards the top side. Over in the bush, will Bong step forward for Cannon? That's the question.
It's so tempting. You always want to. You don't want to get those -1s. But I don't know if he's going to die just yet. You can see Bong kind of being defensive with this. Has got the knockback as well. A little bit of a dash, but he's still going to get caught out. Just get the knockback, and they're going to catch out Levi underneath the turret, who's forced to flash. Nice defensive move there from Bong, and Levi getting punished for what was effectively a 2v1.
Yeah, tried to use the clone to get away, but Bong actually just about managed to clip him with the W, so brings him back to the tower, then the flip as well. So nicely done by Bong. And that summoner spell being gone on Levi makes a lot of these further ganks a little bit easier to get away from if you're on the side of R7.
See if Audi wants to go for it. Both teleports used into that mid lane. Audi kind of moving their way through the vision. They're going to try and get the CC down. They wanted to try and catch Catty just before the Glacial Path, and for the moment R7 are the ones bringing the kind of pressure. They're the ones dictating the pace in this early game and who's getting what.
And it'll be amazing for the LLA to be able to take down GAM, as the desk I'm talking about. VCS has been a region that has been kind of feared for the aggression that they brought over the years, has been a little bit tempered as of late, but still a region that can cause a lot of upsets, and LLA being able to show that they can go toe-to-toe with the VCS with such an incredible performance, and already off to a decent start here, as Miru gonna more than likely look for his own reset here, but maybe not. Adi, do they go for the diamond line?
They have everyone coming in, flash over, Xenoblade in, seal the daybreak, but Kati gets a good flash. The Cat not able to get himself away. Perfectly done there by R7, and Kati goes down for first blood.
And that's exactly what we were talking about for R7. Get this Leona involved, play for these opportunities around the jungle and the mid lane. Would have liked the kill to go towards Miru, but you're going to be very happy that Lysandra lost a massive wave.
Absolutely. Costed 2 flashes, but a huge amount of golden experience gone to the wayside. And again, it's just instantly from Lions. He just goes, yep, I'm going in, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
Yeah, a little bit separated here. We can see, oh, actually, Bong.
For Bong from a flash, but is he baiting in? He is! He had Miru off to the side, and R7 are starting to punish GAM.
Fantastic roam from Miru. They thought he'd reset. We even called that he's probably going to go back after picking up the kill, but Miru sticks around in the lane, manages to get up towards that top side. Now, he will need to get a reset off, but in the bot side.
They're going in again. They are going to get the stun down, and that's going to be a heal in from Zin. Style now trying to just kite this one back, but again, if Leona gets the Xenoblade, you're going to be in a hell of a lot of trouble. And R7, they're building some momentum right now.
And the fact that you get this play on a 4-7 on the bot side, forcing the reset from Stall and Zin, means means that this Lissandra can't use her advantage in mid. She's already reset. She's got the advantage of the push, but here we go.
Level 6 has been hit, and there's nowhere for you to hide. There's nowhere for you to go, Katsi. You've already used the glacial path. You've already used your flash, and it's just a matter of who picks up this kill. It is Miro 2-0-1, and R7 have come out the gate swinging.
And this is exactly what I wanted to see from the LLA representative. Fantastic stuff. Audi looking on form, early ganks, early pressure, taking control of that mid and bot side now will lead them in towards the Dragon. R7 came to play today.
I mean, they don't want their MSI to end so quickly, and they're going to get themselves a Dragon as well. They've got pressure pretty much across the map, and this is a fantastic showing for the moment. Zin thinking about maybe going in, throwing in a Q or something like that, but again, great start there from the LLA.
And I think a lot of this is going probably better than expected for R7 as well, right? Sayo and Lions oftentimes are the ones that get a lot of the jungle attention from Audi, but the fact that they've been able to take control of this bot side by their own opens up Audi to try and actually play heavily around this mid lane. We even have Lions on the roams. This is where R7 are taking a little bit of a different style from what we've seen from them traditionally, and it's looking wonderful right now. And for GAM, they have to try and find ways back into this. Against Golden Guardians, they struggled a lot in those team fights, so maybe they can try and look for picks instead if they can get Cassie out of this mid lane.
And that's the thing, you have a load of tools to give you those picks. You've got the Lissandra, you've the Rakan, you can find people out and just kind of CC them until they're dead, but I mean, it's depending on whether or not R7 will give you those opportunities. As top lane is just going to continue to be that kind of wet noodle fight for the moment until they both kind of stack themselves up. But I mean, for R7, just a great kind of, decision making coming in and great cohesiveness from the team to kind of capitalize on a lot of these moments, because they're just kind of split-second decisions and they're taking advantage of them.
And it's only going to compound as well as you look towards the Rift Herald in just a few moments. Audi trying to see if he can make a play on top side for the 30-second waste that he has for that Rift Herald.
Yeah, we're going to see them now go all out. The counter-strike is good, but not good enough. Sidestep from Katsuya. Do they look to try and fully engage on this? The stun is good. There's the Heartbreaker, but Bong does not need it. And R7 are literally winning in every lane.
And this is now dire straits for GAM, because you have control for Bong on this top side. You don't have the two ultimates available, so maybe they're a little bit hindered to go for the Rift Herald, but burning the flash on Kiaya here as well is just wonderful. Really nice stuff from Kiaya at the start of this, right? Manages to flash away from the stun, also getting away from the knockback, but just there's too many CCs coming his way, and one hits, and that's all that mattered.
Yep, all they needed was a little bit of CC to get that kill confirmed there, and they lose his flash like you mentioned as well, so great from the solo laners, and great there from Audi as well, like running around this map and just kind of being a nuisance and making himself known on this Viego pick.
Yeah, and this is where, again, Audi, as long as he can keep control of this, he's going to be in a great spot. Looks like they will have to give up the bar, the Rift Herald, even as we said, no ults on the Viego or on the K'Sante means they probably give this up. Bong probably just going to ward it to make sure that he can spot exactly what's happening. But I'm curious if they could maybe make a cross map, but with the Xayah resetting, it looks like this is just going to be given.
Yeah, you're not really close to the solar flare. You can see them just kind of pushing in there. Style, just getting that one reset coming in there from Sayo. Do they look for maybe a little bit more on the after? Style would be walking in. They have vision on him, but they don't know that Audi is there, so he takes that one in. They're going to look to try and burst him down. The cleanse is only going to stop one of them, and R7 just punishing left, right, and center.
Style didn't even have a chance. I mean, I don't even know if he was in the window shopping, because he didn't get to move regardless. And now R7 again, 3 kills onto Miro in this mid lane. This Silas is going to be so incredibly difficult to deal with as we start to get into the later stage. Plus the fact here, Audi has just managed to take this entire bot side as well away from Levi. So Levi going to try and work with Caddy to move back up into this top side, maybe steal a camp, maybe even look for the dive on Bong. But Miro has TP to get up there if they overextend.
Oh, Kati got away from the vision, but Bong has a sixth sense about these things and is kind of making sure he does not fall prey to this particular gank. It's a huge wave, so he would love to try and soak that one up, but recognizing he's on the weak side, the police were coming for him, and he needed to get the hell out.
Yeah, managed to step away from that one. Miru gonna look for the reset. Caddy will inevitably stop this. Yeah, there you go. So, still though, you're looking at Dragon in a minute and a half's time. You have full push on bot side. I think your best bet here for R7 is starting to try and use Audi and Miru's pressure in mid, lean that into the bot side jungle, establish all the vision control that you want there, and just make it incredibly difficult for GAM to try and move in towards this next Dragon. Like, you can see it already. Everfrost completed here for Miru. If they can look... I mean, look, Caddy does need to reset here, so he will be able to go back, but it's more so a case of if Audi, Miru, and Lions move into that bot side jungle, who in the name of God wants to face check that? Like, no one wants to go near. And you can already see Lions and Sayo just trying to see if they can get some of that vision established now, so you can start to treat yourself into that jungle.
And this is the thing as well, like for Lions and Seo, Lions has been able to roam around the map, have such an impact, and Seo's not really been under any threat. He's been able to kind of CS up, and yeah, look, he's a couple of CS down, but you take that as the Zion, this kind of matchup, and now the knockback is good. The tower for the assist, the solo bolo from Bong, and R7 are now 3,000 gold up.
Yeah, I think Kiai is kind of feeling the pressure here. It feels like he needs to try and make a play, and it goes sideways for him. Bong managing to get him, and now Miru having a lot of attention in towards this mid lane. I don't know if... Okay, he spots in. I don't know if he knows where Levi is.
Wants it, though. He wants to try and go for this one here, but he did not know there was a rest of the enforcements. Does get the ultimate off, but I think he's just kind of by himself for this. Will flash, but it feels in vain. And that's just an unfortunate timing there from him. Does give over a kill and a little bit of a shutdown as well.
Also gives a lot of pressure, as you say, to the mid lane, but also towards that dragon as well. Looks like Gam are going to group up, see if they can make sure that this will charge. But Adi still waiting in the wings. I think you just fall back to dragon here. Use the fact Miro has no TP and get another objective, but Gam sticking around in this mid lane.
They're looking to try and push in this way before they go for it. They know it's a cannon. Xenoblade would not land for the best, to be honest with you, for Lions. He's running the Glacial Augment instead of the Aftershock, so not going to go for it just yet. There's decent vision here for R7. And now Gam will know about it, so they're going to kind of skate their way out of this particular one. And it looks like R7, regardless of the pick, are still going to be able to get themselves a second dragon.
Gam just spent too much time in the mid lane. R7 now will get that second dragon for themselves. But again, it was Miro just overextending and Gam able to punish. So at least getting some of that gold back in their favor. But you can see they're still a ways away behind here. Still Everfrost coming through onto Catty just yet. Although Adi starting to move back towards mid. They really want to keep this pressure up in the Lysandra.
Really putting her in a kind of a bit of a hole right now, because if Kati doesn't really have the kind of survivability to go for those flanks, because you kind of want to go in, get your CC off, maybe ult yourself or use a stopwatch and then kind of, you know, elongate the fight while everyone else does the damage. If you don't have the health bar for that, you're just not really going to, you're not going to be able to do anything.
And that's the problem, because you gave over a couple of these kills early, Miru's just able to out-sustain a lot of the damage that Gam are able to put down. You kind of need Zin here to CC him in check, so he's not able to get that Kingslayer off, but it does mean now that you don't have the control for Kadi to move. Miru's actually been the one who's able to get control of sides, and it's now hurt Kiaya, who's 0-3 in that top side. You don't have control for style in the bot lane, and now if you can try and keep this push forward as R7, they can look for the rest of these objectives.
Well, Seo trying to see if he can catch Zin. He is a Rakan. I think he's pretty damn safe, and I will say, I got to give props over to R7 and kind of dotting their I's and crossing their T's. They're constantly going into their own jungle, seeing if there's a ward there, clearing it out, making sure they're not going to get caught out by any kind of TP flank or anything, you know, kind of vision control that Gam can kind of bring themselves back. And as much as we're praising so much onto R7, we are going to start looking at what can Gam do, what can they kind of bring back into this particular setup, because for the moment, they are kind of coming up short, apart from that pick in mid.
Yeah, I'm going to wait here for a second. Miru, again, a lot of members around this mid lane trying to see if they can help out Caddy. Adi is here. You really want Lions to start moving up, and he will. But you just have to be careful that you're not going to get caught out in rotation.
And I know that Levi is there, so Lions moves himself back up. Everything kind of gets a bit caught. There's no dragon for the next 3 minutes, so it'll be Rift Tower will be the next real fight.
And this is what I wanted to see from R7 was, hey, look, if you can actually start to get control of this bot side, move lines up, move in with Miru, and as a three-man unit, there's very little that Gam can try and contest with. And look, as you were saying, it was great that they were clearing out wards in their own jungle, but you do need to now start to shift that forward. And this just opens up a really nice opportunity here where you can actually start to hold on to this point. Zin's caught.
Yes, it is caught, and he's going to be not CC down just yet. They will get the blast going when he pops out. Zin in the air. Miru is around with the quickness stolen. They might try and jump onto him with the glacial path, but they're turning this one right back around. They're going to try and get their own ultimates on top of this one. Levi will have the Cyclone available to him. Lions will not go down just yet. Seo has joined. Style is here as well. Bong in with the teleport, looking to try and make this one work, but he's being shredded down. Zin looking for another engage. Does not get the knock up. They get the Xenoblade down. They've taken the Style, and he's putting in damage. Style is still working forward as the Jax will pummel down Miru, and they just get absolutely everything. Seo tries to save the fight, but it ends up going Gam's way.
It is a very messy fight for R7 with nobody really sure which direction they're supposed to be fighting from. And Gam collapse, they flank, they get the kills they need, and suddenly Gam are back in this game.
Huge shift of momentum. Rift Tower will be picked up here by Gam as well, but great to see them there, and I imagine that those numbers were a little higher about 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, they definitely were. And look, this is a nice pick coming through, but you definitely want Miru here already. Miru, though, hadn't already shifted across after pushing in the mid wave. Great blast cone there from Levi to actually open up that distance. And from this point forward, you actually have more members of Gam that are coming into position. And watch Miru. Miru starts to move out of this fight thinking, okay, we're kind of done with this. as he waits for the TP from Bong, but Lions had already stayed committed into the fight because he was CC'd, so the Leona's now out of it. Then Bong commits, but again, you're not really in position for Seo and Miru to follow up. So this entire time, Style is getting a free hit, Gam are getting to kind of rotate members in and out facing their health bars, and they're just slowly but surely whittling down everyone here on R7's side.
It's the power of the Rakan, man. He's so slippery. He gets one moment to get out, and you can see just how much his health bar was so close to going down, but just never does. And now Gam give them hold right back into their favor. Well, it's dead even, basically a couple of hundred in favor of R7. We kind of bring ourselves back into this game with a minute till Dragon.
And it's a big blunder from R7, because I actually liked the idea, which was move in, establish vision control, give away for Miru to start to lean into bot side, get the tower there, do a very similar story to lean into top lane then as you rotate Seo and Lines around the map, but not able to kind of get that across the line now. Gives a lot of space for Gam to slow down the pace of this game. They can even look to contest this Dragon that's in 40 seconds time, with now those mythics coming through across the board and a lot of those kills going to people like Style. So Style is going to get already that Immortal Shield and a Zeal into his back pocket as well.
This game got a hell of a lot more scary for the LLA fans here in London. All of a sudden it went from everything was bright and beautiful. Now it's going to get a little bit murky. It's a bit thundery now. You got to be very careful of when those downpours will be coming.
It's got to be so nice though as Gam, like the VCS, because it wasn't looking so great to start things off. Now obviously best of 3, this is another chance if you do go into that game too, but to be able to bring that back, to be able to find that skirmish is definitely going to give you a lot of momentum coming into this. And again, this is an elimination game. Like, you need to pick up every opportunity that you can.
Every small mistake can be a massive opportunity for your opponent, so see what they want to go for. Shirley gets dropped into the mid lane. That's just going to secure that one there with Dragon spawned and ready to be taken. Gam should be able to take that one pretty much as easy as they like. There is a teleport available for Miru, so not quite going in. And again, we're kind of seeing a similar thing what they did last time. They kind of stayed in mid lane for a lot longer than they maybe should have, and now they're kind of walking backwards without that pressure.
Yeah, and again, you're not really getting that forward vision that you'd really like to. Now, they will be able to move over and start this up, but Cassie has the TP. There are a few wards that are in behind enemy lines there that he could look to TP to.
They're going.
Bong also very separated.
They're looking for this one here. They do know that Lisandro's going to have the TP in there. Style already using his dash over the wall. As you can see, Bong in a little bit of a 1v1 there with the Jax. So, Dragon down to about half HP. Gam looks to try and kind of stop the stacks, as it is a Hex Soul. Very, very powerful if you can get that early. Looking for this little bit of a flank. You won't have the glacial path. They will catch out Levi and try and burst him down before he can do everything. You've no jungler. Great capitalization from R7 as the fight can really start now. Style just trying to put in damage, but he's got nothing left. There's nothing there for him to do, and Miru's going to chase them all away. Sole point for R7.
Miru manages to get the near chains at the end of that, but not quite able to follow up on it. But really good job from R7. It's actually still going.
Looking for the chains. Just land down. Not really got the massive amount of burst you would require, but now Gam, you can't defend this. You have to leave. You cannot defend this mid lane tier 1, and R7 are kind of getting everything there. It's going to be the land down there. Everfrost gets turned back, and I don't think Miru wanted that.
Yeah, kind of hiding yourself with your own chain there. Not exactly what you want to do, but still R7 will take it, right? 3 dragons to their name, mid turret down, bot turret going their direction as well. And again, it's coming down to, hey, look, when the skirmishes are there, that's where Gam were able to find their footing and find that fight against R7 immediately in their jungle. But when it comes to the full 5v5s, just like Golden Guardians, Gam can't keep up.
I was just about to say, like, we saw something incredibly similar happen to Gam against the Golden Guardians, where it just kind of all falls apart. They're not really quite sure who they're looking to, kind of go for, and those little mistakes, that lack of cohesion can just be the worst of enemies against something like a team that just, kind of feels comfortable in those skirmishes.
And for Gam, now you're starting to run out of options, right? You don't really have the opportunity to look for these picks because you're starting to run out of turret space with everything starting to get pushed in. R7 are very quickly starting to accelerate the pace of the game. Plus the fact that you now have those 2 items complete on Miru, like this on his Hourglass, not really going to be able to pick him. Bong completing his Sunfire Cape makes it very difficult for this quite AD heavy, I will say, team on Gam to get through him. I know you obviously got mixed damage on the Jax and some damage that'll come from Cassie, but Bong will still be able to survive a very long time in these fights.
And the thing is as well is that you've got the Viego here for Audi, so if someone dies, those resets, those extra souls, those extra abilities that kind of rotate through your cooldowns are so unbelievably powerful for someone like R7, because you know who's great as a jungler? Wukong. Viego could just take the decoy. You're not putting in the right amount of damage. They will get the ultimate down there, Miru, using the stolen Glacial Prison there on Takati, but knowing that Levi was off on the sides and not going to fully commit.
Yeah, it's a nice opportunity for R7 to try and go for something, see if they can push mid and then threaten, but I think it's just a case of trying to get these side lanes in control is #1 priority for R7. As long as you can get them pushed in, you can start to look at Audi establishing vision here in the top side jungle, and it looks like GAM trying to set up a pick if you end up overextending here for R7, but they're not actually going to push for it that much. They're going to take it slow, reset, and actually get that vision that they need for the top side.
Yeah, look for the top side, but don't forget, 2.5 minutes away, we got ourselves a Hex Soul. You can see there, Katsi has to play so carefully. He did use the Glacial Path, and as soon as he used the Glacial Path, Miru was like, cool, I'm going to stay in this lane, because I know that if you step too far forward, I can kill you. So it's going to delay his reset just for the little bit now, but again, great from R7 so far, but we'll see now. GAM do have plenty of options available to them if they find the right opportunities.
Yeah, but that's the thing for GAM is like, R7 are the ones that actually have all the cards. They can, yes, go for Dragon, go for Soul, or, hey look, we're just actually going to give that up and we're going to immediately jump onto the top side of the map, try and take your mid, try and take your top tower, maybe even look for a Baron as well and like just trade sides of the map. So this is where you start to come up against a rock and a hard place for GAM, where the opportunities you have to actually look for the more aggressive player, take control, is very tough.
Now, we're just kind of happy to ping-pong the waves for the moment, just give everyone a little bit of gold. You can see Levi and Audi kind of hovering their top laners. Zin and Lions kind of coming in as well, but they don't know that the GAM jungler is here. They do know the Rakan is here, and it looks like everyone's kind of moving themselves up towards this top side. GAM trying to secure themselves that little bit of extra standing gold just before this potential dragon fight.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt to try and move up here again. The problem is, look at the mid lane. You now need Jax to try and come by, which means that Bong is going to be able to push in the bot side. So R7, as long as they don't overextend, but Audi might.
Oh, that sweeper was huge, but they're going to fully commit to him anyway. He's unstoppable in his ultimate, but can he go down? Yes, he will. They've invested a hell of a lot. They will have the TP from Bong. As all 5 members from GAM try to make this one work, you don't really have the support here from R7. A good moment there, but it won't be too long until that dragon, he should just be up.
I mean, I'm more worried about if they wanted to go for a Baron or something here, just to try and even force more of R7 in, but looks like GAM not feeling fully confident to try and go for that, try and bait R7 in, so it will just be the top lane tower instead, the reset coming through, and it looks like we will get this big fight between GAM and R7 at this next objective.
Gold is pretty much even for the moment as well. About 1,000 gold, a little bit less in favor of R7. But again, it's those dragons that are so damn important. We are hitting 2 items on a hell of a lot of people. We actually have the Morel Nomicon there for Kati, and he's got an exhaust as well with that spell book.
The big problem for R7 is that you only have the 1 TP. Sorry, the big problem for GAM is you have no TPs, R7 have the 1 TP. So as long as Miru maybe wants to put pressure onto this top side, they can kind of look for a lot of these trades that we're talking about where you go for the tier 2 and top instead, but Wave's not really in a great position. R7 control River at the moment, and GAM trying to slowly but surely work their way through here. No true tank to kind of set this up.
They're waiting. Miru is now here. Off to the side looking for a flank to even get on top of it. Gets jumped on top of by Kiaya. Everyone just kind of goes a little bit wary of what's going to happen. Dragon's been taken very quickly. There's 50-50. It's going to be a straight up smite fight. Levi gets in and Levi gets the steal. Bong now a little bit too overextended. There's a good solar flare to stop anyone from killing him off. Ring of Frost hits onto 4. How do they follow up onto it? Levi finally gets himself the Cyclone off. They pop down the exhaust. There's a good Feather Storm to draw them all back, but Style wants the 1v1. It's a 4v4 in that top side as they try and make this one work. It's all going GAM's way. R7 are not having the advantages and they're falling apart.
It's all gone sideways for R7. They couldn't quite find the fight. Levi gets the steal, and now with position on mid, GAM, they look like they're going to go for Baron.
Looking like the big purple worm, and honestly, I don't think there's really anything you can do here on the side of R7, so one fight just kind of shifts the entire momentum of this game, and GAM, it was looking a bit dicey for them, but they found a great opportunity.
And that's where the VCSs always look good, when they can try and get into those team fights, try and set them up. Didn't work for them against Golden Guardians, but here against R7, we're starting to see that VCS spirit once more. Bong sitting off on the side. There's nothing he can do with Seo here. That Baron will go to GAM.
Yeah, it doesn't have a ward, doesn't really have any opportunity to go in, and GAM breathe some life back into this game for themselves. And have a look at how this fight kind of went down, because again, it kind of goes a bit scrappy, but then it just feels like GAM just realized, hey, we have the advantage.
Yeah, there's a couple of key points where it goes wrong for R7. So Bong uses everything on the clone of the Wukong there to try and get Levi out of the pit, but that goes wrong. Then Bong's overextended, so then you get the follow-up here from Katsi. Great job onto hitting Miru as he's trying to go in. And what's Seo here? Exhaust as he pulls back the feathers, so that damage doesn't really come through in the same way. So 3 of these big changes in this fight for R7 mean that GAM are able to find their success here and pick off the members of R7 as they go for the overextension again.
2 kills, a Dragon and a Baron. And it means the world to the back-end staff as well. As we come back into live. And now it's what can you do with this Baron as they get themselves back onto the pick? You're going to be able to kind of get that Jax enabled, will be able to kind of push in those sidelines. And there's plenty of standing gold, plenty of tier 2s and tier 1s that they can still pick up.
And that's the thing, once these get Kiaya hitting level 16, which is soon, but here we go.
Oh, it might be a full fight, 4v3 I should say, as they do get themselves a little bit of CC down onto Miru, who does steal away the Lissandra ultimate Cyclone going down the backside, which means Audi cannot get the resets. Miru going back towards his turret, but he's already dead. Double kill coming in for the Jax, and all of a sudden GAM feel like they've come back to life, and they're just smacking R7 around the map.
GAM are looking very happy in this one, managing to immediately get the Baron, immediately get the play on bot side, and they really want to make sure that they are able to get this win. You can see here the win expectancy powered by AWS. It has been back and forth, but what a turnaround for GAM.
I mean, they still have Baron for another minute 20. They can at least break open the base here at minimum. These death timers are still fairly decent, but I don't think they're going to overextend too much. They got the Hex Gates to get out, and they're going to be very happy with this last passage of play.
Brilliant stuff for GAM, managing to just barely turn this game back in their favor. R7 now kind of scratching their heads saying, hey look, what the hell can we do to bring this back? Yes, you're getting 3 items soon for Isaiah, but it's not enough in GAM. They're making plays on the sidelines. Overextension from Miru trying to hold on to that bot tier 1. Definitely not worth it when you have no control of your jungle, no control over mid. And GAM immediately punish by jumping in onto everyone on R7 who's struggling to keep up. But now Audi is struggling to get away.
Not got much else to kind of go for as Miru looks for a little bit of a 1v1, gets hit by the Glacial Tomb, and a lot more damage off the back of that with Style coming in on the Zeri, and this is just bit by bit, momentum by momentum. They still have 30 seconds on the Baron, and without Miru, there's not really a lot of skirmishing power here, so with a massive wave, they could break open another inhibitor.
R7 are crumbling, and GAM are happy as Larry to try and pick up everything. Starting to move in again onto this top side. Jax for Kiaya, pushing in this mid lane, making sure there's just everywhere is going the way. They're going for it.
They're going to look for the final fight here. They can get the Sayo, they would do everything, but it's a good route down. That's a great solar flare there onto Style, who finally takes down the Leona. The Cyclone in as Levi just kind of helps set everything up on a silver platter. Audi cannot get the refreshes. He cannot get the restarts on these fights, and Bong is left on his own. So everyone's going to be there for the side of GAM. He just sacrificed the Rakan, but they're not going to end the game just yet. They don't feel like they can go for it.
Yeah, Kiaya bonks Bong, but doesn't manage to actually take him out of the fight, and it means that they will just back away. Dragon in 40 seconds. They're going to try and look to see if they can get another one, but you got to be so careful. Like a steal here for R7, getting that soul could actually be a little bit dangerous. So GAM need to make sure that they're pushing in these waves, getting control over all side lanes before they try and go for this Dragon. Don't give R7 the opportunity to really contest you on the objective.
That's the thing, honestly, I feel like they could have gone for the end there, but obviously feeling that they needed a little bit more time, a little bit more of that gold to be spent. 3 stopwatches now on the side of GAM. You've got one for the Jax, one for the Wukong, and of course one for Lissandra, so plenty of delay available to them in this next fight. 3 items though, as you mentioned earlier, on to Sayo, so he's got himself up to a nice, very powerful point. So again, it's kind of down to the execution of this next fight. I don't feel like R7 are going to leave their base though anytime soon.
At what base? Yeah, so little left. You've only got that mid lane structure. Yes, you've got your Nexus towers, but it's not looking too great for them at the moment. And because you've already got Kiaya pushing in that bot side, you've got Miru has to answer. So Caddy, Stall, they're going to move mid, and it makes it very difficult for R7 to really control this, because you have so many opportunities, even if Kiaya wants to come across, to look for the flank. Mid towers is very strong, and R7, they're slowly but surely being pushed all the way back.
Yeah, Bong just isn't really that tanky at the moment, as weird as it sounds with 3-item Cassante, but see if he wants to try and go for something here. They have got decent wave clear, I will say, now that they've got 3 items onto your Xayah. They do get a bit of a stun in, they go in, but there's just too much damage. Style's not here though. Style went way too far away from this fight, and now you've got Kiaya finally joining in. They're going to jump back onto Lissandra, and the Wukong are dead. Style gets caught. R7 found the one opportunity, and they take everything from GAM.
How in the hell did R7 manage that? They just all in onto Style. Style panics, goes way too far over the wall, and without that DPS there, GAM crumble. R7 managed to pick up the fight, and you're 40 seconds out from Baron. They can push in all the waves, get control over the super minions that are pushing in, and look to contest that big objective.
And the thing is as well is that you're getting all these side lanes in check as well. Your inhibitors are still a ways away, but you've got time now. You've got gold given over to you, and that's so important. That was a 7,000 gold lead. It's still a 4,000 gold lead, but the gold leads don't seem to matter right now, Dagda.
I mean, that's the big one, right? Because when you actually start to look across like the items that have been picked up, 4 items there for a style. You've got nearly 4 across on the opposite side for a Seo as well. But you'll see here, this was just great coordination between Lions and Bong. Immediate all in at the same time. Yes, Lions gets first, but Style, watch how far he goes over the wall. No more DPS. And even look at Kiaya. He's not able to get into this fight either. It very quickly turns into a 5v3, and R7, they pick off the stragglers and then turn for the rest.
The fact that Lions doesn't go down either is so key as well. Not giving over any gold. It was a clean fight for the side of R7. 16 kills to 14 in favor of GAM at the moment. Still on soul point for R7, still 3 minutes away, but I mean, like I said, or like you said, they've been able to kind of establish a little bit more defensive vision. They're not going to get caught out by trying to face check for the moment, but Baron is on the board.
Body spots them coming in.
Ooh, TP got to be used there, but Bong might be a little bit too far forward. He gets himself a little bit of unstoppable. Goes in, gets the CC down there. And he wants to go for a little bit more. They're kind of half engaging right now, but they may have caught themselves a little bit of a fish. Levi's gone down. They're going to look to Kiaya, who has to go golden style, trying to see if he can do something, but now he's been jumped on by Bong. They will lose themselves another one, but before the Jax goes down, he takes down Seo. Now Bong looking at 1v3, will stay alive. There's the Zhonya's there from Kati as he looks to try and keep this one going for his team. Style is going to punch himself over the wall. He's still going. He's still got the damage, and Style is doing just that. He's styling on them. Gam stay alive, a flash away. Finally gets taken down by Bong, but can he survive the rest of this? Because if he goes down, it would be all for naught for R7. Bong needs to get to the defense of his team because the super minions are actually taking the base.
Yeah, he needs to get back. He needs to try and clear this out. Does have a little bit of that regen coming through off the red buff, so should be able to take his way back up. But
there's an inhibitor.
Incredibly close fight. The fact that Stahl stayed along for so long was crucial, and now all inhibitor turrets are down, and GAM once more win the fight.
Yeah, that was so chaotic right there, and you can see Bong and Kiaya kind of doing the exact same on either side. Kill the AD carry. That was all that was on their mind, but I mean, Style staying alive for so long, nearly get himself a quadra kill, and if honestly, if he kills Bong there, game's over. That's it. You have super minions in the base. That's going to be it.
Kiaya, where are you off to? Trying to see if he can get in, gets a little bit of vision. Lions knows that there was definitely someone in here recently because of that control ward, but we're going to look into the replay. So this is where it looked so good for us at the start. Bong plays this great, actually getting a ton of pressure down. He manages to set up as well for that separation so they can deal with Levi. But watch now Kiaya. Seo thinks he's all fine, everyone goes cool, we can leave Kiaya, but Audi misses the stun. Kiaya leaps over it, immediately kills Seo, which means the Style is actually dragged away on the backside from this fight, which just repositions him then perfectly. He's free firing over this wall. The second Audi tries to go in to get him. Again, Audi stun missed because Stahl jumps over the wall, and then there's just not enough follow-up. A great call from his in there to dive in front of his AD carry to block that, and now we're back to live.
We're back to live. Remember, so much was used in that last fight. You don't have all those stopwatches that you just use on the side of Kati and Kiaya, but you do have one onto Style. Doesn't have summoners though at the moment, so it's a bit risky. I mean, Dagda, with the dragon spawning in 23 seconds, it looks like it's just going to be a trade of dragon for defending the rest of your base for the side of R7.
The recalls coming through for R7. Thormail completed for Bong. I'm pretty sure you got the Mercurial Scimitar complete off that reset as well for Seo. So a lot of those final alignments starting to be completed here for R7. Now getting control over mid lane. Want to try and get that to lean in towards River, but GAM waiting in the wings.
Seeing there, you got Kiaya there off to the side. He knows that he can catch someone out, but if he gets caught out, he is not the tankiest man in the world. So R7 not willing to let this one go. There's a double glacial, or excuse me, a double root off of the item, but not really going to lead to anything else. Bong's taking a bit of damage. He needs to regen just a little bit more before I think he feels comfortable going for a full engage.
GAM, control River. R7 starting to push forward. They're trying to burst this out, but I don't know. This is going to turn into a fight.
This is risky. They're going to drag him down to 6,000. They're going to see Audi over the side. He has vision. He knows exactly what's going on, but now he's a bit separated. So there's going to be Style getting caught out. He's stunned up, so he's not putting out any damage for the moment. He gets his ultimate down as Levi will be going down very shortly. They've gotten Xin off of this. Look at these health bars are so low. The Dragons confirm for R7. They get that extra boost of damage in this fight. GAM have nowhere to go. They're trying to see if they can get anybody dead, but they just can't do it. And it's going to be everybody falling down. The only one left is Style.
These fights are so chaotic, they're so spread out. You can see them splitting off into these multiple skirmishes, but R7 managing to keep Sayo alive. This time, they will go for the end.
This is it, Style. You've got to cleanse in a dream. You got to hope and pray that you're able to kind of keep these guys off it. It's going to take so much. I will say no Miru, but he's got a TP in 20 seconds, and it looks like R7 want to go for the end.
He's starting to push forward, Style.
It's risky, no. I don't think they can do it.
Can he clear the wave? It's going to be so close.
Here we go. They're going to get the cleanse off him, but he gets knocked back immediately. Now they get the stasis out of him as well. They need to CC him out. But Style's still alive. They can't put the damage down. Finally, he goes down. Sayo finally getting himself that kill, and it looks like R7 have done it. R7 will survive the storm that was GAM, and R7 are 1-0 up in this best of 3.
And that is exactly it, Usheen. One storm has been survived, but you have so much more still to go. This is a best of 3, and it is only game 1 that R7 have managed to pick up. This is a battle of all battles, and I'm here for it.
It's so scrappy, and it does feel like it just comes down to execution, those small little millimeters that mean miles in the grand scheme of the game.
It's coming down to, hey, who gets better position in these fights? Who can manage to stay alive? Is it Sales or Styles? Like, so many of these fights are coming down to small plays, but where if you can find that access onto the key carries in the back line, that's going to be the difference maker. We saw Kiaya do it, we've seen Bong do it at different times as well, and I think this is kind of a good matchup so you can see exactly how both these teams want to play. It's, hey, look, can we get control in the early stages for Miru, let him step up to be a carry as well, or can we have Kiaya try and carry these fights alongside Styles in the later portion of the game on big carries?
And honestly, like, again, there was so much to like from both these teams. I think we definitely finally got a flavor of what they both can do. Finally seeing GAM kind of come together, get their skirmishing going for them. But R7 in that early game were just all over them, really punishing on some very small mistakes. So both teams, I feel like, will have positives, but obviously only one of them can get the W, and R7 are a little bit happier with that.
Yeah, I think for R7 as well, the fact that they got the early control and then started to lose out on a couple of these fights, overextensions at times, like especially when you're in this situation where you could potentially be your last series here at MSI, it is understandable that you end up overextending at times, but if you can just keep the nerves in check that little bit more, come back in game number 2, hold on to that early lead, it could be all the difference here against GAM.
Yeah, well, we're going to send it over to Lauren, the analyst, to see what they can make of that game. Over to you guys.
A very interesting game it was indeed. Thank you very much, gentlemen. The first time ever LLL beats VCS at an international tournament. Amazing.
It was a hell of a game to do it, too, because I thought for sure it was going to be a clean sweep at the beginning with those insane early games, and then just went off the rails, and then it comes back.
It was a hard-beat monitor, this one. There was LLA, then a VCS, there was LLA, there was VCS. I mean, it was too difficult to really call in this one. There were so many things that was happening. You can see it as well in this post-game breakdown right here.
Look at the goal graph.
That's the thing, right? It's going down, it's going up, and it's going right back down again.
They won the game with a smaller goal lead than they had at 12 minutes. Just to paint the picture of how crazy this game was and how big of a lead they actually had on the side of GAM.
Yeah, but I was actually really surprised about the early game. It really felt like GAM just collapsed to the point where I thought there's no way you're getting back into this game. And I will also say, I think the reason why GAM got back into the game was also because that R7 allowed it a bit. But the early game for R7 was really clean. The mid game definitely needs some work.
Yeah, amazing early game, as you said. And I want to talk about what we built in Countdown in the sense that we said the solo lanes on the side of R7 were the ones that could help them in the early game and in the game itself. And when you look at the mid lane here, Miru on Silas, fantastic plays on this side.
Super clean. The fact that they get this 3-man pincer roam because he already got pressure a number of times in that lane phase, going up topside to protect Bong. Once Bong got that kill, he was actually kind of off to the races as well. He started collecting a lot of solo kills in his individual matchup, and then they just used this kind of pressure between their solo lanes, Audi working between them to snowball what was a pretty significant lead.
Yeah, and it felt like they kind of forgot this formula because this was the successful formula they had in the early game. You play around Miru, you let him dictate the game. Wherever he is, we start some fights. But then they kind of stopped doing that. Miru was pushing mid lane, they invaded on red buff. Suddenly they didn't have their mid laner with all the gold in their hands. They started losing. GAM came back into the game, and then I have a hard time finding one specific word to describe what the rest of this game was.
Hectic at best. Let's
That's
say.
a good one.
But
We'll take that one for now.
Let's pick one, let's say right for now. But yeah, I mean, when you look at it, it seems like R7 usually getting a lead that early and that strong, it's hard to translate into a comfortable mid game, I would say. And this is exactly what happened for them. And we've thought that GAM was going to win.
Yeah, I thought GAM was going to win until this fight here, where you had Kiaya split away. They see this kind of 5v4 they can take. Style also hopped the wall to get out of the fight. By the time he's back in, he is able to get focused down because the rest of his front line have been blown up.
Listen, we were getting ready to do a breakdown of GAM winning the first game. At that point, we get to the desk, we watch what's happening, and we're like, oh god, guess we have to go back and prep more for this one. Because these team fights got hectic, and they came down to a lot of the execution. I think from the side of GAM, they got a bit more split, which was interesting because at first it looked like they had better team fighting tools to play around with, and then they just kind of got picked apart later on.
Yeah, I think the side of R7 maybe got a little bit nervous when they threw that initial lead away. It felt like they started playing on the back foot. But then once they started picking their own fights again, Miro was very good with the kind of combination of the Everfrost into clearing the way with Q, then going in with his E2. So he showed some mastery of this Silas champion. Absolutely great game out of him as well as Bong.
So they managed to bounce back and fall on their feet, but also GAM being really not the team we were expected here, and being able to snowball the lead they have. Could they have ended top? I think they could have.
Yeah, I think we can actually break that down as well if it's actually ready here, because this is the one we're looking at, where it's looking like they're taking the fight and they might run into the base to pick up a few kills and look to end this one. But let's actually see how it pans out.
Yeah, the fact that they kill most of the members of R7 here, excuse me, and it's only the respawning Silas that seems to give them pause. Because they do finish off Bong, I believe, on the turret. Maybe not. Maybe it was two people left alive.
Oh, but this is where they just back off. I mean, it's hard to go with that link, but I definitely feel like there was an angle where they could have looked at it. There were very low HP members here in terms of, well, the HP. And they just decided to try and play it safe. Be like, well, we already have a gold lead. We can get back into this game. And, well, then it was the fight we saw earlier where they threw it, right?
There was also the play later in mid lane where Bong TP'd into the mid lane, and potentially Kiaya could have just TP'd up to the minion wave in the top side and gone for a split push end of the game. It felt like there were a couple avenues if GAM were a little bit more in a killer mindset of like, let's just end the game right now or flip it. Maybe they could have done that, but because they kept taking team fights and R7 kept outperforming them, they got their way back in the game.
You can feel the nerves on both sides. You can feel the pressure from both these teams to make it one step further here at MSI in the play-in stage. I want to look at the draft here, GB, because before we started this game, you said that we have not been satisfied with what GAM has been drafting so far. Do you like this? Are you enjoying this?
Best we could ever see GAM play.
I was so ready to gas you up, man, because you were like, I want this exact comp, and it's basically exactly what you got. I thought they were going to win the game, and I was going to be like, dude, you're so smart.
I appreciate it. We did see the draft come out from them as well, and we kind of saw it as well when they started their team fighting, why they were comfortable on it. I still think that early game was not like they played it domestically at all whatsoever. Levi still differed from a full clear, tried to go for a play on the top side, and just got knocked on the tower where he had to flash out immediately. And I think that goes there back to some of the nerves you're also talking about. But I also just think it's really interesting because R7 is one of a few teams who keeps picking red side. Now GAM going to pick blue side once again. It's still in the favor of what they want, and I still think there's adaptations you can have in R7. I don't think the side necessarily did a lot for you, and maybe if you pick it in an instance like this, maybe you pick it with Rakan immediately or something like that.
Yeah, we can see what they want to do. I just like seeing that huddle, the bouncing up and down, the energy, like breathe it out. We should have won that game. We let it get away. We're confident in the draft that we had. Let's go back to blue side, run it again, have a slightly better early game, and don't throw once we actually get the lead.
And that's the thing. For me, the adaptation is going to come from in-game plays and not especially for the draft. Would you agree with this, GB? Do we want to keep on seeing the same kind of stuff on both sides?
I think you're right on the money there as well. I think there's obviously small tweaks you can make. I was talking about the side itself, but in terms of pick order, keep it going for Miro in the mid lane. He just needs to be the one that's set. And then, like, make sure you just follow Miro. Wherever Miro is, that's where you make the play. If Miro is not on screen, you don't make play. I think it's very simple for them in early game here.
Well, we'll see if the VCS can come back here after the game, and if GAM is found, can fight back. Elimination here is on the line at MSI 2023. Do not go anywhere.
You've already used the glacial path, you've already used your flash, and it's just a matter of who picks up this kill. And R7 have come out the gate swinging in the Style, and he's putting in damage. Style is still working forward as the Jacks will pummel down Miru, and they just get absolutely everything. Seo tries to save the fight, but it ends up going GAM's way.
It is a very messy fight from R7 with nobody really sure which direction they're supposed to be fighting from.
Stasis out of him as well, they need to CC him out, but Style's still alive. They can't put the damage down. Finally, he goes down. Seo finally getting himself that kill, and it looks like R7 have done it. R7 will survive the storm that was GAM, and R7 are 1-0 up in this best of 3. here for game number 2 of a Rainbow 7 versus GAM Esports. And honestly, I don't think a lot of us were expecting Rainbow 7 to be able to take that first game. It got scrappy. Like, we cannot say that it did not get scrappy, but in the chaos, they thrived.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that did come down to Audi and Miru just working incredibly well together, getting control over that mid lane at the beginning, and then almost nearly been able to turn that into advantages. And then
yeah, I like that.
Almost
Nearly.
Yeah. It was a very messy game.
It was a game of catch, and in a game of catch, you have to throw. So sometimes you get bored of it, you just want to kind of end the game at that point. But yeah, look, coming into this next game, GAM got to kind of clean it up a little bit. Again, just small little mistakes that were kind of leading to huge disadvantages for them. And it kind of comes down to this early game that we talked about for Rainbow 7. It was just so good in those first few levels that they were just able to kind of control basically the first 15-20 minutes of the game.
Yeah, now we have to see exactly if they can manage to pick themselves up one game away from elimination now. GAM definitely have the pressure on them. We have to see if they can bounce back coming into game number 2 and push us to that game 3.
You see GAM going back towards that very first pick. They are very fond of that one. I will say Style did have that pop-off moment, but without all of his summoners and everything else available to him, he did struggle, unfortunately, in that last team fight to kind of have any meaningful impact. And again, I think for R7, you're very happy with how that first game went, again, especially for the first few minutes, so don't fix what's not broken.
I mean, this is a very simple,
it's identical.
We're identical, yeah. We're literally going through the back and forth here, so we have to see if it's going to continue this direction, but I think it's interesting to see that both teams were like, hey, look, this is actually fine. Like, we're happy with the way that this one went. We're not actually going to try and change too much. It was more of a case of us messing up on the execution, which definitely happened at a couple of times, but now we'll have to see if they can try and clean that up, especially in the early game if you're looking at GAM.
Yeah, I mean, look, get the Cassante back in. I think Bong did exceptionally well to kind of isolate Style away from the fights and to, kind of cause him to panic, which we saw multiple times. So right now, GAM are kind of saying for themselves, look, it wasn't the comp, it wasn't the champions, it was how we executed on them. So we're very happy to kind of go back towards that. And again, we're running it back right now, Dag. It is identical for the moment.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it will continue this direction. At least having the Cassante again, Bong looked very, very comfortable on it. I'm curious if we do get the Jax ban though, because at least that was a bit of an issue, I will say, in that top side. Even though you got the early gank up there that managed to kind of slow down the pace of Kiaya, as it went on into the game, this Jax was still a menace. It was getting kills onto Sale in the back line, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that taken off the board just to make things easier in that regard.
Okay, so we're seeing a slight deviation here, taking away the Renata because they're kind of maybe going for a bit of a more of a full dive composition, but R7 kind of still sticking towards their guns right now, and yeah, they're actually going to take away more carries in that top side. So they're happy with the Jax matchup, and they're just saying, look, these two are the ones that we're afraid of. The Jax, though an issue, wasn't that big of an issue.
Yeah, I think though, like, if you don't have the same start here for R7, there is that opportunity still for Kiaya to run away with that top matchup, especially when you think back to the last game, was the fact that we had the Silas from Miru that didn't go for that reset, baited the play on the top side, and managed to get that kill that kind of gave control to R7 on the top half of the map. So I don't think you can kind of fool him again, especially if you don't have the Silas. So I think we'll probably see Miru fall back towards something like the Gragas here if they want to, and I think that's maybe a good option because Miru's happy to take that. Or you can either just take your support, you already know the matchup here against the Rakan, fall back to the Viona and wait for that counter pick in the mid lane.
Yeah, you got plenty of options available to yourself there. You've built pretty much the identical comp. You will have to pick something new into that mid lane, but again, why give up your advantage of seeing exactly what GAM want to go for? And this is where I maybe want to see a little bit of a deviation. You mentioned the last game, the Lissandra or the Ahri. I kind of would prefer the Ahri in this instance because the Ahri Wukong is just so powerful at getting those good 2v2s in the mid jungle combination.
Yeah, I agree. And I think as well, when you've got like Diego's being able to steal away so many of these things, Lissandra just ends up working so good at being able to steal away those abilities and then chase them down with the basic abilities. But it is going to be the Lissandra again coming through for Cassie. We'll have to see if they can have a better time in the 2v2 this time around. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Miro kind of fall back towards the Gragas in this regard. You've got a ton of dive, you've got a ton of opportunities here. Looks like Kiaya won't go towards the Jax. He wants to try and snip his way through this Cassante instead.
Yeah, well, picking himself up, the Gwen was banned last game, the Talia. So does Rock beat Scissors? That's the question we got ourselves today.
It's not only the Scissors, it's actually the Ice that it beats. I actually really like Talia into the Lissandra because Lissandra is very telegraphed with where she's going to be going. So you send in that seismic shove onto the Ice Claw and there's very little maneuvering room here. So I'm really liking the opportunity this Talia offers, and even just being able to control the fights when you've got the E down as well, the unraveled earth, it was very difficult for Rakan, Zeri, even Wukong as well to really operate from those moves.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, yes, you don't have the Silas for Miru this time around, but like you saw in the last game, they didn't necessarily need him to be kind of following up. You have the Leona, you have the Viego, and of course the Cassante, so you kind of actually benefit a lot more from having this Talia to sit back with Zayo and just put out all those rocks.
And if you can actually get control over the mid lane as well, being able to start to lean into sides is going to be so important. We'll have to see if it can actually have that big impact. Miro has played it twice in the domestic region, 1 win, 1 loss, so he'd love to add another win to that board and actually put his team into that next match against Golden Guardians, trying to deny GAM that rematch as well. This is such an important game for GAM, 1 game away from elimination.
Game away from elimination, but R7 on the other side, that 1 game away from winning the LLA's first ever best of series at an international. Huge moment for this region that, again, not a lot of people have expectations for, but they are defying them. They are pushing themselves forward and saying, look, we are here and we are here to be counted.
We'll have to have a look and see. Game 1 was definitely a lot of back and forths. Wasn't looking so hot for either squad, to be honest, and I've seen now if they've righted the ship, calm the nerves, and see if they can steel themselves against what the opposition is going to be bringing forward.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Let's see now if anyone wants to kind of go for anything crazy, but for the moment, they're just pushing in, seeing where everyone's kind of setting themselves up. No shenanigans, as we do love to say, and wait to see where everyone kind of wants to push themselves, because right now, again, Rainbow 7, they had themselves a much better time in that early game, so see if they're able to kind of go for it one more time. But GAM, I feel like, again, they had some good moments there. They knew how to make this competition work. However, you have just pointed out to me, there is a Summoner Spellbook there onto Xin.
Yeah, it's super interesting to see, because an awful lot of the times the way this bot lane matchup is that Leona is able to chase the Rakan every time they go for the all-in. You follow with the Zenith Blade, you're able to get that CC that you want, and it makes it very difficult for the Rakan to operate. So I think in this regard, you'll have Xin trying to roam around the map, get the most out of that spellbook, and the fact you have access to things like the teleport to get back to bot lane means you can go for a lot more of these early roams and still be in time for the bot lane push, even having access to like ignites and exhaust for some of these team fights. For example, if Oddie tries to go ham, it can be a big difference maker.
We should see some fairly standard lanes for the next few minutes, but of course, if you log in with your Riot account and watch MSI on lolesports.com, you can earn some exclusive in-game content. Of course, the specific MSI emotes and icons. You activate it right now, and it runs for the entire tournament. So get yourself free stuff. Who doesn't love free stuff?
I definitely like free stuff.
I was like you were going to say, I definitely don't. And I was just like, who the hell are you?
Look, I did 1 year of economics. Yeah. From my basis, if something is free, there's unlimited demand for it.
Yeah, but it's like what's worth the fight is always worth the prize. If it's free, is it worth it?
Well, it's free. There is no price on it, so it's just...
Well...
I will say, though...
Zero is a price.
I will say, the freeness of something only amounts to how much I can carry them easily back to my house. Otherwise, it's just more of a hindrance than anything else.
You underestimate how much I'm willing to carry back to my house. It's on the side of the road, it's free. That's the rule of the world. But... come back into this one here. We'll see if there's any kind of free trading going in for either of these sides. And again, look, it's pretty much, not pretty much, it is the exact same bot lane. We're going to see it very difficult for Xin to make any kind of major moves there into that bot lane. It's going to be about how these bot laners, or more specifically those supports, make those moves kind of around the map. We saw such great movement coming out there from Lions to make sure this Leona had such a huge impact in that mid lane specifically.
I think it'll be a little bit more difficult this time around, though. At least when you had Miru on the side list, there was setup from Oddie, setup from Miru, setup from Lions as well. Whereas now it's kind of a case of, okay, can Oddie or Lions land the stun? And then Miru being the follow-up. Now, it's still a very potent combo, and you can still go for a lot of these skirmishes, but it will just be a little bit more difficult for them to operate, it feels like, even when you have Levi hovering around the side to make sure that he can try and keep the mid lane in check.
Both these sides recognizing the importance of this game, of course. You see Levi kind of going for a little bit of a move here into the mid lane. Miru not quite caught out just yet, but Oddie is already here, so Patsy gets himself off there. Ooh, Xin had to flash away and use the heal in that bot side, as it looks like Zayo used his flash to get some feathers down.
I wasn't sure if he'd actually get the move from Oddie and Miru immediately to this bot lane to try and capitalize on the fact that he's so low, Zin's back on a reset as well. But looks like at the moment they're just happy to get these advantages in the lane and see if you can get that early reset for themselves. The fact you're starting off a Cull as well and you're already getting double summoner spells out of Zin is a big win for the R7 side, and something we saw in the last game as well.
It's slow and steady. R7 having a little bit of the better time for the moment as they just keep the pressure down in this bot lane. And look, call a spade for Gam. They're very.
Call it a shovel.
You call it a shovel? What are you, American? You've left Ireland for too long. I have to bring you back and reculture you. But again, last game was very much kind of like almost a little bit of a, for GAM, it was a bit of a throw. They should have had control after that mid lane fight, and they just unfortunately let it all go to waste. So for me, I want to see them be a little bit more calm and collected, not see Style panic and kind of bring himself a million miles away. But again, it's hard. You're on an international stage. You know that if you lose this best of, you're out, you're going home. And the VCS will have to wait until Worlds until they get another opportunity to improve or impress on the international stage.
Especially when they missed out on international opportunities for so long. It's kind of been a long time waiting for the VCS to come back. Obviously, they made it to a couple of the last internationals, but it's the big threat was always the VCS. They were the ones that would cause upsets. They were the ones that would bring you into the chaos. But fortunately for GAM, the chaos has kind of fought back here, and it was the LLA who were able to come out on top in that last game. I'll have to see if they bring it back this one and have that rematch against Golden Guardians. It didn't really feel like we got to see much of GAM in that match against Golden Guardians, and even now, it's still not looking like we're getting to see exactly why these were so threatening in the VCS.
And I love this little movement we're seeing here from Levi. He's kind of constantly putting himself in towards that mid lane, because if they've learned anything from R7 in that game one, GAM recognized, look, there's a lot of pressure being put in from the support and jungle on the side of mid lane. So for R7, they're still going with the same plan, but this time it's being equaled a little bit better by GAM.
By Zin in particular as well, actually moving up here to try and match that. And Levi, you even saw the desk talking about it. Oh, hang on.
Nice flick back there. It's a 3v3 for the moment, but Miru just kind of showing a little bit of force as Kati tried to get the Ring of Frost, but you can see he was a little bit hesitant to fully commit to that one there, because if he goes overextended, he's probably dead.
Yeah, might have been able to get him with the ultimate, but I think then he leaves himself very vulnerable for Lions and Audi as they come in, even push him bot and is in.
You've seen this before. You know how this horror movie goes. Oh, he walks back forward, but he should be able to get himself over the wall, and that's not going to be a bad one there. But that was scary for a moment there.
Yeah, he looked at the stairs out of the basement, went no, and just closed the door. Good call there from Zin, managing to escape away from that one. And now, though, you're still getting that push that'll come through in the mid, in the bot. So R7 will take that advantage to start up the Dragon and again continue what has been a lot of their core identity in this series of controlling these Drakes.
Yeah, again, really good start there from the LLA representative, and they're going to be able to maybe get this one here. Levi could get himself over the wall. It's risky. But can he go for it? Style goes in. They're all committing to it, but they will get the Dragon, but can they get the fight afterwards? That is the question. Zin, seeing if he can maybe look for a bit of a fight. Kati already taking so much damage as those rocks start to smash into that ice, chipping away at its integrity, but if they can get Kati out, that will be the big thing here. Flash in, first blood. They lose the Dragon, but they gain a kill.
They managed to get the kill. Maybe this can actually lean them in over towards the Rip Child as well, which is in 30 seconds. They need to try and get a reset off. Very low health bar, so probably not going to be the case, but at least they get something back from what was a nice deal by GAM.
Very, very nicely done. And again, it kind of stops that pressure coming in from GAM, which we saw in game number one, where R7 were able to kind of go for something. But we'll see a full engage down to Style, who has the cleanse very late on it. The heal comes in as well. Audi kind of roaming around, knows there's no summoners here on this Zeri. And they're going to try and see if they can get him out. Ooh, the stun was so close. Not quite able to get him down, and that is just Summoner's Burn. So again, small mistakes from GAM, but this time they get away with it a little bit.
Nice job by Zin to put pressure onto Audi, make sure that he couldn't actually move in to get the stun. Now R7 though, they do still have control of the spot side. They should be able to get some turn play for themselves. Miru moving back into the mid lane as well. I think your best bet now is to try and rotate this pressure in towards the Rip Child, but we see it here. I mean, just looking, I wasn't sure if we'd actually had Zin swap over to the Smite, but he hadn't. It was just Levi versus Audi, and right as it gets below 73 HP, the bonk managing to steal it away. And then this was a really weird commitment. I assumed they'd go for the people that were in the pit, but instead they end up committing on to Kati, who doesn't have the flash after Lions follows him through, and they're just about able to chase him down with the flash coming through from Audi and also the wall to make sure there was very little room for the Lissandra to escape.
Well, good from GAM to make sure they had mitigated losses after stealing away that Dragon. Does mean that they're happy as Larry about that. And of course, the first Dragon was a Chem Drake, so we won't have a Chem Soul. So there's probably a very high likelihood that this Dragon's going to be pretty high value, as we saw with the Hex Drake in game number one. But R7 Definitely feeling like they're kind of, falling back into their comfort of that early game we saw in game number 1. They're very happy to kind of take these rotations, and they feel comfortable to go for these fights.
Yeah, they need to get control over the mid lane at the moment. The fact that Audi isn't really here with Lions is making it a bit tough. So again, we were talking about, hey, you get the quicker reset, shove out bot, move Sayo up towards the top side, but because R7 fails to do that, GAM are now in a position where they're the ones that get to rotate. They have control of the river, and it's R7 that are late to the party.
And they're a little bit late, and you can see there, Sayo is moving up now. Style is on the bot side. Audi thinking about maybe going for something. Yeah, it looks like they're just a little bit too late on that. You've got the roam down from Kiaya. They're going to be able to secure this. I say that. Oh, he just about gets it, but can they secure the eye afterwards? Yes, they can. Levi looking to try and burn this one out at the end of this. Bong goes in and gets himself taken very low and taken out. They will get a kill off the back of it, so it's a 1-for-1 trade for the moment. Sayo is here. Style nowhere to be seen. Everyone's running away, but nobody else is going to die. It's a 1-for-1 trade. But again, the objective goes to GAM.
And the bot lane. That was the 5 people from R7 that had roamed up, but they were late to the party. Sayo isn't there for the initial play, and now GAM get the Rift Herald, the trade on kills, and the extra goal to the bot side. So GAM winning out big on that play.
This is much better from GAM now in game number 2 compared to game number 1. In game number 1, we saw them losing a lot out of this, but again, it's just kind of easy for them to kind of get away because Bong just kind of goes a bit too far forward.
But it's just late plays here. So yes, Bong goes too far forward, but it's a nice idea to bring Levi back in, but immediately GAM turn onto him. You've got a bunch of AoE damage that's ripping through them, and a lot of that damage as well invested onto the Wukong, so when Sayo ends up coming up, there's no real follow-up that can come through, and R7 ended up falling behind. And now GAM trying to put in position here to get vision on River so they can use this Rift Herald, especially as the Dragon in a minute's time. Look to push mid with that and then lean into that next objective.
Better start here, but say Miru 0-0-2 has got himself about a 20 or so CS lead. Should be equaled out or a little bit more, as I say, once this wave gets collected, but very much more even game here from GAM compared to the early game of game number 1. They've obviously learned a lot about a couple of their mistakes there. The call will be finished up here by both these bot laners, and this is when we start to see the first item completions come in. So that next Dragon in 45 seconds, I don't know if we'll see a huge fight over it, but I mean, R7 have shown us in this series they're ready to go.
Yeah, it's just if GAM can actually try and rotate correctly around this Rift Herald, because you see they have push in bot side and actually might catch Audi as a result.
Yeah, I was going to say he's going to have to ult out of there. He had already used his mist, and that means he is going to have to give up that scuttle as well. So losing that cooldown means that R7 might not be as comfortable going for a big all engage.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to try and push in bot side here, start to establish vision for GAM in R7's jungle, and then you can lean back into it. But they're kind of skipping a pace here where Levi isn't really helping Caddy push in mid, isn't helping bot lane push either. So R7 are just bullying these lanes each time. Now Lions might be caught out, but you can see it's kind of a late rotation here, and GAM will just about be able to clear the vision now, but they needed to establish this a little bit sooner, so R7 don't feel comfortable contesting them on the pushes.
Yeah, I mean, Sayo's just feeding on this bot lane himself. He's no issues with that whatsoever. He's also got the Gale Force available to him. Both TPs are up for the top laners of both these teams. Audi hasn't really got the vision for the moment, but they know they're not on the Dragon just yet, so they got to feel like they're in these bushes somewhere.
Yeah, Bong has TP to try and get down if he wants, can go to the tower, even looking for the reset here. Looks like they'll bring the Cassante in. Gwen has already made her way down.
Oh, they're going to try and cut them off here as Kati goes in, trying to see if he can catch on to Sayo, but has to use the ultimate on himself. Those root was huge to stop Levi from going in, and Zin is already so close to death. He will, however, get himself out, and now the Gwen has joined the fight. You can see Style and Sayo kind of going in for a little bit of an 80 carry 1v1. See if he can go for it. Nice flash from Sayo, means he gets the kill. And now the rest of R7 feel comfortable to keep pushing forward, keep looking for the damage and the DPS. Ooh, nice little movement there from Kati to bait them all out to the wrong direction. But Dragon should be going to R7.
And Levi, yes, he throws down the Rift Herald in mid lane, but it's kind of a bit of a consolation prize. The fight on the Dragon going the way of R7. Again, these team fights, GAM just can't get their footing in them, and it's so separated.
So separated. The fight goes in favor of R7. The Dragon as well is an infernal rift. And now Dragon a piece. Let's have a look exactly how this one goes.
Yeah, so you end up getting the opportunity here for, as being just in the picture-in-picture, might see someone go down.
Yeah, we're going to see him now live as we can see Levi looking for that kill on top of Miru, and the bonk down. You were not supposed to still be here, Miru.
Nope, we'll end up paying for it. And so now you end up in a situation where, again, R7 have a slight gold lead. They want to try and make the play on bot side in response. Caddy might be cut out.
Yeah, he does have flash available to him. He's going to use it straight away. The Zenith Blade is just a little bit wide, as is the root. And Caddy just with the blue suede shoes showing off those dance moves.
Yeah, Caddy has 9 lives apparently, because he should not have got out of that one. Now though, as you look towards top, GAM still in a position where Kiaya fine in the top side. They were considering Xin going up to the top lane and trying to get the play on towards Bong, but not going to be the case. It's a lot of these teams are just trying to very quickly move around the map, but haven't quite set up the wave stage to make the play happen beforehand. So now you got Xin, who's trying to do something. I'm not entirely sure.
Might be getting caught there. It does have the battle dance as well, should he have been in any real immediate danger. But yeah, definitely a bit of a strange one there. But as you can see now, very even in terms of the split there. You can see mid lane and bot lane has been very good for the side of R7, but on the opposite side of that, it's only a couple of hundred each way, so it's again very, very close. Actually, I look at the gold, it's dead even.
I want to try and figure out exactly what the game plan here is for R7, because it feels like they're unsure now that they have the tempo advantage what they should be doing with it. And ideally what you want to be trying to look for is if you actually can try and get control over this mid lane. So if you have push for Zai in the mid lane, you can then start to lean this vision control up into the top side here and try and set up all your vision. So then there's no real way for anyone to enter into that top side, and you're looking at the Rift Herald as your next big advantage. You can even lean pressure in towards the Gwen in the top side, but it feels like they're not confident enough to have Lions and Oddie commit to that mid lane push. You can even see where Oddie's committed on the map at the moment. It feels like Miru's much more vocal in the map at trying to draw him down to this bot side, which I actually think is a pretty big mistake. You have a lot of wave clear on Gam. You have a lot of opportunities for Kiaya as well if he can get control of the map to become a split push threat. So trying to deny this Rift Herald should be the priority for R7, but it's not really happening. And you can see Gam are actually setting up now. Get push in mid with Levi in the vicinity and move over towards the Rift Herald.
Feeling a little bit more comfortable after the first 50 minutes of this game number 2. But R7, bringing myself back to the LPL, but R7 definitely feeling like they can go for fights now. They have the Gale Force, and they have the Leandri's Anguish onto Talia, so they don't want to give away this one over, but they're late, like you mentioned, to kind of to kind of set themselves up for this. They're looking for an engage. Xenoblade does land. It's on the Xin though. There's a secure on the Rift Herald. Now, do you want to go for the fight? It looks like Gam do. They get the quickness down onto multiple members, and it's going to be Leons who goes down straight away. They're trying to go for some fancy feet there from Seo. He gets exhausted, so he's not putting down as much damage as he would like. Doesn't quite get away, and he gets shut down. It's all just a little bit scrappy, and R7, like you said, very hesitant to get punished.
And for R7, the problem is that they don't have a front line if they don't have Bong there. No one really wants to be the engage tool apart from the Leona, and she's not really getting the opportunity to set herself up correctly in these fights. Seo has been left on his lonesome. Miru has had to reposition. Oddie isn't getting people low to start this reset that Diego loves, and Gam finding that opportunity to put R7 back in their place.
Bong not being there, just really, you can see just how quickly Pines just kind of drops in these fights. He's just not really able to kind of survive as long as he would probably like to, but again, good Rift Herald, good fight, and a little bit of an advantage now for the side of Gam. It's all about what they use it though, or how they use it. It's going to be important in the next few minutes.
And this is again where I want to see if they can actually start to crack open these side lane turrets, because buying that space for Gwen is really important. But you can see how deep lines ends up going in this, and it almost ends up drawing like a line of skirmish here where you can't really push forward to actually get access on towards Stahl in the back line. And you can see on the flip side, Seo's in a much better position this whole time. He's in a much worse position this whole time for Gam, who can easily get access to the AD carry because R7 have to split up as everyone's trying to run away.
Very delighted fans in the crowd here at the Copper Box. It's not over just yet. Again, they're still one game down. R7 have afforded themselves a couple of mistakes should they lose this game, as it is a best of 3. We'll see the Rift Herald being spawned. Should go towards mid lane there, so they're obviously looking to try and go for something here, but Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, and this could be a decent kind of setup. We're actually seeing these two mid laners now go for a bit of a fight, but Miru's kind of coming out on top of the poke war.
It would have been a lot better if he threw that either direction, but
he was trying to catch the glacial path. That's what he was trying to do.
Can't be everything, but here we go. Gets the Rift Herald charge in the mid lane. Should be cleared up here, and again, you can't really pressure any further here as Gam, because Stahl doesn't win the mid push against the Zaya, so I would like to see him on the side, and Caddy's stuck.
He's stuck, he flashes away, there's going to be a Xenoblade landing on top of him, which means he has to use a stopwatch. Both TPs going to be coming in at the exact same time, the quickness from Xin, but you're rolling straight into a choke point. Can you get the Cyclone down? Seo flashes and Gale forces right out, they get Leon, and they are going to back themselves away. Can they look to try and re-engage this one? Oh, he's very healthy, he's got flash, he's got ult, but they would need resets.
Again, R7 taking fights in positions that aren't great for them though. They're given multiple different angles that R7 and Bong specifically has to try and be in the front line for, whereas for Gam, they're perfectly happy to have these more spread out skirmish fights because they have multiple people who can play the tank role, whether it's Cassie with the invulnerability, Levi, even Kiaya with his own invulnerability. So the way these fights are playing, Bong just can't keep everyone safe, and GAM are finding access to some of the key carries in the back line.
It's another Dragon now going over to GAM. Got themselves about a 2,000 gold lead as well, and you can see that just kind of the momentum compared to game number 1. It's just very much GAM kind of, finding themselves at the position first, and R7 just not really positioned to kind of contest it like you mentioned. We will see the knockback. Kati is pretty damn healthy, I will say. We'll get all in. Bong with another solo kill, this time onto the mid laner.
That ain't looking healthy anymore. Bong doing a fantastic job there, interrupting the glacial path with the all-out to make sure that there was no way for the Lysandra to escape. And now R7 trying to respond as they start to push in towards mid. I'm surprised that they're leaving Seo to not try and push in this mid lane. I think he could have had a good amount of numbers advantage because you can already see the Levi's in the bottom lane. But they want to give him red and then maybe look for a play up towards this top side, try and see if they can get onto Kiaya.
They're looking a bit deeper than probably would have. Harvey just taking away a bit of a blue buff as well. We'll know that the mist and the immunity is no longer available for Kiaya, so maybe they look for a bit of a gank pretty damn soon. They've got Leona coming in as well, but yeah, with the wave not really in position, they did burn the ults. The needlework is down, but they don't feel super comfortable going for it.
But because of that, they lose mid lane. So Seo wanted to move over towards the red, doesn't manage to pick up the red. R7 then steal away the blue, but they lose their mid lane Terra. Now Miru will be able to respond with this top lane Terra because Kiaya is aware, hang on, there's a lot of members of R7 missing. Maybe I'm in trouble, but this is messy stuff from R7 when technically they're the ones that had that push in the first place and could have made the plays, but GAM are just responding much better around the map.
And it does feel like a little bit of a hesitation here from R7. Like you said, like it kind of like they get the opportunity, they have the tempo, but they're just not really sure what to do with it. They don't want to make the better, or they want to make the better of two plays, and then at the end of it, they indecision is a decision upon itself.
And you can see that they have like at least Miru's been using the right ideas, right? Trying to match this Talia up against the Gwen makes it very difficult for the Gwen to really push out these waves. So you almost guarantee then that this Talia can operate around the map, or you can look for dives. As we said already, like the Xayah wins mid push, so that opens up the opportunity for Lions to roam, but they just haven't found the moments to sync up waves so they can actually use those on side lanes. And now Bong might be in trouble, as you can see Levi considered hovering around there, but actually going to back away. I think a lot of the hesitation we're seeing on both sides is just a lack of vision. Like if you actually look on the screen, there is not a huge amount that is really there for either of these squads. You've got like little ones that are kind of sitting in these areas here at chokes and stuff, but like a lot of this vision isn't really doing anything. Even when you look at like trying to spot the enemy in the jungle or in river, it's almost completely dark. Thank you, observers. You can see there's not a huge amount of vision past your own line of skirmish.
Yeah, it's kind of, you're going in a little bit blind, trying to see if you can find out something from that, and it's not really the best of opportunities. That's not how you're going to be able to kind of find those windows to catch someone out on a slow rotation, on a lazy rotation as well. You want to try and catch them in those little corridors. And the Infernal Rift does help out a lot with that. You just need to establish the vision.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is that usually when it's the Infernal Rift, it's easier to get in and out because you've got more opportunities to sneak away, but it's not really the case. And GAM, again, getting this kind of shallow vision that's pretty quickly cleared out. Like, there's nothing that's actually been established that really gives you the information as to where anyone's moving. So it's just this pushing back and forth until we get the Dragon in a minute and a half's time, where it feels like, again, we just get these two teams clash. And with the way they've been going so far, it feels like GAM are going to be taking the win in this one.
Lions would love to have his Mythic before that fight, but we'll have to wait and see. For the moment, it is just 2 items for the AD carries. Actually, Shadow Flame just gets picked up there by Kiaya. Everyone just kind of making themselves a little bit more known, that they can just kind of, again, similar to game number 1, just ping-ponging the waves, seeing who can kind of get all those, the arms race, if you will, to see who can get what just before the next fight.
But that's the thing, is like the arms race has kind of been a little bit more like a 3-legged race, to be honest, because we aren't really on the same page. Because when you look at the resets that are coming through, you've now just got the reset coming through from Lions, and also they're coming through from Bong, but from Miru and Bong and Audi, but they're a little bit late in comparison to Lions. So Seo can't really push this wave the full way up to actually start to move in off of their mid lane pressure to get vision in the river, because he doesn't have the rest of his team, so he has to reset every time. Now R7 grouping up as a 5-man unit to attempt to establish vision, but it's very late into when this Dragon's going to be spawning now.
Yeah, it really is. Levi has been spotted out. Should be fine to just decoy himself out of there should he be caught out, but TP already being invested here by Kati as he puts himself here. Ooh, that could have been a catch there on the Kiaya. Would have been relatively okay, I would imagine, given how Gwen is able to kind of survive these things, but Plenty of pressure now available for R7. They're even pushing down that bot side. Dragon yet to spawn, so they're going to be able to pick up a tower regardless of everything else.
Gam have absolutely no vision on where Miru is now, and he could be looking to come in on the flank here.
Looking for something. They will catch a decoy of Miru, but Zin's already used his quickness. He hasn't got that available for this next fight. That's a huge cooldown no longer available.
Adi trying to see if he can get onto Cassie. Again though, this is where R7 need to be careful. They don't want to spread across multiple fronts, because if Miru gets stuck like that...
I mean, if he gets stuck, they're going to put down the damage. He has to use the Sonya so early. Bong trying to see if he can survive. Got so much healing there from and the shielding as well. Will not see him go down just yet though, and there's plenty of damage putting in. You will get the Weaver's Wall to try and separate this one out. And now Seo looking to see if he can do a nice flash to catch out everybody else, and they will get style. Now Zin nowhere trying to go. He will be executed by the Heartbreaker, and what looks so bad for the side of R7 looks like it'll be going better. That being said though, the jungler and the top laner of GAM refuse to die. They refuse to let this one go. A rocket to the back of the head as Rock beats Scissors. And now you can see with Audi having a little bit more health, a little bit more damage, you can see Levi just trying to bait him out with the decoy. Finally they see where he is. They're going to look for trying to jump into Miru. Will he be able to get the damage down? They're just kiting him back. He's got the spell shield to come in. They got the ult as well. They get the kills and GAM stay alive.
These team fights are absolutely absurd. The fact that Levi has the confidence to stick in the pit, but Catty doesn't want to take that put. Stick in the pit for so long, baiting the clone, pretending it's him, and then whacking him on the way out. It was fantastic.
And the great thing is about this, Dagda, is the dragon wasn't taken. We got to do that again.
You don't have a jungler for on the side of R7. You don't have Kiai. At least he'll have the TP to get back into it, but I would maybe give us a moment here before we get back to this one. Actually, Stahl going to start it up, but you've no push in mid lane for R7, so it looks like this will be the third dragon going over to GAM, with Caddy and Levi making that hero play.
Just the extra residual vision control for GAM, able to kind of keep them safely there. They will secure themselves the soul point and get them one dragon away from that Infernal Soul. Lions very much does not want to recall there, and now we kind of look at this replay because this is so chaotic.
Yeah, but here's the thing, as we start to get into this fight, keep your eyes on Kiaya. So yes, Miru gets to play on the top side, but because Bong gets taken incredibly low, Kiaya actually gets access towards Seo on this. Watch, 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shots coming through on the ultimate, all hitting onto the AD carry, and that's great until Styles way overextends trying to kill Seo, which then gives the opportunity for Bong and Miru to deal with him, and this is where it starts to go bad on the bottom side of the fight. But after this, then it's where GAM starts to turn around, because Seo can't really get in. Miru has to be incredibly careful. The fact that you managed to get that shroud down as well from Kia and the flash away from the knockback means that he's able to stay alive for so long, and eventually Caddy kind of just playing off the wings, waiting to see what he can pick up as this fight starts to continue. And Levi, like, they have a ward, they know that's Levi, but here we go.
We're going to go for another fight here. It's going to be the solo laners teaming up here in a 2v2. Actually, no, they stopped the TP, so it's a 2v1. They are able to stop the TP, and now they're going to be a 4v3, but they can TP back. They know they can save out this fight because it's going to be a 4v4. Immediately, Miro goes golden because he wants to just delay for time. There's a Cyclone in his Miro, tries to keep himself alive, but he will go down. But before he does, he gets the knockback. A good exhaust from the Seo means that he's not putting out the real damage. The Zenith Blade misses, and now Seo's in so much trouble. Flash in, the Feather's back, doesn't get the damage down to Kati, who goes golden, and then Seo, he's running for his life.
He needs to try and get some feathers down, get the autos, but they're coming in on top of him.
They're going for him, but Seo is massive. He will finally be taken down, but he's taking as many with him.
And Bong is still getting the push in the mid lane. They need to now reset his GAM. They're too low. Audi and Bong will be able to get this mid lane tower as a result. GAM managed to again find the fight, and a lot of it was Miro just TPing in the middle of them.
Literally, TP Zonya's, it was its 5-head play, but my god, this game is getting absolutely ridiculous right now, and it is coming down to just individual outplays.
It's so nuts. The fact that again, so as we start to come into this, TP coming through, Lions gives his life to stop this TP to make sure they can make a play on the bot side, which gives a chance for Mir to TP into this. But honestly, I'm not a fan of where Mir TPs to. He can actually go in behind here, so he's actually in a better spot. The ultimate there from Lions as well to try and keep the Lissandra from all inning, but now Miru's in dire spots, which means again Lions has to go in. And yes, Seo is getting a good amount of these feathers down, but again, every single time we've seen in this series, he wants to go for these big feather pulls, and Exhaust is hitting him. Style is then stepping forward, and this is just an overcommit coming through from GAM. You can actually go for the Baron at this stage, like take your win and go, but because they end up splitting up, trying to chase Sao all over the place, he's again getting more feathers down, and just able to clip the supporting mid laner with those feathers means he gets the double kill.
Yeah, good smiles there from the R7 team, but we're right back into the action. There is no time to breathe. We got ourselves all the ultimates back, and a flash for a flash there as Zin is not able to get on top of Sao. They're putting in all the damage, but there's going to be a Weaver's Wall to separate everybody out. The Talia says, stop the violence, we need to just calm down and farm our waves.
Yeah, actually catches the bird as well out of the wall, but will end up dropping it. But again, that's a big ultimate down on R7's side, whereas didn't really use a huge amount coming in. Zin, apart from that flash, trying to be committed to make the play, but they will be able to move back in up towards this top side again, push mid and establish vision, maybe look to try and start up this Baron, but a minute and a half until Seoul. It's a case of GAM continuing to put this pressure on towards the top side before they start to look for the resets and re-establish that vision on bot lane.
Yeah, Style, I don't think you want to risk your life for that pink ward. I know it's really tempting, but you do not want to risk it. But as Zabaka says, away, and Dagda, we're back to basically an even game. It's just those dragons.
But the big news here is 3 items now for Style. He's going to be in a really good spot coming into this fight. Caddy as well has the Zonya's Hourglass now completed, so he's much more of a threat when he starts to go into these. On the opposite side, though, look at how strong Bong is. That is so much resistances that he has. So Style, the fact that he doesn't have the earlier setup of the Lord Dominic's Regard means that he's not going to be able to get through Bong. But if this team fight starts to go into these spread out skirmishes like we've seen so often, he can get access to the backline. That's where he'll be a major threat.
We have an Elixir of Iron as well in the back pocket of Bong, so he knows that this next fight at this dragon in 45 seconds could mean everything. Plenty of damage on this Talia as well, not to be underestimated, but we are starting to really see what these champions can do when given a full kit.
Miru going to be an absolute monster if you can find a lot of that damage off. Again, the ultimate just going to be back up in 8 seconds time. Zin very separated from the team, trying to see if he can find a flank, but R7 would just start to move back down into this river side. So Zin, a little bit of a misstep moving up towards the top side, would have preferred to come in from the bot lane.
All right, 13 seconds till Dragon spawns. Everyone trying to gain control over this mid wave. We will see an engage coming in straight away as Miru kind of gets caught out and looks like they're going to be bursted down. They get them down there. Style is just putting in work on the backside, and GAM found themselves an opportunity. Style now looking back for that 1v1. Kati, though, moves back in onto the AD carry and says it is no longer a 1v1, and Sao is left all on his own.
Yeah, it's going to be looking to see if Zin can get in on top of him. Feathers pull is not enough. Zin
needs to be careful. Sao will have a blast cone to use, but I mean, GAM could run up this mid lane. They could end the game.
That's what they need to do. Forget about the kill. Just go for the base. Make sure you can actually get it, because Kati!
Oh, Kati will die, which means the game will not end. They will get themselves an Infernal Soul, and I think Sao has kept the game alive for Rainbow.
I mean, you got to be careful. Kiaya is still going to push in, wants to try and go for the base. I don't think Sao can really go against the ultimate that is available for Kaya as well. So GAM will get the dragon, they will get the soul, and they will get the fight. And it looks like they might be able to get game 2 as well.
Doing very well. They've gotten some big pushes forward, but the Baron is still available. Respawns are coming in. Plenty of teleports as well for the side of R7. But let's have a look at this one here, because again, it's Levi looking for the engage and getting it.
Yeah, but the fact is they spot Audi off on the side, so he's like, cool, we can just go for this. A lot of the threats are not onto Steel, but oh, hang on, we're on to
back to live. No more replays in this game, because it's all action all the time. They're trying to burn this one down as quick as they possibly can. The mist has already gone down from Kaya, as now the Baron down to 4,000 HP, 3,000 HP. They're looking to try and secure this one. It's a 50-50. They got the quickness in the back of the pit. Everybody's jumping in. It's secured by GAM, and then the fight is all theirs. They will not be losing this series in this game, and they want to send us to 3.
Wukong's portrait popping up, because that was a photograph finish on the end of that Baron. R7 scatter to the winds as GAM will take their prize to the top lane and look to take the Nexus as well.
The VCS in London, they want their voices heard. They want to know that their team, they are behind them 100% of the way. And GAM Esports will equal up this series, and we are going to another one. Rainbow 7 tried their absolute hardest, but just better team play from GAM in this game number 2 means they secure themselves at least one more shot.
Better fight setup for GAM, better execution this time around. They nearly run with the salty run back, but there are no tears for GAM in this one.
We go to game 3. My second one, the second one of this tournament as well. And again, it's just the value of that kind of game, the momentum in that game 2 that you can gain. You now go into it with a completely fresh slate, knowing that, yes, your competition in game one, yes, you lost with it, but it was fine. And that gives more for R7 to think about than it does for GAM.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of this was kind of correctly identifying who was stepping up on GAM, right? Kaya was massive on the jacks, fantastic. Let's give him something that can be a little bit better in those team fights. Every single fight we looked towards the Gwen, because every single time she was hitting multiple people, the fight setup was perfect for her to get those the ultimate just across everyone in these fights. As well, looking towards Xin, a couple of these Rakan engages key alongside Levi as well, who on the Wukong, I think he was 9-1, 10-1 by the end of us. Like,
lot of kills.
Massive on the Wukong, and that's the carry performance you expect from Levi. Like, he was hyped coming into the tournament. Like, used to be on 100 Thieves, where he was kind of playing more of those tanks and that kind of style, but this is the carry style that he's comfortable on, and finally we're getting to see it at MSI.
Great punch back there from GAM, but again for R7, there were some moments where they almost felt like they were coming back into it. It did feel like they had those opportunities. Seo was keeping his team single-handedly alive with those feather pulls. But again, small little differences. You mentioned it a couple of times as well. The exhausts were so critical, and that spellbook on that Rakan being key.
And I think a large portion of that is, again, the fact that we see early success for R7, unsure how to play at the map state. They don't really know how to use like the pushing wave to then establish vision where they need to, so they can look for dives or look for towers. And GAM are like, cool, we're happy to just wait for those late game team fights because that's where we're strongest.
Yeah, well, don't go anywhere. We'll send it to a break, but we got one more game in this series, and we'll see you soon.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena, the realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
At its integrity, but they can get Kati out. That will be the big thing here. Flash in, first blood. They lose the dragon, but they gain a kill. You see Style and Seo kind of going for a little bit of an 80 carry 1v1. So you can go for it. Nice flash from Seo. Means he gets the kill. They're going to look for trying to jump with the Miru. Will he be able to get the damage down? They're just kiting him back. He's got the spell shield to come in. Oh, they got the ultis. 50. They got the quickness in the back of the pit. Everybody's jumping in. It's secured by Gam. And then the fight is all theirs. They will not be losing this series in this game. And they want to send us to 3.
Wukong's portrait popping up because that was a photograph finish on the end of.
And welcome back to MSI 2023 after Gamma Esports ties up the series in this elimination match. And guys, unlike the game 1 where the early game was quite well handled by R7, here it was KO from minute 1. A very weirdly paced early game, GB.
Honestly, this is kind of like watching what Gam did at VCS. Maybe it was a bit slower than it normally was there, but they want the first clear of Levi to be kind of controlled, nothing happening too much. Like, a close early game there is completely fine. They want to be explosive in the mid to late game, so in that kind of, avenue, that kind of happened for them, but it was still very, very messy nonetheless.
Yeah, I think it was a nice step up by the solo laners from Gam. The fact that they weren't getting pushed in, killed, solo killed, all these kinds of mistakes that you saw in the first game. I think maybe nerves, because this was a very similar thing in their first game as well, where they just instantly fell super far behind. So nice to see them bounce back a little bit. But like you said, it was a very weird game where there was not much happening, slow to some objectives before they finally start pulling the trigger and overforcing here, this one in particular.
And I think the reason why this one looks so messy as well is because you can see there's barely any red wards around. There's no vision whatsoever. When there is 10 seconds of this Herald to spawn, Audi was down on the bot side, and then they randomly just ran up there and be like, wait a minute, Herald exists. And then they got in there and they took a fight that just didn't work out for them. And it's a problem that's plagued R7 a lot, what they do with the downtime of these objectives, because they just take random fights after they don't know what to do.
I mean, that's the thing. Individual mistakes, lots of macro mistakes as well. And what can you do here? Just rely on team fights and execute them the way you can.
Yeah, I think there's still close fights going back and forth. You saw how scrappy it was, but the fact that it feels like the setup is always better for Gam currently means that these are easier to execute fights, as well as their draft being very kind of straightforward, dive in, try and assassinate one person very quickly. I think it does give them some advantages. I think you did a great job pointing out exactly the draft that they should be going for. That's the same thing twice now on blue side. We don't know yet, but I'm hoping to see, with R7 having side selection, moving off this red side now, or at least radically changing up bans.
See, that's interesting, isn't it? Because they're one of the few teams who love to prioritize that red side as well. But I completely agree with you. I think they need to break apart what Gam has got going for them. You're essentially giving them every single thing they want. Lissandra, KT's most played champion. Wukong, Levi's most played champion.
90%
right?
win rate, basically.
Yeah, close to as well, domestically speaking. But I think as well, if the game continues to go by this pace, you shouldn't necessarily lock in these champions where they don't have the same team fight string or the same team fight avenue as the opponent have, because a lot of this game is coming down to, well, two things. Pick in between objectives if someone's caught in a bad position, or the team fights itself. So for R7, maybe they need more tools, maybe they need more to pay for Seo as well, because he definitely felt way more comfortable on Saya this time around compared to the earlier game.
Yeah, he's popping off definitely on this Saya here. And looking at the game 3, R7 chose red side again. We'll have the same side selection here for game 3. So what kind of improvements do you want to see, and where do you want to see them?
Well, hopefully they can pull that back up, because one thing I really dislike is not just grabbing the Rakan with the Xayah and the 1-2, because I'm pretty sure Gam, like you're saying with how popular Wukong is for Levi, would take that regardless. So the Viego doesn't need to be snapped up there. You can grab a good bot lane, then grab Viego anyways, most likely, or just take the Wukong if they end up taking the Viego away, but I don't think they will.
Specifically because every single champion, maybe a little bit outside of this Androp, had well up with Rakan. If they dashed over the wall in a team fight that didn't look like they could come over, 3 members would suddenly be over the wall. Seri dived over, Wukong dived over the clone, the E from Rakan to come through, and suddenly there's a team fight brewing as well. I also think it's very interesting because both teams have just gone for the same thing, really, going into our 2 games. No adaptations in terms of draft. Of course, there's small things coming through, not getting the Silas, the Gwen coming in now instead, but it's still very much the same stylistic that both teams are going through, so it wouldn't even surprise me if we didn't see same adaptation. I would prefer, though, that maybe they take away some of the comfort as well for Levi on that Wukong, or the Lissandra as well in the mid lane.
So that's in-game focus, but I also want to talk about the history behind this team, the history behind these players, as we talked about in the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Audi and Levi, both franchise players, players that have been here on the scene for many years. Audi more than 10 years celebrating his pro play in League of Legends. When you look at the VCS, for instance, they want to return to the former glory they had. They have a rough time at the moment. They lost game 1 for the very first time against the LLL, and on the side of Rainbow 7, the LLL is looking to make their first ever international best of win on their return to the international stage.
Hopefully we can see them pull it off. It's going to be a tough task because Levi has been here before. He has won these best of series on the international stage. It's something that we're expecting to see him be able to do again. That's why I think he's the other person to keep our eye on. Him having the most experience basically of anyone else in this series, honestly, in terms of the highest level that he's played at. Levi can make games about him, so that's why I definitely agree with also the draft points that we were making.
Yeah, and it's also just about making about that mid lane to be too. We started seeing a bit more from the side of Gam when the level 6 came through, but from Audi already from the get-go in the early game, it was all the time about hovering around that mid lane to make sure that Miro was in a good position to actually carry the game. But then later on to the game, they just kind of I don't know, what's it called, disjointed? Disjointed. Yeah, they became a bit disjointed in that regard. And I think they need to hold on to that because it's one of the core strengths of the roster.
I think for Audi, breaking out of mid lane a little bit more would make sense. The Silas ban as an adaptation was, I think, probably the smartest thing to come out of that second draft by either team, getting that kind of problematic matchup off the table. And then, like you said, Audi was just hovering him out mid lane, but not getting anything done. I think that plus better objective time. You just be more aggressive, be there earlier, be there 30 seconds ahead, so you're not always having to clear through wards or just run through them. So that, the entire time, Gam just sees the R7's entire approach and knows how to deal with it.
Well, last question for you guys, because we got a bit of time here. Prediction, who is going to win this? Very hard one to predict. I won't venture a guess. I will let you guys know.
Oh my God, that's so tough. Now, I'll be honest. If the game continues to go as it does with the same lack of adaptation, I'd say, I'd probably give it to Gam, just because it comes down to these messy team fightings in the end. They have the late game AD carries as well. Every time Seo is making a play on the side as well, it has to be a highlight play. When that flash is not up, it becomes more difficult to play the game. It's more reliable having the scaling in either the, Seri we've already seen, but we've also seen a Jinx in the past too. I think the team fighting reliability is just giving Gam a little bit of an edge in this kind of stylistic between the two teams.
2 games in a row, 2 better mid games out of Gam. I think that's what will be decided, so I'm going to agree with you. Gam's going to take this one.
Well, it all comes down to this final game. Loser will be eliminated from MSI 2023. Winner moves to face Golden Guardians tomorrow. Who will make their region proud and advance? Dagda, Oshin, over to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. And of course, it's all business on the analyst desk. And here we're, having a bit more fun, a bit more of a party with the colours.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they want to dress for a funeral, that's cool, but it's MSI. I'm here
it's
for the
time
excitement.
for celebration.
This is great. Yeah. Spring was in the air for a while. I think it's still rain outside. To be perfectly honest.
It was thundery. I know Vedi and Medi got caught.
I wish Vedi had put up photos of what they look like. Drowned cats coming into the change.
Very, very unhappy. But one of these teams will be very happy coming out of this next game. It's now basically a best of one apiece, as we do have ourselves a 1-1 scoreline. And like the guest said, Gam, much better mid-games in both these games. It did feel like, R7 have got these opportunities, but they're just kind of fumbling just a little bit too much.
I mean, joke about the colours on the desk, but it is going to be a funeral for one of these teams at the end of this. Gam or R7, elimination game for one of these squads. The winner will go on to face Golden Guardians in the next elimination game, and then the winner of that will have their opportunity at the qualification match. But we'll have to see exactly how this one's going to pan out, as it looks like the salty run back will start once more.
I mean, they're going for it again. R7, as Goldberg said on the desk, they love this red side priority. They love the fact that they can kind of give that priority over to Miryu and get himself a decent matchup in that lane. But they do take the adaptation and they get rid of the Rakan.
It's a good call, I think. The Xayah Rakan has been so incredibly strong. Levi, immediate response here. Kindred says, I don't care about the Viego that I think R7 were very worried about. And going immediately towards Alessandro once more. They want to try and play through this mid-jungle again.
I mean, if you take Silas here, I was just about to say, if you take the Silas, you have so much power already on the board, and it's a perfect comfort champion for the side of R7.
And it's definitely not something that you want to give across to Silas, is that invulnerability. The fact that he has that Kingslayer to immediately pop as soon as you come out of the Lamb's respite is so good. Plus the follow-up where you have the ultimate himself from the Lissandra, even the fact he's seen him with his aerial ultimate and a lot of AP scaling makes that pretty terrifying. So at the moment, the junglers will be more than likely focused here for for Gam in the next rotation, just because obviously no jungler picked up. But it is a question mark then of what does Audi feel comfortable in bringing to the table. This guy's had a lot of different junglers over the course of this year, so I'm not going to be surprised to see him try and flex his muscles a little bit here. It should be fine, but actually Gam's not even going to go towards the jungle. They're more concerned about the Xante in the top lane.
I mean, again, Bong did not have a bad game on it, was able to kind of mitigate a lot of the pressure in the laning phase, but unfortunately in game number 2 just wasn't, as you mentioned many a time, be able to kind of stop the multiple of threats that were kind of jumping onto the rest of R7.
I still think though you do need to probably prioritize things like the Gragas as well, because it is something that you could put into the top lane. Bong hasn't actually played this split, but even if you send it in towards the jungle, it's really good against the Kindred. Throw that cask into the middle and it basically nullifies everything the Kindred wants to do. Looks like though they're going to go for the FLICKR special, kind of learning from the other games that this top lane Poppy is incredibly strong.
It's very, very strong. Not only that, but it's also just incredibly safe. Got good engage, able to tank up a hell of a lot, and getting that buckler off as well can give you so much extra survivability.
Great against these short range AD carries too. The hops from the Kindred, the dashes from the Zeri, trying to keep those in check is going to be so incredibly important. And we'll have to see now exactly what the game plan is going to be. Kiaya may need to go back towards something that's a little bit more tanky, trying to provide that front line, because this is definitely a team fighting squad that you have coming out from GAM, but may not be the case. Actually going to go towards the Jax, and you need heavy engage here. Maybe something like a Leona or something along those lines in this next rotation.
Well, there's big smiles on the GAM side. They're thinking about it, but nothing locked just yet. So yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. Right now, you're kind of getting a lot of flanks, but no one really kind of help with that big old kind of engage. They go with the Braum. It's a bit more disengaged, but like you said, if they're looking to start a fight, they're going to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you got the Lissandra there who can try and start off a lot of these fights, but especially when you have so much opportunity to turn those engages around, it's very telegraphed. It gives a lot of time for R7 to try and right the ship, and especially when GAM have been doing such a good job in these team fights, it feels weird to not going to fall back into that stall and just play for that. But we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be. Loud isn't playing yet, so we'll wait a little bit for that. But Gragas, we already talked about it, a big pick here. I really like Frotty. He's already played in the jungle, and it was he has an opportunity now to be a big player. Actually going to be the swap there, but either way, it still counts. Just getting that disengage, that disruption, especially for the Kindred ult, any sort of follow-up on Lissandra is going to be so good here.
Well, we'll wait to see for the last few seconds before if that is going to be a Poppy in the jungle or not, but good flex here, and then you mentioned it before the Gragas' pick, just so many good ways of getting everyone who's so short range away from your carries, keeping them safe. And again, Seo did a fantastic job in that game number 2 to kind of keep himself relevant even when he was getting jumped on top of.
Yeah, and this is the thing, Bong hasn't played the Gragas this split, but it's still just such a good opportunity to play it. Like, it's great into the Jax matchup, because every time the Jax tries to go in on top of you, you can either slow him when he tries to pop the counter-strike, you can hit him with the belly bop if he tries to go in with the leap, and just being able to have that disengage is going to be so crucial. So honestly, I love what R7 are bringing to the table, but the desk, as they said, like, the mid game has been where GAM has come alive, and this is going to be a test for R7. Can they win this game with this composition against the VCS, or will GAM come back from the early defeat to now sweep the series?
Yeah, not only has Bong not played this split, Bong's not played it at all in his career. This is the first time on stage, and on the most important of games right now, the LLA have never won a best of at an international level in League of Legends. It's time to perform, it's time to put yourself forward. It is 1-1 on the scoreboard. Both these teams representing their region, London. We are jumping into game number 3, and if the other 2 games are anything to go by, it's going to be a hell of a banger.
There is going to be haymakers galore in this game as we start to move past probably the 10-minute mark. It's been a bit of a slow burn in the early stages, whereas both teams kind of start to ramp up, but as soon as they're going, they do not stop. Defensive spread here once more for both sides, neither wanting to give too much away in these early stages.
You're getting the 2 rival fan bases. Gotta love the passion, gotta love it. And unfortunately, half that group are going to be very sad in about 40 minutes or so. So sorry to burst whoever's bubble that is, but we'll have to wait and see. It is going to be common on the top side. Phase rush actually for the Poppy into that jungle. It's kind of a very standard one for Poppy jungle. It gives you kind of your combination off. You can proc it very quickly, and then if you need to run away very quickly, you can.
It's also just for the chase down potential when you get into the lane, right? You pop the 3 damage procs, and you're able to chase people down the lane, and especially when you don't have a huge amount of follow-up after you use that initial charge. There's just nice to be able to come follow on through with that rest of the damage. GAM though, going to be starting on the spot side. Levi again. I'm very curious to see how he tries to play this Kindred, because it doesn't feel like you're going to have too much control onto this bottom side of the map. Like, the push should still be here for Lions and Sail. And even in the mid lane, yes, you'll get some push, but I feel like if Audi and Miru can set up in the same way they did in game 1 against this Lissandra, Caddy could be in trouble.
Be very aware of the level 1 from the Xayah Rakan. We have seen it go very badly for the Lovers duo in the bot lane, but there's a reason for it. It is exceptionally powerful. Level 2 hit by Kati finds himself in a very familiar matchup that he saw earlier in this series, but so he's able to have a little bit of an easier time up against Silas this time around.
The problem is, though, I feel like with the push that you have in bot lane for, say, on Lions, we can see a very similar story to game 1, where Lions is able to move up towards this mid lane, work with Audi, just trying to be a pain. That's why I like what Caddy's trying to do at the moment, which is just spot where Audi is, will ping that he's on the red, just so then he can make sure that he will be safe, and which side of the lane he needs to lean to make sure he's in no trouble. Even an early ward down and just in this bot side brush as well will make it very easy for them to spot if Lions is still in the lane, hiding in the brush, or already started to play.
I am curious if Kati saw him, though, because it was a ping coming out from R7. It wasn't a ping from Gam. So I'm curious to see if they did have the range on. I imagine they're both the same range, but you never know sometimes, as we do kind of see mid laners just kind of getting their almost full palette of abilities to kind of go for something here. And look, game 1 was very much R7 winning the early games, and then kind of mid-game was very much all over the place. Gam throwing it to them, then throwing it back to Gam, and eventually it landed back in R7's hands. They took game 1. Game 2, Gam shored up that early game. They didn't fall behind. They picked up multiple Rift Heralds. They were able to get that first dragon to stop them from scaling away. And now we're going to see what is the adaptation from R7 coming into this game number 3. How are they going to try and stop Gam from basically nullifying their good early?
Oh, on through. Not going to be able to do too much. That's kind of the power of the Braum. I was going to say this one, it actually takes a lot more damage on the way out, but you're able to nullify a lot of the engage where you just throw up the shield, hop away to style, but not really in a position to do so just there. Audi is on the bottom side, and Miru does have push, so maybe they can look for something with this wave on bot side, especially if that happens.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get a lot more damage there on the style. You got Audi coming in. They know that he's there, though. They're trying to put down more feathers, but they're just kind of backing themselves up. Style is ignited. He flashes away, but Audi is around. He's been slowed down. The flash in, and the kill is secured. Oh, 7 are on the board, and now Xin doesn't really have a place to go. He's going to try and see if Miru can get on top of him, but he's just faced a little bit more damage on top of them from the thing. Audie's very, very low here as Kati might try and go for this one. We see a flash away at Bong getting dove on the top side. He's not gone down just yet. Levi will be traded. And fights on both sides of the map, but it ends up being a 2-for-1 trade overall in favor of R7.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 on the top side. You'll still have the TP that'll come through from Bong, so he should be relatively okay to pick up a portion of this wave. We'll still be slightly behind, but I mean, just a bit of a messy dive on the top side for Gam, whereas it was a little bit more clean for R7 on that bot side.
Bong trying to get as much as he possibly can. Good trade back for him, of course. Doesn't mean he ends up getting that kill. The kill did go over to Levi, and he gets a stack from that as well, I believe, unless he picked it up. No, he must have picked it up from the scuttle, so he didn't get a stack from the Gragas, unfortunately, there. So still sitting on the 1. And we'll wait to see what the next kind of move is. But Dragon spawning in a couple of seconds. Kati on a bit of a rotation here back to mid lane because they have to try and make sure they pick up the waves.
There's no one that will be able to follow up on this big push in mid-wave coming through from Stahl and Xin, even Kati now as well coming into the mix. Surprised to see them commit this heavily towards the mid lane because, I mean, that wave will be pushed in, but I don't really think they can turn over towards Dragon at enough. So Stahl and Xin will slowly make their way back down to this bot side, but it's given the opportunity for Seo to set up a slow push of his own, but they might be able to play off before Dragon if they want to. But it looks like Gam's going to start this one up immediately. This could be dangerous.
They're looking to try and get this Dragon as quick as they possibly can. 5.5 minutes on the clock. They will miss the Winter's Bite, and now R7 looking to try and capitalize on a nowhere to be found Lissandra, and then the knock-up is fantastic. They're capitalizing on all the missed summoners, and you can see R7 smell blood in the water. They know this is the perfect opportunity for them to get everything and anything they want.
Gam were too slow on the rotation. They get the crash in mid, but they hadn't started up the Dragon. R7 correct the waves and say, hey, look, we've actually got the opportunity, even catching Cassie walking directly into Audi and Miru. R7 once more control this early game, but it's a much bigger lead this time.
Yeah, much bigger lead, a much more explosive amount of gold. That's a 3-0-1 Poppy now as well for Audi, so he's going to get so tanky so damn quickly, and he's looking for a little bit more as well as he looks fishing to see if he can catch somebody out on a bit of a bad rotation.
Big wave on this bot side. I'm curious as Miru has stolen away the ultimate if they're trying to make something happen on the bot side of the map, but looks like they won't rotate in time. Levi at least should get another stack for himself, which will be a big one for him. That'll be the second stack now picked up for the Kindred. Still a ways away off the level 4 where he does get that range increase, which is so crucial for the Kindred, but Audi now going to rotate up and realize that his Raptors have been taken.
And probably his red buff as well. His red buff's already down, so maybe they're waiting to try and catch him out. Kiaya moving in here. Audi maybe looking to try and get away from this. They're going to wait for him to start this camp and maybe jump in and surprise him. Yeah, he's already used a little bit of a CC and a little bit of his damage, but he puts up the steadfast presence. This is what we were talking about when it came to the Poppy. You can stop so much of these engages, and now you're in a little bit of a bad position. Bong looking to try and maybe save a little bit more face and maybe get a kill on the outside.
Yeah, Bong didn't quite get the knockback he was hoping for, trying to send Levi into the waiting hands of Audi so then they could slam him into the wall and go for the play, but knock him on bot side again. Zin should be fine with the Unbreakable, but again, you can see just not quite able to get the ultimate that we wanted from Bong there. Made it a bit difficult.
You see just a little glimpse as well of what that steadfast presence can do to stop the Jax and the Kindred, anything kind of, value as such, but Miru already a level ahead, gonna invest in on the Lissandra straight away. They're looking to put down the damage, will force out Kati into a self-ult. Will be able to walk away from that a little bit unscathed.
Yeah, it swapped over to the Ignite, so R7 didn't want to dive too heavily in case they end up just getting popped by the tower damage and everything else. But Kati keeps on to his flash. Yes, the ultimate being down is going to be very nice for things like the Rift Child, but with the reset coming through, Gam are just in a better position. Bong has no mana as well, so Gam know that regardless of whatever happened in the mid lane, we're going to be fine to pick up this objective.
Gam not being deterred from that first dragon kind of faux pas. Themselves back in here. Bong doesn't have any mana. I don't know why he's here, but he's here. It's just being a nuisance for the moment. Levi is taking a fair chunk of damage. He now has got access to the Lamb's Respite, but would really not want to use it this early on. We'll get flashed in straight away. He can't even proc it. That's how quick he was killed.
I am so surprised that R7 managed to pick up a kill there. It looked like Gam were going to be able to walk out of that. Even the fact that Bong invested in the flash there to pick up the help that he needed to get that one across the board. Now Audi invading on towards the top side. R7 controlling much more of this game than they had in the last one.
Absolutely, looking very reminiscent of game number one where they had such an early advantage, but I think Gam's just kind of getting lost in the skirmishes as well. And I gotta say, Audi has been fantastic so far in this early game. He's really just kind of being so aggressive, but it's tempered aggression. He knows he can get the kills.
And again, I love the call from them, like swapping the Gragas into the top side, making sure he's a decent matchup there in the top lane, and even then Audi, like, everyone on the side of Gam has something that can be interrupted, apart from Kati with the steadfast presence. So from that regard, you're in such a great position here. And yes, Gam will be able to scale. They will have some good team fighting with the double AD carries, but not really having a front line, struggling to get good engages because they're heavily reliant on Kati, just means that so much of their fallback plan that we see from Gam in the mid lane isn't quite there.
Come back in and see nothing else really going to be happening. A minute 30 till the next dragon spawns. There is going to be no real fights. I say that we are going to have Miru sealing away a Lamb's Respite, keeping himself alive, and now Levi very, very low. They will all get a bit of a heal from this. They knock up, they get another Lamb's Respite to keep this fight going. Levi will back themselves away, and that's what happens when no one dies.
Yeah, Levi nearly got baited out of that ultimate though. Nearly wanted to try and finish off Miru. He sent back the chains, but now Bong in behind. Can he get ultimate number 2? Good ward from Kati was spotted.
They know he's there. They know that he's going to be looking for something there. They recognize, hey, you're not in the top wave just throwing out barrels, so we're going to be very, very defensive.
I want to see R7 reset though and look for the actual dragon though. They will look for the bot lane on stall though in the meantime.
They're looking for a dive. There's the ultimate out already at a style, and they're going to be able to. Oh, it's a little bit of a mismatch, but they should be able to get the damage. No problem whatsoever, and Seo gets the kill.
And now Zin going to be able to move into the spot side. I was going to say you kind of take your win there and look for the dragon. No Lamb's Respite with such a long cooldown on that ultimate. You can always look to go for the dragon after that play and win the team fight. But now Bong going to be the counterplay for Levi after everyone went boss.
Oh, Lamb's Respite, but they do have a Shelly, so they get some plate money into Kiaya, but Bong might be also on the menu here as well. They're looking to try and go on top of him. There's a good explosive cast, and he belly bops himself away as well. The flash in, Levi will secure that kill. One more tower shot, and it's a deja vu in the top side, 1 for 1.
He's been killed there before. Kiaya will get a lot of damage onto this top lane turret though. This Jack's going to be a very big issue as we get to the later portion of the game, but again, Bong doing a decent job of turning these back around, getting at least one kill and making sure that Levi is punished every time he goes up there.
And the thing is, it's only about a 1,500 gold lead, and that is basically onto Audi on this Poppy, but let's have a look at this one here as Bong just kind of keeps himself away from the damage.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they end up trying to commit this heavily. You can see the Bong is able to get the cast just about to keep him away from Kiaya, and then Levi flashing forward here to finish off. I think there was a little bit of mistiming there where Kiaya couldn't really tank up one more, and the tower just barely able to swap over to pick up the kill on towards Levi.
I will say, I think if actually Bong, it's all if buts and maybes of course, but if Bong actually belly bops into the Jax, he might have been able to get 2 kills because Jax was tanking, so, and he didn't have flash, so there's plenty to be kind of coming out of there. But R7 will come back out of the replay, and they got themselves full control around this Dragon. They know that the Kindred had to be on a bit of a full reset as they died, so it's going to be second Drake for the side of R7 as the LLA continue to look for it. It's a Hex Soul as well, so very, very valuable as we get later into the game.
This is where, though, I really want to see R7 actually putting presence onto the Rift Tower. We haven't seen it throughout this series. It hasn't been a big one for them, but I really want them to actually start to crack open the base. Oh, sorry, not the base, the towers that exist here for GAM. As Bong, repeat gank, ultimate go up in a second, flash now available as well.
Yeah, he's got the flash, and that's not a great trade for the moment. You got no one from R7 to come up and help you here. They are just going to look for the full kind of setup as they look to try and burn him down once more. Explosive cast is good to knock back Kiaya, and he's going to be able to trade back a little bit better. Yep, that's going to be a cleaner dive from the side of GAM as they go back in towards that mid lane, almost getting down Miru. You have to give up all that pressure in the bot side though, so you don't gain that kill in the mid lane, and you do lose a tower, so not gaining the full value here, but they will get themselves a kill and a bit more goal onto that Jax.
Here needs to be very, very careful. Levi now coming across. Adi doesn't realize that there's such a big numbers advantage for GAM.
It's a 3v3 though for the moment, and that's not a numbers advantage anymore because you have the Keeper's Verdict there. It's a Lamb's Respite to keep everybody alive. A flash forward from Sin to try and do a little bit of disruption, but they're getting themselves all the damage they need. Lions is the one who gets exhausted, and that's not what you need. Goes in with the knock-up. They're looking to make this one a little bit more favorable for the side of Rainbow 7, but it's just not quite got the damage. Seo has to go towards that top lane to cover for this Jax, who was continually putting down the pressure.
The fact that they managed to turn that around though, Miru should be able to pick up a plate off this as well as Levi has to go around, and Seo got the kill onto Kiaya. I was about to say this game is turning into Jax versus Zaya, and Zaya strikes first.
I mean, Zaya just goes and sucker punches him right in the face right there, but Seo 2-0 and 3 really starting to come into his own, and 20 CS up as well to boot.
And that's the thing, all of GAM's resources are invested into Kiaya. A lot of the resources from R7 are on towards Seo, the 2 kills on towards the Zaya, the plates on the bot side as well. And if you're already able to pick up that extra kill onto the Jax, it's definitely going to help you out in securing what are going to be the team fight advantages. Even here, Rift Herald now up and available. Kiaya just going to have to TP in.
Well, let's have a look at this one here. He's so low, and he just knows he's there, so he's able to get it with the Gale Force and the flash.
Yeah, got window shopping a little bit. Both have to flash to make sure they can secure it, but it means no flash now for Seo on this one.
And this is exactly what you wanted to see, though, from R7. You said you wanted to see them now move their presence up to that Rift Herald. They've done that. They've stopped the trade back here for GAM. You've got Hex Gates, and you can see there, as you just mentioned, it is going to be Zaya versus Jax.
And this is where Bong wants to try and get control over mid. Has managed to shove that one out, so R7 now feel comfortable to start up. And this is better play from R7, actually working around their lane states to set up for the objectives much better. Miru gonna pull off so we can move up to answer that wave that was pushed out by Caddy in the top side. But now with Rift Herald in tow, you can look to siege up on the mid lane with this Zaya.
Seo's got about 2 levels up on style right now. It's not even like a level and a half. It's a full 2 levels in terms of the advantage. So that's a huge advantage just in base stats.
And if you think back to game 1, how much of that game was about what can Seo achieve, what can Style achieve in these fights. Seo just having the easier time is going to make things so much better. Again, way less threat onto him in that back line. Catty, yes. Kiaya, yes. But realistically, the rest of this fight is going to be front to back, and that's where this Zaya can do a ton of work.
I will say we are coming into the GAM mid-game. Both games we've seen GAM do exceptionally well between the 15 to 25 minute mark. It's going to be a stolen Glacial Fissure just to secure themselves that mid lane tier 1.
A huge amount of that GAM mid-game has been those Rift Heralds. So the second Rift Herald going their way, every game so far in the series apart from this one, they've been able to siege up. They've been able to control the pace of the game and make sure that R7 have to come and try and deal with this. And it's kind of given them that advantage when it comes towards things like the dragons and that, where they're getting positional advantages. Now though, with a minute until dragon, and with R7 having that push, they're the ones that are resetting first. They should be able to get way more control, and even just look at the difference that we've had as well. Like, so much more vision has already been established all across the map here for R7. They're well set up in advance for this dragon. They really want to make sure that they are going into this next stage.
A bit of a calm before the storm. GAM will have plenty to their disposal. They've got a stopwatch there onto Kati. This Jax is very, very big. I will say, though, you're still waiting on a couple of those Rod of Ages stacks, or a lot of those Rod of Ages stacks to really come in. So for R7, if they don't want to fight around this dragon, they don't have to. But I don't think they want to take that advice. I think they're very, very willing to fight around any and all objectives. I think Seo, in particular, has been feeling fantastic. I will say he did flash in that top lane for that kill, so he will not have it for the immediate future. So I hold my breath and we wait to see if anyone kind of go for anything, but nope, they're just going to back themselves away. TP coming in here from Kati to bring himself in line with the rest of his team.
But look how dark it is. You can see there from the observers. R7 have done a great job of controlling this area. GAM now trying to re-establish themselves, but have to be so careful. That Ice Cloud down actually means that GAM don't have a huge amount of engage tools, but R7 ceding a lot of control here. Bong not in a position to play the front line, and they've separated across the map.
Yeah, they did not feel comfortable just going in as a 3 as GAM bring them in. We go to a 5v5. Dragon started. There's no real vision for the moment on GAM to see whether this dragon is going down. They will just burn this one as quick as you like. They've already used the feathers a little bit, so there's going to be a little bit of one on the Peeper's verdict is absolutely beautiful. They don't finish off the dragon. They go for the fight instead because they know it's a 3v5 for the moment. They need to finish off this objective. R7 are caught between a rock and a hard place. They don't know what to do. They're just being indecisive. And now GAM can come back in on top of this. GAM can get away with the biggest highway robbery you've ever seen. Seo gets jumped on, trying to flash away, but the Lamb's Respite should keep him alive for the moment. A little bit of CC with the concussive blows, and R7, you had everything. He gets the dragon. How is he allowed to do that? Audi keeps it just going a little bit, but GAM have been given a huge lifeline.
It's the team fights again going the way of GAM. R7 all over the place in that fight. They tried to turn, but the Xin ultimate, the fact that you got that glacial fissure is so good in slowing the engage, and GAM managed to turn it around. Yes, they lose the dragon, it's not ideal, but they get the gold that they need.
Got 2 kills, soul point to R7. This game is as close as it could possibly be, but I mean, that was so, like, R7 just had to finish the dragon. You had done all the hard work, and then they just panicked.
I mean, it's just, oh, actually, this is going to be GAM trying to go for one more here.
Audi sees him, though, and they're going to try and jump onto Audi as well. They're going to see if they can get on top of him. He will go straight away, though. He's very, very tanky. They're going to try 3v2, but now it's not a 3v2, it's a 3v3. TP coming in as well. R7 are ready for round number 2 as they look to try and finish off these kills. Double kill coming in for Miru, and they'll finish off the Jax as well. R7 making up for that fight by getting their gold right back in their pockets.
R7 said, I didn't hear no bell. Go in for a round 2 and immediately able to take GAM off the map. Baron in 45 seconds as well. 25-second dead timers. It's going to give it a lot of control now to R7. They can move into mid, push in this wave, get the mid tier 2, and then start to establish vision in this top side for the Baron that's about to spawn.
I feel like R7 needed that right there. They needed to bring it back because this is one of those games, one of those moments where you could just lose confidence. They will get the reset off. They're 3 dragons up. They are in such a strong position. It's going to be about GAM catching them out now. GAM coming back in those mid-game fights like we just saw.
R7 did spread themselves a bit thin, though, trying to push out all the waves. So they didn't actually get any of those tier 2 towers, which would have been so good for them to pick up. Again, just make it easier to get the vision that you need whenever you want it. But GAM now back out on the map. They're the ones that are actually making sure they keep vision in this river area. And Seo, who's starting to push in, but Bong this is where, again, you're kind of seeing R7, like, they are finding these opportunities to turn around, but it's when they get the chance to actually put the foot on the accelerator, they're not quite able to do that.
And look, you know, a win here is fantastic for either of these teams, but you got to go up against Golden Guardians, who, for lack of a better term, kind of stomped GAM in that first series. So, like, you're kind of looking at this and saying, like, look, do you get a rematch of that one? What do you do differently? Because it just feels like for both these teams, they are fighting tooth and nail, but the journey's not over. This is just step 1 of many.
Especially when you can see how good Golden Guardians were, slowing down the pace of the game, finding opportunities to come back against BLG. Both these squads have kind of shown that they do have weaknesses when it comes to their mid-game and have that opportunity to let teams like that slip back in. So we'll have to see, though, what they can try and manage here. R7 now starting to push in topside. You got Miru's answering in the bot lane. It's just a case of, like, Seo now needs to push out mid, and again, waves a little bit separated, which are giving GAM a potential opportunity to sneak in onto this bot side, get vision, and maybe even look for a dive on Miru.
Actually thinking about it for the moment, Miru just kind of cleaning up the wave that was tracked in on them. They know that Levi was clearing off that ward around the blue buff, so they recognize there's probably about 5 people of GAM in this bottom side of the jungle, and you can see R7 respecting that and saying, look, there is no dragon for 2 minutes. We can go right back up towards this Baron, and we can start it. They know that there's a vision on it, so they know that GAM know they've started it.
Yeah, we'll just back away immediately. Means that Kiaya is happy to just tank up this turret in the bot lane and go for as much as he wants.
Yep. Is he happy tanking it? Because now we're going to see a little bit of a split right now. 4v4 in the mid lane, 1v1 in the bot side. Everyone's kind of backing away. GAM not really getting themselves a huge amount, but see what way they want to try and work this one out and try and put this pressure around this Baron. It's going to be GAM just kind of walking in blind. They need to try and figure this one out, how they enter safely.
I think that's the big question as well. There isn't really an easy answer. We see R7, again, Sale needs to try and step up in this mid lane to be able to push out these waves, start to lean that pressure in towards the top side, but you're not really being given an opportunity to do that because you can see Lines actually in by Audi as he's clearing out the Raptors. Bong had gone for an early reset, so they're only now coming back out of the map, but it's again very desynced. So GAM starting to put that pressure forward, getting that vision that they need, and it's all coming down to once more this next Dragon fight.
Big Dragon in 40 seconds as well. We're going to have a quick look down the aisle and see that there is still a stopwatch for Kati. Has the Ghost in the spell book at the moment, so you're relying very much on Xin on that exhaust. It's going to be full palette of summoners once Levi gets his flashback in a couple of seconds, and I imagine the Poppy will be just the same as well. But how you're going to go for a big to note as well. Stopwatch on the Silas, stopwatch onto the Xayah. They can delay if they do get caught.
R7 still trying to get the priority in this mid lane. You can see Bong is pushed out bot, which is letting him roam up into this mid lane. So GAM know that there's going to be a big wave that's about to crash in on this bottom side as R7 once more just grouping. Got to see if Bong, can he find this big ultimate?
5v5, let's make it an ARAM. Look to try and go for this one here. They won't go in, but they do get the Poppy Copter going. Should be able to let that one reset and get himself a much more reduced cooldown. So for the moment, everyone just posturing, but much like the same last few Dragon fights, it's very, very dark going in around that Dragon pit.
But this is the thing, R7 are not committing to GAM as they're coming in, so they're getting more vision, they're getting to the Dragon, and R7 aren't willing to pull the trigger, so all that vision is for nothing.
It's for nothing, and we're getting a little bit of poke damage down. Dragon down to 7,000 HP. They're going to try and maybe flip this one back. We know how good Levi can be with these steals. They're going to jump in. KIL looking to try and get on top of the Xayah, but a good keeper's verdict keeps the Kindred away, which means there's no respite for you. Style has the flash over the side. He jumps back in. Levi with the steal keeps GAM in this, but can they survive the fight afterwards? That's the question. The Lamb's respite will be just that, a respite before he falls down. And now Miru looking for Style, see if he can do it, but the concussive blows are too damn strong, and the rest of GAM will get themselves out alive. They gain the Dragon, they lose two.
Levi gets the steal, but R7 get the fight, and they should get the Baron as well. They can clear out this wave in mid and immediately turn over towards that objective. I need to see that one again, because I thought Levi was with them, but the angle he came in at, he was so late to that fight.
Got Poppy ulted. He got keeper verdict all the way out of that fight and had to come back right into it. But Baron should be secured now by the side of R7, so they delay themselves the soul, but they still come out with a huge advantage.
Yeah, I mean, a Dragon for the team fight win and a Baron, you'll take that every day of the week, so we just get to see it here. So I was waiting for a lot of lines to kind of like reposition off the side to try and take this fight, especially as GAM tried to take the entrance. But you can see there, as you rightly pointed out, Oshin, Levi completely taken out of the equation, means that they can take the team fight. But I think that's the point here, is that R7 should have turned for the team fight, but a split call. Seo is fighting against Cassie. You got Miru who's trying to fight off on the opposite side, and they're not actually committing to DPSing down the Dragon. So Levi just able to get back and steal that one away.
He lands that abduct there. I think Miru picks up Style as well. So very, very unfortunate for that one there. Rainbow 7 definitely feeling like they came out the victors, but they would have loved that soul. That smite steal so pivotal for the GAM to give themselves, again, another few minutes of just being in this series, being in this tournament. Remember, if they lose, they're gone.
And all they have to do now is R7 is to group up, try and put this pressure down, because look at where Levi is. He wants to try and find a flank of Demir. Kiai is spotted by Audi, so they know that GAM are trying to collapse onto this mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. The stolen Glacial Fissure just to stave off everybody. All 5 members of GAM now kind of going for a bit of an ARAM. They're looking to try and confirm this turret, but you're looking at the side waves right now. They're gaining one. It's a bit of a race for the moment, but you haven't got the minions really to kind of go for. Miru almost getting caught out here with the Baron minions. I mean, this is fine for R7. They're getting the bot lane tier 2. They'll get the top lane tier 2 as well, but I mean, I guess it's gold just for GAM. They needed something.
It's 2 towers for GAM, but you look, they'll be able to reset. You probably would have lost these anyway, so Sale, yeah, he's going to be able to push in, but now Line's starting to move down. The resets are coming through. You can't stick around for the inhibitor. This would be too much. You got the speed up coming out of the base.
Guys, you need to leave. You need to leave, Rainbow 7. They're going to look for Hex Gates. They've got themselves Audi on the top side of this, but they pushed in the mid lane now. So this is just, the GAM just don't know where to go. They've overcommitted and they don't know how to stop it.
Caddy got pushed out on the top side of the map, so he actually wasn't able to reset, so they couldn't get onto Arceo on the bot side. Now the bot inhibitor's about to fall. Levi's pushing in on the top side.
Too far
Miro
spread.
is a mid. You're very, very spread. GAM trying to consolidate all in the mid lane, but R7 they called the bluff, and it wasn't pretty, but they do manage to get a lot out of it.
Still a minute left on the Baron. They're able to maybe break open another base. They're going to go in with the stolen ultimate, the knockback as well. They have to use the Lamb's Respite so early. The turret is still very healthy. They haven't killed that one off just yet. They're still trying to kill off the Kindred, and they will. Style gets the Immortal Shield while Proc still has the shielding, and Style stays alive. The turret finally goes down. Bomb goes in, and will be taken out on the backside of this fight. But Seo is here with the rest of his team. These health bars are so low, and Rainbow, they may look for the end.
Can they find the pot of gold at the end of this? R7 trying to see if they can find their first win
Style,
in a best of.
Style looking for a Nexus turret #1 down. Can they go for Nexus number 2? They've got the minions for the moment. They still have Baron buff for a couple of seconds. They need to try and make sure they keep everybody alive, but they've lost Alessandra. Now it's down onto the Zeri. Style needs to keep the BCS in this fight, but I don't think they can do it. And for the first time, the LLA will win a best of series at international competition.
It was a hard-fought battle. It took everything to claw themselves tooth and nail across the finish line, but they do stand victorious at the end of it. LLA has taken one step forward into going against Golden Guardians and knocked the VCS out of MSI.
Unknown territory now for the LLA. R7, the first ever team from that league to ever win a best of series at international. What a moment for this team, what a moment for the fans. And it just feels like it's just going to be, you've still got a lot to do, but relish this moment, because it is not very often you get to make history as a team.
You can see it on the faces there, how happy they are. The fact that they managed to step up, and honestly, that man Seo, what a performance from him throughout this series. Like the Zaya consistently holding on to these fights, stepping up at clutch moments, finding those flash feathers that were crucial to this victory. And now R7 able to go up now against Golden Guardians. It is going to be a tough one. Golden Guardians looking very, very good against BLG, actually being able to quite handily dismantle GAM in what was a very tough series for R7. They'll have to see now if they can do the unthinkable and take down the North American representative.
I mean, Stixxay versus Seo is my match. I don't care about anyone else. I'm looking directly at that bot lane right there, because both on a fantastic form. And we'll have to wait and see. But again, look, when there's a winner, there is always a loser. Unfortunately, the VCS will find their MSI 2023 cut short. And I mean, look, it's been so long since we've really kind of, been able to talk about the VCS. We talked about how for so long they weren't even at international tournaments, and they had to send their second team to one, and it just felt like we weren't really able to kind of get the full power of this region. But I doubt this is going to be the last time we see them, and I doubt this is going to be the last time we see them in such an early stage getting knocked out.
I think as well, the fact that you say, like, it's going to be such a boon for the community. The fact that you managed to pick up this first best of win at the international stage against the region like the VCS that historically have been one of the regions to keep your eyes on, against, like, even taking games off of like LEC teams, the North American teams, putting up big numbers against even the LCK and LPL. So this is really going to be a showing that like the LLA is starting to grow, now starting to go up against a lot of these regions that have always been the kind of underlying threat that we've seen at international stage.
Absolutely, and I think that for R7, you hold your heads up high. You've done literally the impossible. You've done something that not a lot of people would have expected from you here, and did exceptionally well coming into this one here. Of course, we do say commiserations to GAM, such a storied esports team within the League of Legends scene, and they will be unfortunately going home a little bit earlier than a lot of people liked.
Well-loved region on the international stage, and they will come back out one last time to say goodbye and thank you to everyone here at MSI.
London, thank you for so much. And one last time, GAM Esports! And look, we move forward. We look towards the next game, R7 versus Golden Guardians. And again, you climb one mountain, you got another one to climb, and it feels like this one's a little bit more of a bit more of an Everest, shall we say.
Yeah, it definitely is, especially the Golden Guardians. They looked incredibly strong against BLG, so R7 going to have to work it out against them, but again, they should take pride in that. You can see it on the faces, big smiles from them.
Yeah.
They know how much this one meant, and I'm looking forward. We're going to have Adi on the stage in just a few moments. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how he felt about the whole thing, because there was some very tense moments for that man throughout this game, coming down to split-second smites when it came in towards team fights as well. And the poppy performance that he put on in the end of this was absolutely incredible.
Well, we'll wait no longer. We're sending it over to Frankie, who's standing by with Audi.
National event, and given that you guys had a bit of a disappointing 2022, you must be feeling amazing right now.
I'm feeling good right now. We won versus a team like I used to be fear a lot, and in my past I always play versus Levi, and it's happy to having a final ending.
Is that, do you think, why it was such a hesitant series at first? It seemed like at points you guys didn't want to fight each other.
I think we had a lot of mistakes first game. I think we should have won really easily, but yeah, we made a lot of mistakes. And I think it was because the enemy team also knew how to play, how we play. So their comp were always fighting, so it was kind of hard. And yeah, and last game we tried to change some things and it worked out.
So how did you turn around game one? It was such a fantastic laning phase. Then GAM, they pulled out the team fights as you knew they would. And yet Miro, Mr. Macro, he pulled off the victory.
Actually, but yeah, it was kind of hard because the comp, they just ran away. And then it was kind of different because they just want to engage and we just want to kite back. And yeah, that's why the game was kind of stuck. Like I said, we made a lot of mistakes. That's what happened.
And yet you didn't change the draft approach at all. So why was that?
We felt confident on the draft, but they played it better, a little bit better in the second game. So that's why maybe in the first game we should have won easily, and the second one because they made a lot of mistakes in the first game, and the second one it was kind of the same, but they play team fights way better. And yeah, like I said, they just hard engaged, and we have to team fight back, no?
Odi, given that you have played against Levi many times, how did you feel in that third draft when he pulled out the Kindred?
I mean, I'm really happy about the victory, but I'm kind of disappointed with myself. I lost every single smite fight versus him, and he used to do it against me always. So I'm still kind of disappointed that he is still doing it to me, but happy for the victory.
You must be so happy to still be here at MSI. But how do you feel about Golden Guardians tomorrow?
Golden Guardians, for the games versus GAM, I think they are so much better in the ending phase. They know how to play the macro game as well. They're always together. So I think it's going to be a hard game. But we're not going to giving up. We are going to keep trying our best and win the series.
Very quickly before I let you go, does your dad still watch your games?
Yeah, everyone in my family watch my games, my girlfriend watching my games. So thank you very much for everyone to support me and support my team. And I love you guys.
Thank you so much, Odi. Thank you so much, Odi's dad, for being such an supportive family member. We are going to head to a short break, but when we come back, it's going to be getting loud in here as they face DFM.
Style is ignited, he flashes away, but Audi is around. He's been slowed down, the flash in, and the kill is secured. Looking to try and capitalize on a nowhere to be found in Lissandra, and then the knockoff is fantastic. They're capitalizing on all of the missed summoners, and you can see R7 smell blood in the water. They know this is the perfect opportunity for them to get everything and anything they want. Really not want to use it this early on. We'll get flashed in straight away. He can't even proc it. That's how quick he was killed. They need to try and make sure they keep everybody alive, but they've lost to Lissandra. Now it's down onto the Zeri. Style needs to keep the BCS in this fight, but I don't think they can do it. And for the first time, the LLA will win a best of series at international competition.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
And welcome back to MSI 2023 and our second match of the day. CBLOL's Loud facing off against Detonation Focus Me from the LJL. First series, Latin America made it to the next round. Let's see if Loud can do it again for the region. And here, it's a grudge match, as we call it, in the LEC revenge match on the side of DFM and Loud. Loud lost at play-in last year at Worlds 3-1 against DFM.
Yeah, I think it's just two different stories coming through here again. From the side of DFM, they're really looking to reclaim their glory days of the 2021 where they finally made it into groups. For Loud and CBLOL in general, it's an entire different conversation because they've actually never made it out of play-ins and they're going up against DFM, who was their grudge match last year.
And I do think it feels like a bit of a restructuring in some of the power rankings of these minor regions. The fact that LLA got their first win over what was at one point the strongest in Vietnam, and now here it feels like Brazil was a region that was consistently trying to punch above their weight class. DFM had their run where it felt like they were emerging on the LJL, and so it's very cool to see this matchup now again, the second time in a row in play-ins, and in a tournament where it does feel like CBLOL looked pretty good against G2. They easily could have won one of those games.
I mean, yeah, when you look at both teams, actually, they could have won one of these games. talked about the G2 shenanigans, of course, and Loud, despite an unfortunate first start of the game and jungle issues, they managed to bounce back in the early game, but it was not quite enough, Chibi.
Yeah, I think it's really crazy because, as you said, both these teams should have taken a game in their respective series. For DFM, it was very much about them falling behind in the late game, coming back, or falling behind in the early game rather, coming back in the late game and then not being able to hold on to the ball. From the side of CBLOL and Loud specifically, it was the fact that they had a huge early game lead, but they were not able to close out the game, and these are two different respective timestamps of the game that the team struggled with.
And to be fair for both teams, they took inhibitors of their opponents. Like, it was a situation where it felt like this game was going to be over. Actually, I'm not sure if G2 ended up losing the inhibitor, just the turret dropped, and then they got the engage to defend it. But it did speak to the fact that these teams were within striking distance of taking those games and just came up a little bit short with their late game team fighting.
What kind of game plan do we want to see here on the side of both these teams? I mean, we saw some glimpse of hope in the early game, but how do you make it across the mid game as well to take it the victory in the end?
Yeah, I feel like for both teams, it's really about finding that stabilization. I think for DFM more than Loud, actually. Loud's early game was really impressive against G2 in the first game. DFM have had issues with their early game in both of their series specifically. But I think it's about relying on some of your carries as well in that regard.
Well, most reliable of all for me is the bot laners for both these teams. Root versus Utapon feels like the star matchup because in these games that were back and forth, both these guys felt like the primary carries for their teams. Yes, those KDAs are not absolutely insane, but you need to remember that these are in games where you were 0-2. Yeah. So the fact that both these guys at one point had massive amounts of kills for their teams, being those kinds of late game bombs, is what one of them is going to outperform. And I do feel like Root is the small favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, and that's also just how it's been domestically between the teams. For the side of DFM, you know, Tol2's been the weak side. They're playing for that AD carry down towards the bottom side. The same can be said for Loud. When they were playing domestically, it was whenever they were investing resources into their bot lane that they started performing well. But when they were cross-mapping up towards the top side and left Root out to dry, they would actually often lose their games. So the AD carries are going to be incredibly pivotal in today's series.
Well, how is going to be top side also on this side, Mark? I feel like it's going to be Rob's day today.
It's definitely Rob's day today. Tol2 definitely struggled with his Malphite in the previous series. His Cassante looked a little better initially, but then started having some mistakes in team fights yet again. So while Robbo does have a big goal difference at 14 that looks bad, you need to remember that was against Broken Blade, who's been hulking out all tournament long, and he did have a better lane phase in game one. I think he actually was one of the key figures for why they almost won that series. His Renekton was very good, so I actually have a lot more faith, despite what some of these numbers might say, in his individual matchup.
I completely agree, because if you take it into the context as well, you were playing a weak side into the Darius. Now Robo is the guy himself who does not mind playing the Olaf. What I'm expecting out of today's matchup is Robo back on an Olaf. Robo on these Renektods. Take control of the lane, abuse Tol2 as hard as you can. Not so much that you can take control of a top lane, but use that pressure elsewhere on the map. That's where CB or Loud so often have their success, is when they make Rob join the team with his leads.
Well, here with this matchup, we have some of the minor regions fans' favorite, and let's see who the fans predicted to win in our Mastercard's fans prediction. Each day, you can head over to @MastercardNexus on Twitter to participate, and here, Loud, 43% of the votes.
What? I feel like
and DFM 57% of the votes. I don't think the fans in the venue agree. Fans are 100% win rate so far. What do we think?
Let's go.
Do I go this way?
Yeah.
Oh, I failed.
Go for me.
I'm terrible.
Camera movement, no. I think this is going to be a tough game for DFM specifically because they would have to bandage Tol2 up towards that top lane. I think it becomes easier to play the game if you are Loud going into this game, just due to the fact that some of your laners have been taking more control, and I think DFM specifically domestically was a bit reliant sometimes of getting the individuals to shine. I think if there's one ace up the sleeve that we haven't seen perform just yet for DFM, it would be Ari as well. Not necessarily on the likes of Annie, but we have seen him previously bust out assassins, bust out champions where you take control of the matchup, and that is something we could look forward to in this matchup today.
Returning Arya from the LCK, he's been a killer element, as you said, in this detonation Focus Me lineup so far. Do you agree? Quick take on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm expecting Loud. Despite people putting DFM, I think that is just everyone's second favorite region to vote for is DFM, Power of Anime. Everyone's now a fan of them. So, but also very cool players. Everyone, Evie with his thumbs up, made a lot of fans over the years. So I think there's a lot of DFM fans, but Loud should actually be favored in the matchup.
Before we head over to Medivedi, let's hear from DFM support Harp on what he thought about this series versus PSG.
너무 저희가 그냥 못해서 진 게 좀 많이 아쉽습니다. 저희가 일단 운영적으로 좀 실수가 좀 많았던 것 같아요. 일단 뭐 그 장로를 저희가 먹고 바론까지 나오는 상태에서 좀 다른 팀원들 기다리면서 장로 늦게 먹고 가다가 이제 바론 먹힌 거, 이제 뭐 그런 실수나 이제 뭐 싸움 한타에서 이제 좀 디테일이 좀 많이 떨어져가지고 유리한데도 좀 반반 나오거나 좀 그런 상태가 좀 많았어가지고, 사실 이 플레인 조 전체에서 BLG 다음으로 PSG가 두 번째로 강한 정도라고 저는 좀 생각을 했었어가지고, 이제 뭐 사실 라우드는 저희가 아까 얘기한 뭐 실수 같은 거 좀 보완하면은 좀 무조건 이길 수 있다고 생각해서 라우드전 만약에 이기고 다음에 뭐 PSG와 G2 만난다면 꼭 PSG 다시 만나서 복수하고 싶어요.
Patience. How many people in solo queue greed for that turret and die? How many pro players do? Oh,
Or greed for this vision and die. It's Junja caught out. A great little pick for DFM, but now Yubao wants to go for the fight anyway. Gets the charm onto Harp. There's a crescendo onto the backside as well.
작년에 제가 라우드 상대했을 때랑 멤버 그 원딜 선수가 루트 선수로 바뀌었는데, 루트 선수 제가 한국에 있을 때도 굉장히 잘하는 원딜이었다고 생각하는데 여기서 다시 만나게 돼서 좀 반가운 것 같고, 그리고 이제 사실 라우드는 좀 뭔가 엄청 공격적인 팀이라 해야 되나? 그래서 그런 거를 좀 잘 대처해야 될 것 같아요. 팀이랑도 질만하다고 생각해서 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요. 이제 오늘 보고 저라도 엄청 좀 실망하고 화냈을 것 같아서 정말 죄송하고, 뭐 아직 뭐 끝난 건 아니니까 뭐 충분히 다른 저희 그룹에 있는 다른 팀들 다 이길만 하다고 생각해서 다시 준비 잘해서 다음 경기부터 잘 준비하도록 하겠습니다.
Great to hear from Harp and his thoughts on the prospects for the team going into what is a decisive match between Dead Nation, Focus Me and Loud. I'm Medic, this is Vedi, and we're here in London for an elimination game, and I just dropped my pen. Shows how nervous I am.
Great start to the event, mate.
Incredible,
Welcome.
right?
It's a pleasure to have you here.
Action.
We had a bit of action yesterday, but it's not a bit of London without a bit of Medi-Vedi, am I right, my man?
I mean, it's the first time we've ever cast together on UK soil.
Yeah, man, it's
very
crazy,
exciting.
absolutely crazy. We're here for a banger of a matchup with DFM versus Loud.
Thank you, Mark.
You can
picked up my pen.
You heard from Harp how he himself acknowledges that the performance of DFM was not to the level that they expected, right? And I think that Loud will feel equally as frustrated. They were so close to taking down G2. It would have been a momentous win for them, and the series could have looked very different, but they're going to have to bounce back today. It is an elimination, best of 3. The loser will be knocked out of MSI. The winner will move on for an opportunity to play against PSG, to then have an opportunity to then fight to get out of this, the playing state.
Yeah, and DFM were equally close to beating PSG in that second game. They had a 6,000-7,000 gold lead in the mid game before one decisive fight around the Baron cost them that matchup. Both these teams obviously sitting at 0-2, but a lot of not only history from this tournament, but history from last year between Loud and DFM as well. Because you have to remember, it was DFM winning their first ever international best of 5 that knocked Loud out of Worlds in 2022.
Yeah, there's a bit of history between these two teams, and you know that Loud is going to be hungry for vengeance. You can hear, well, you should be able to hear the fans in the audience. There is a dedicated group of Loud fans that have been supporting them throughout. So in terms of fan support, DFM will have to fight that 6th person on the Rift. But some respect, I can already see it in the chat, both teams showing respect to one another. I'm excited to get into the match. I'm curious as to what the priorities are. We did see that Mal fight coming out for Tol2 in the top lane. It wasn't that great. It was something that in the team fights, his target prioritization was not optimal, but we know that this is his first international event. Having a taste of the stage now, being a little bit more comfortable, I hope we get to see a little bit cleaner team fighting. Obviously, the start of this day, we didn't see the cleanest of team fights, so I'm curious as to what these teams are going to bring out as we get closer to draft.
Thankfully, we saw a lot of team fights, though, and that's the kind of League of Legends I like to watch, Vedia. So we'll see if these teams opt into that team fighting style that has been so prevalent, or if we see something different, because, as you said, Tol2 might be a point of focus for Loud. Robo, obviously a very strong, a very storied top laner for the Brazilian squad, and if you can give him something he'll carry on, you know that he's going to be able to accomplish great things in the top lane.
Varus being taken off the board alongside Lucian. So right now, the AD carry priorities. We know that Root is a big Aphelios player. We'll see if that's something that they want to try and prioritize in the draft, or if that's something that perhaps DFM want to get rid of. Right now, a lot of the power picks are still up and available. Annie being one of the big ones that you have to think about, especially Arya. Pretty sure he's undefeated on the champion so far this year. A champion very comfortable for him. Olaf, of course, something that is very prevalent in the meta. We saw Broken Blade decimating 80 carries yesterday on the champion. And DFM going to look to remove that one. So now the question is, where will this priority shift? What is still going to be left up open? Wukong, something that we've seen a lot from Steel already here at this MSI, is something that is still up and available. The Rakan, of course, going to be taken off the boards.
And obviously things like Jinx, like Aphelios, still very much at the forefront of our minds when we are looking towards an AD-focused meta. We have seen that the game can be defined by the AD carry role, Nautilus as well getting banned away. I will say, I'm a little sad that there's so much mid-Naught flex, because there's a Naught one-trick in solo queue. I now have my mid laner saying, hey, you know, I could take that mid. It's like, you don't understand how to play this champ. You think the Q is easy to hit? But now Loud going to lock in the Maokai to kick things off. Only Croc's second game on the Maokai this year, Betty.
Wow, okay. Well, we are European casters, and throughout our playoffs, we saw a lot of Maokai priority, especially when Vi was taken off the board. Here at MSI, it's not really been that same level of priority. The Vi's, the Wukongs, Lee Sins, like basically aggressive, powerful early game junglers are what we've been seeing. But LLL are accepting that there's going to be a lot of fights. They want to have that strong team fighting tool, and the Maokai is going to come through for them. Surprised to see DFM prioritize the Ahri so early on. Of course, Arya, we know him as a prevalent Ahri player, but typically you want to pair it up alongside things like the Vi, but the expectations are that Steel will go for his tried and true Wukong.
Yeah, getting the Wukong Ahri is almost as good as getting the Vi Ahri. It does still give you that lockdown potential, and Arya played it 5 times this year, won 4 of them. And in the LJL finals, he had an absolute tear of a performance.
Those fans are excited for an Aphelios.
They really are. It's like, give it to Root. Key carry for Loud, and there is the Aphelios locked in. So Aphelios Jinx going to be our bot lane pairing. We'll see where the supports decide to go after this. I wonder if Loud will decide that mid lane should be their prio here to make sure they get something into that Ahri. Lissandra, obviously, still a possibility.
Very weak mid jungle duo if they did decide to go for that. Of course, in terms of the matchup, can be very effective. You know, something like a Veigar could be something that they think about if they want to go for something a little bit more scaling. Annie, though, still up and available, often can be used as a very effective tool into Ahri, but they're not going to go for it. Instead, they want to make sure that Robo gets something comfortable for him, and now it kind of forces DFM to answer. Do they want to try and respond by getting a top laner for themselves? Do they perhaps want to get the Thresh for themselves right now to guarantee a strong bot side of the map? Maybe they want to secure the Wukong because they want to make sure that they have that strong mid jungle. An interesting force here from Loud.
Yeah, you put DFM in a little bit of a bind, right? Because you know that Tol2 has not had the best of performances so far at MSI. It looks like they're going to prioritize getting a strong bot lane. Lulu Jinx, incredibly powerful if you can scale into the game, but now Loud can just look at banning out top laners, get rid of the Gragas that Tol2 has so often relied on, get rid of the Sion, or look towards that Cassante, and you can really pinch the pool for DFM's top side.
Yeah, I do wonder if they'll consider something like the Malphite, the Cassante. A lot of options. Meanwhile, DFM, they can look, but remember, the Wukong still, I think, would be a very effective ban right now. Perhaps they're saying to Robo, you know what, you're actually very comfortable on this champion. We think you can play it very safe into a number of matchups. Let's not bother risking it. Instead, let's prioritize limiting that jungle pool and kind of force Steel. No, instead they'll ban them out. Okay, that also makes sense. It does make a lot of sense. Even though Tol2 didn't have the strongest performance on it earlier in the competition, I think that it does make sense to just remove that. I still remember Bwipo when he brought that out as an answer into the Aphelios, and he was just running around solo killing the champion.
Spamming emotes the entire time.
It's been seen throughout this year how effective this champion can be into low mobility AD carries. And obviously they want to get that off the board. Of course, Tahm Kench is very much directed towards Seos, something that he is often gone for when we do see Root on his Aphelios, and the Thresh obviously makes a lot of sense. No peel for Root today.
It just means that Aphelios is so much more vulnerable to attacks, especially since you have Arya on the Ahri already. He can just get towards that backline really quickly with the Spirit Rush. There is, of course, the Twisted Advance from the Maokai to try and stop him in his tracks, but can be difficult to keep a handle on the Fox. The Wukong, the next ban, Loud agreeing with you that they don't want Steel getting his hands on the Monkey King. And now DFM looking towards a tank in the top lane. Kel Surprise. Sion, the likely option here for them. Tol2 can just try to survive the lane, scale up, and then be a meat shield for his backline later on.
Okay, we saw how effective it could be on the Sion yesterday. just such an effective wall for the Jinx to play around, and already you can see that with DFM's composition, a very traditional front to back, it feels like that both teams are going for more of this team fight style. Depending on how they round out with their mid laner will determine a lot in terms of what Loud can do in the early game. But when you have an Ahri, I wouldn't be surprised to see DFM going something like a Xin, a Lee Sin, something that gives them a little bit of agency in the mid jungle. That will be the Swain. Of course, Swain can be flexed into support as well, so I'll hold my breath for the time being to see what direction it goes. But Tino's known for playing that Swain in the mid, so wouldn't be surprised to see it into Ahri. A very old school counter. If you want to go back into league history, Season 3 World Championship, it was Nuke Duck that brought the Swain out into FLICKR's Ahri. Idea, good. Back then, didn't really work out for Nuke Duck though. But Swain is a very tanky, he's a drain tank effectively. Makes it harder for Ahri in these sustained fights to be able to really do much against him. Charm can always be a very effective tool, but still, it's a very safe pick that can mitigate that pick potential that Ahri is often looking for.
And it gives Loud a lot of impetus in terms of going forward.
Wow.
You just run at the enemy team. Rounded out here for DFM is the Nidalee for steal. You're piloting that in the jungle, and both teams do want to look towards that team fighting. You have a meatball for DFM in the Scion, a bit of poke, and then catch potential from the Ahri. On the side of Loud though, 3 meatballs just walking at you, 4 if you add the Leona in there, and a Felios standing at the back and hoping that no one can get on top of him.
Yeah, so it's basically just a lot of front to back. I think that you have to give Loud the advantage when you talk about straight up team fights. They have so much durability, and as long as Root is left untouched, he's just going to be free to dish out an unbelievable amount of damage. Just because you've chosen to draft the Nidalee does mean that you can leverage some of the priority that you should be able to get in lanes like mid, to be able to set up invades, try and punish the Maokai early on, who's going to struggle to mitigate the pressure that can come out from this Nidalee. But in terms of the team fights, Nidalee just doesn't offer the same level of utility that a Maokai does. So around these neutral objectives, it's going to be really important that DFM try and get on those objectives first so they can leverage their poke rather than being forced to have to face check into the Maokai.
The Nidalee also, of course, gives you a little bit more early game pressure. You can do a little bit more around the map, you can look for those dives, and if you can put tanks behind in the early game, it takes them a lot longer to get back into the game, to actually become tanks, because you still have a Jinx. You still have that consistent DPS in a fight for DFM. If they can win out this early game, this composition is looking very well rounded for them. The question is, can Loud keep them on the ropes? Loud, of course, no slouches in the early game as well. We saw them take G2 to task before losing out on a couple of mid-game fights. It's do or die for Loud and DFM as we get onto the Rift. And across the board, no real surprises. I'm just looking to see, Fleet on route. It's okay. It does give you a bit of sustain. You have the lethal tempo for Udapon. Arya running the Unsealed Spellbook as well. And another spear lands, Betty. Croc eats it. Steel gives him a little bit of a sad beat.
Yeah, it's calibrating, as you often have to do on the Nidalee, Spear miss here, spear miss there, but it's all about downloading your opponent. Yeah. Right, are they the type of player that will continue to run forward, or are they a juker, As a support main yourself, you're very familiar with that. Let's crank Norless, you've always got to know which direction your opponent is going in.
Well, Robo there didn't run.
He didn't.
And that can be the biggest mind game of all, just press S.
Press S, yeah.
Is Aftershock Maokai here, not really looking for that AP. We have seen some first strike demonic builds, but expectations are that Croc will just be trying to be as tanky as possible, as strong a front line as available for his team.
Nice as well. On any early vision being invested, you can see a little bit of protection being offered in terms of early wards in the river from Loud towards the bot side of the map and the entrances to the jungle. We'll see if any early invades come out from DFM. My expectations are that they will look for something with this Nidalee pick. The question is what? Right now, Nidalee doing a full clear on the top side of the map. But overall, nothing too dramatic. As a reminder, DFM and Loud yet to win a game so far here at MSI. Very good trade for Tinones in the mid lane. Against Arya, getting that level 2 advantage, able to land the binding with the E. Getting a favorable trade-off, but you can see priority in the bot lane. I was actually expecting Arya on the Ahri to be able to get pressure early on in this lane, but Tinones being able to get that good trade means that he will have the push, moves into the bot side river, will drop a ward immediately. And again, a lot of this is to give information to Croc, as he might be looking for a bot lane gank already.
I mean, and Udapon are quite far pushed up here. Steel is around the mid lane as well as Tinones has that wave trying to crash. Tinones still on level 2 as Arya gets the charm, but the flash away from Tinones means that he will survive. Steel diving in though, the never move won't land, and Steel gets first blood. Meanwhile in the bot lane, all ado about nothing as the gank doesn't materialize from Croc.
Wow, but Croc is looking for it now, has the level 3.
They are stepping forward, Zenith Blade flashed by Harp. Good preemptive there. Steel can look to try and catch out this tree. The sapling's going to do a little bit of work. The knockback with Rambo Smash as Croc now isolated. Another spear blocked by Seos. That shield working well for Leona.
Very good block there by Seos. A much needed one as well. Steel was definitely looking for it, but already DFM off to a great start. A 900 gold lead as they find a big kill on the mid lane. Arya going with the charm level 2. Not what I was expecting. I thought he was going to tick over to level 3 and then take the charm, and then that was what they were looking for, but I think it caught Tinones off guard as well, as he was forced to flash early, and then Steel was able to land a great spear. So first blood drawn for the LJL squad.
And it's also part of that proactive communication, right? Because Arya could have had the push here. Maybe he seeded it to allow Tinones to push a little bit too far forward and then called Steel in for the gank.
So the charm comes out, forced the flash, and this makes it so much easier for Steel.
Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Harp, no flash on him. He'll go down. Root's going to take the kill. Steel trying to come in from the side as well as Udapon. There's a little bit of damage, but Root and Seos able to escape. You burn the flash and the ghost to do so.
So a nice advantage gained back for Loud as they're able to find a 2v2 kill. Steel is hovering though. Keeping my eyes on the mid lane. Perhaps Arya could be looking for a roam, but for the time being, he's going to stay in mid lane as we see Croc make his way up towards the top side of the map. Good awareness from Croc, noting that he can get the cross map here. He's going to have to concede his jungle. And again, great vision from Loud overall. They're doing a really good job of doing their best to keep track of where Steel is and what he's up to on the map. Fortunately for Loud, Steel was able to navigate through some of this early vision to find some good ganks, but Croc now setting up. I don't think they're going to dive Toltu in the top lane. Sion, a notoriously difficult champion to dive with only 2 members, but Steel continues to hover around bot.
You know, if you put Root behind, if you get Udapon ahead, that is DFM's win condition. Udapon has been with this team for so long. They have so much trust in him that allowing him an early lead can reap dividends for the Japanese lineup.
I'm surprised we don't see Udapon just shoving that wave in. I imagine that they'll look to shove the next wave in as quickly as possible, force Cloud's bot lane to lose as much farm as they can, as they need to get a reset of their own.
But if we evaluate this early game, Betty, overall, DFM very much in the ascendancy, about 700 gold ahead. Yes, Root was able to pick up a kill, but they're losing minions down here as well. 100 gold difference between the 80 carries in the mid lane, a 300 gold lead for Arya, and just look at that jungle. 500 gold advantage for Steel right now, Betty.
Yeah, a lot of the advantages just sitting on the Nidalee right now. And again, huge props to Steel. It's what you need to do on this Nidalee, and we need to see Steel continue that level of aggression. If he's not able to find more in this early game, I feel like that when we get to those later game team fights, we talked about how Loud do have a big advantage just with the sheer amount of crowd control that they have with their composition. Maokai, Leona, Na, even Swain is just going to be a giant beef ball that you're going to struggle to get through.
Have to remember Swain's passive. When enemy champions die, or when he hits people with his W or his E, he gets stacks, and that gives him bonus health. He also heals when he collects those stacks. You can become very tanky on this champ just through that passive health. The same, of course, with Sion. For Toltu up towards that top lane. And I think this Sion pick actually very smart from DFM, because it's very difficult to shut down a Sion. It's very difficult to stop Sion from doing what he wants to do. Loud have realized that. They're basing most of their attention down towards this bottom side, and DFM perhaps looking for a fight as the Zenith Blade lands up towards the top side. Arya already caught. He's going to spear rush away. The Ignite is ticking, and Root will take him. The charge coming in from Toltu, but he's a little bit late to the party. That train not on time. We are in England after all.
A good pick from Loud as they're able to catch Arya completely out of position. He tried to move his way into the river, but there was no support from the bot lane. Seos with a great pick means that Loud have claimed the gold lead for themselves. This early game going back and forth, but Loud in a much more comfortable position. And the fact that Root is the one with 2 kills in his back pocket is definitely a great position for Loud to be in. Will Steel now look for something top lane? Good CC coming out from Toltu.
Yeah, Robo's just gone mega, so that's going to start timing out now, and Steel knows that's his opportunity to look for something here. Robo does still have the Gnar. Looks for the house against Toll 2 gets the stun with the wallop, but here goes Robo down into that mini Gnar. Good Gnar across the wall before he expires. Steel dashing forward. Robo still has the flash and will escape the game.
Well played there by Robo. Information now gained.
Oh, Steel!
Flashed!
Flash spear! Oh!
Good reactions there from Robo. He will be able to sidestep that, and that is a big commitment. Croc should be able to get the blue. Oh, the smite comes out from Steel.
Croc didn't have smite, so in the end, Steel was always going to be living up to his namesake on that blue buff.
And he was. Walks away with a small advantage. But great navigation from Robo. He's able to circumvent that gank. All right, Arya has Arya playing Ari. Not going to be confusing at all during this cast. Moving into Fog of War. I was going to say he can threaten something bot side, but obviously there's no bot lane to threaten right now. Seos getting out onto the map as we have the Rift Herald alive, means that Loud could look for something. Right now it's just both supports hovering mid. Harp mainly to provide cover, while Seos looking for an opportunity.
About half a level away from 6-4, both of them. Steel is coming in from the side here as well, but Seos can tank those spears. The Eclipse, of course, giving you extra armor and magic resist. That W means that he's willing enough to take a spear to the back as Croc starts up the Rift Herald. Now he is on this Scuttle Crab, the vision of away to DFM. They might play bot side here as they know the route is a little bit pushed up and none of his team is on that side of the battlefield. Harp and Steel on their way. Root has red, white, and those are the guns that you don't really want to fight into, but in a 3v1, I think they would have been able to win it out. Instead, they just force Root away from the tower, away from the wave, and the Rift Herald will go over to Loud. Good patience as well from Root not to step up. Knows that he is playing weak side right now, so backs away and allows DFM control of the lane.
It's really important that DFM are able to get some plates off the back of this, because by committing this many members and just conceding over the Herald, they need to be able to get some advantage back. But Root did a really smart thing, pushing in that bot wave as quickly as possible. Yes, it did cost him a bit of farm, but look at that, only a single plate secured, and now who's back out on the map? Croc. Level 6 secured for Seos, and he's making his way bot lane immediately. Tinone's looking to try and get a push in mid. We can see Robo already moving into Fog of War. The spear doesn't quite connect once again. Root able to sidestep, but DFM doing a good job of clearing this wave out as quickly as possible. You can see the Loud committing to this dragon, and they have their eyes on funneling those plate money rather, into Root.
Give your AD carry as much gold as possible. Everyone else will become tankier as the game goes on. The AD carry is the one you want getting those items. And right now, Root in prime position to carry this game for Loud, to get them one step away from winning their first ever international best of 5. It was DFM that denied, or best of 3, sorry, best of series. It was DFM that denied them in a best of 5 at last Worlds, before losing to RNG later on. That gold lead that we saw from DFM early, Vetty, now disappeared into the ether as Loud have caught up. They still have that Rift Herald on Croc, but it looks like right now the key point of focus, Solar Flare, Spirit Rush away.
He needs to stop entering the river like that, because that's the second time he's been punished for it now.
Look at Tinones though, he flashes, not knocked up with the Decimating Smash, and in the end, it's a Summoner for an ultimate. Arya no longer has the Spirit Rush, but Tinones with no flash probably won't want to approach this bot side river. I was wondering if DFM would set up around the dragon, but it continues to just be Steel looking for damage, looking for picks. Sails no Solar Flare, only about a third of the cooldown off of that. Croc coming in from the side as well, Tinone's working his way down. Arya no TP on the spellbook right now, does just pick up the Everfrost, and because of that, DFM will realize perhaps we don't want the fight yet. Let's wait for our mid laners to be back on the map before we really pressure any further. Robo with the TP as well. Well, Toll 2 does not have his.
Fan support continuing to be strong for Loud. As the Herald will actually be dropped in mid lane.
We're in Europe. Will we get a cheer for it, Betty? There we go. The Root's going to come out with an Ever move though as Tinones is ignited. Arya should be able to clean up the Rift though. Just 2 plates going down from it. Zap onto Seos. Steel coming in from the side as well, but DFM just looking for poke damage more than anything else right now. Seos misses the Zenith Blade, or it was dodged by Udapon, depending on your point of perspective. And it has been a lot of dancing around this bot side of the map without too much result for DFM.
Root has really been able to mitigate a lot of this To be fair though, the AD carry is still very similar in gold because Udapon was able to secure those plates, and the Herald was actually dropped in mid to not that much great effect. DFM are first on the objective, but Croc with the ultimate is going to drop it.
Nature's Grass goes down, Sales has a solar flare as well, the Root's going to land onto 2, the solar flare as well onto half. You have to watch him, the Wild Goat's still available as the Dragon is stolen away. Steel's going to have to jump out of the back of the pit, but Root is keeping him in place. Root gets the kill, Udapon flashing away, half trying to escape as well. The cleanse, the blast go knocks Udapon into his demise. Sales flashes over the wall to escape Aria, and Loud get the Dragon, get 2 kills, and get the hell out.
Loud walk away victorious as DFM is left scrambling. A very easy executed fight for Loud as they drop the Maokai ultimate. The follow-up is clean, and DFM are left with nothing but a base to go back to. The fans are elated, and as a reminder, this is a best of 3 to determine who moves forward in the play-ins and who will be eliminated. A lot on the line. Game 1 so far going in favor of Loud.
We'll have another look at this fight because it's about the crowd control. It's about the ability for Loud to lock up DFM.
So the focus initially becomes the support, the Lulu. The chain CC follow-up after the Maokai ultimate into the Leone ultimate, but Root says, no, I'm good. Focuses Steel, says this is an easy kill, doesn't have the W available until the last second. The Q comes out from Root to help secure that kill, and then they turn their attention to the remaining members. Now, Tino's just proving his durability here. He's holding off 2 members alongside Sales, or 3 members rather, and just soaking up time, buying time for his AD carry to finish the job and move on to the rest of the team. Here you can see the win expectancy presented by AWS, and how it has dramatically shifted in favor of Loud.
Some pretty happy fans in the audience having a look at that. I will say, I think I've seen the win expectancy read wrong a couple of times, so don't take it as gospel.
I mean, my favorite one was when the win expectancy, like for G2 or something, was 100%.
Yeah, and Steel, looking for Robo, does have that Mega Gnar coming up, and I think this is kind of indicative of how the early game's gone for DFM. Robo just standing in the face of Tol2 and Steel and taking as much damage as they can put out, and still has a third of his HP, can just walk away from this one. It's becoming trickier and trickier for DFM to actually find the damage to kill their opponents. Because yes, you have a Jinx who are hyperscale, but no Kraken Slayer yet on Udapon, no Gale Force on him either. Aria only has an Everfrost. Steel doesn't even have his first item, and your DPS is just lacking when you look at how tanky Loud are.
I mean, they drafted a very difficult to execute composition. The only lane that they could really play through is mid. You look at bot, what setup do you have? Especially into a Leona, a Felios. If your mid could get easier prio and they could set up some 4-man dives bot lane, I think that would have been a better option for them in the early game. But the reality is that DFM haven't been able to snowball this early game lead in their favor. And now we find ourselves in a position where Loud are very comfortable knowing that these fights are only going to get better for them. Robo trading very well.
Good wall
I'm very surprised if Tol2. I talked about the bot lane dives. Here comes it now.
Yeah, they're looking for him. Polymorph's going to go down onto Root. They get the dive, they get the kill. DFM get 1, Root shut down. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Sales looking for something, but no support to protect Root means that they weren't able to keep him alive. That's a charge straight into the wall with a flash from Tol2. Sometimes you just got to headbutt a wall and flash out, sending a message,
I think the goal there was just to mitigate the crowd control so that he then had the window to flash out. Of course, doing it at the last second means that he didn't quite get the direction he wanted to go in.
This tower's going to die.
Yeah, and he may very well die immediately afterwards.
Zenith Blade chases him down. There's a stun from the Shield of Daybreak as well. The Ignite is taking a Robo, secures the kill. It's his day so far, and it's definitely Loud's day overall. 1,000 gold lead for them now as they push in this mid lane. Tinones against 3, just controlling the map.
See, now, of course, with Aria roaming bot lane and no plates up anymore, it's very easy for Tinones to do some serious damage onto that mid lane tower. He pushes out the mid wave, starts hitting onto that objective. And you can see that even though they're able to find a kill onto Root, they're finally able to shut him down. It doesn't really convert to much map control, so Loud still very much in control of the game. The Dragon spawning in about a minute's time. I mean, that Loud can easily set up for this, and we can already see them doing that. Root pushing in that bot wave. Gonna shove it underneath the tower. Croc trying to get a little bit more deep vision. They have that mid control. Now, DFM do have some good wards placed behind in the enemy's jungle, but I don't know if Tol2 is going to be able to really leverage that to find a good fight in favor of DFM.
No ultimate yet for that Sion would make it a bit tricky to really join the fight. We've seen how good Robo is at cancelling the decimating smashes as well with a wallop of his own. Mid lane cleared out. Loud grouping up around this blue buff. They have the Rift Herald charging in. Shirley will do a little bit of work, but with no minion wave, quickly culled. And Loud will back away. As you say, Vetti, those 7 seconds on the Ocean Drake would be good for Loud to continue this stacking, to continue control, because it's not only about the Dragon itself, it's about forcing DFM into a fight later on. Udapon pulled back with the Gnar, cleansed away, but the Solar Flare finds his mark, twisted advance forward as well, and Tinon's going to tank up the tower. That mid lane tower is still standing, but DFM not doing that at all. Udapon falls, and now Loud pushing in the 4v5. The turret goes down, charge away from Toll2, but Robo keeps the rest of DFM at bay. Loud in the end get the kill, get out and look for the Dragon.
And Loud just playing this very smart. Group up as a 5-man stack. Don't give DFM the opportunity to find any picks. Don't allow DFM to leverage their mobility to catch you off guard. Just stack up mid, push through bots, and secure those neutrals. Spear will land on the Tinones.
Does still have the flash, and he has Seos as well. Waiting around the corner, another spear dodged by both Seos and Tinones. The re-engage with the Zenith Blade. Root coming in as well. Blue-purple, not the best guns for this position as Ari goes forward. Aria takes one, pops the stopwatch. The Dragon goes down to Crockett as the rest of DFM look for a little bit more, perhaps desperation in this play. The sapling lands and now the TP into the mid lane by Robo. He's built up that Mega Gnar. Half's going to have to flash across the wall, but Croc chases him down with a twisted advance. And now Loud can really open up. Udapon stunned with the wallop. He only just came back to life. But OG, air hop stay as Loud clean up the fights.
A massive fight won once again for Loud as they find themselves 3 kills. DFM are quickly falling apart at the seams as Loud repeatedly punish them for their aggression. And less than 20 minutes in, 2 Dragons to their name, 4,000 the gold lead, and Loud looking to get revenge on DFM after last year's World Championship.
And you just see how difficult it is for DFM to do anything proactive on the map. Harp, so commonly their shot caller, their playmaker. When he is on an engaged support, this team looks drastically different. Here we see, as you say, a difficult to execute comp really biting DFM.
Yeah, I mean, DFM had to do a lot in the early game, and you can see them trying to find those picks that we talked about. They have decent mobility, but it's so hard to play. The second that Loud starts a group, the CC is just so prevalent. Of course, those walls aren't really there. We are on the Infernal map. And Root,
it's called Terminator, you just walk through the bars, right?
nothing will stop Root on his quest for vengeance. Didn't secure a kill in that last exchange, but still in a very comfortable position, working towards that Infinity Edge second. The Baron up in, for 1 second. And I wouldn't be surprised if Loud look to try and force something around it. Again, they're just stacking up. They're leaving Tinones in the side lane. They know that he can't really be stopped. There is no real kill threat onto him unless multiple members are committed. Robo hovering in the fog of war will now be spotted out for just a battle over control of the river for the time being.
And a vision in this red side jungle. Loud trying to deny it. Unstoppable onslaught coming out from Toll2, but Root just dodges behind the wall. Toll2 now has to flash because Root is there with Seos, the Zenith Blade. Dodged away from, and Loud can step forward once again. Don't have too much deep vision. You can see 1 ward by the Razorbeak camp, 1 ward that just expired, well, it's just replaced by the ward at the red buff, but DFM walking into darkness. They know right now the Dragon hasn't been started, but Root has the perfect guns, the Baron, sorry. Root has the perfect guns to take it down. The Scryer's Bloom spots them as Loud continue to try and open up on it. Robo coming in from the side, the Solar Flare onto Harp. The Zenith Blade's going to land, but a good decimating smash there from Toll2. Stops Seos from engaging. Toll2 will sacrifice himself for his support. Robo rooted and can't quite get in for that Mega Gnar. Toll2 does go down in the end, a 1-0 in favor of Loud.
I think that control ward stopped Robo from having vision, but if he saw what we saw, he was going to go for that Mega Gnar play.
I think there may have been some Flame Chompers or a Charm as well.
Well, either way, right now DFM are a man down. And the Baron has been started. Loud did commit a lot of ultimates. There is a real opportunity for Steel to stay true to his name.
Tinone's going to try and keep him at bay. Robo's going to do the same. Steel has to jump away.
3
the
members.
Zenith Blade. Loud realize the only way they're losing this if it's Steel lives up to his name, so they force him away. The Baron secured for Loud. And now, 22 minutes in, they are 6,000 gold ahead.
Beautiful play from Loud, playing true to their win conditions, and very little to criticize overall. They're staying groups, they're leveraging the power of their composition, and they're walking together as a unit. They're not getting overzealous. Massive improvements from Loud, where they got that early game lead against G2, it felt like that they got overconfident, they lost control. and the game very quickly fell out of their hands. But this time around, you can see them taking it patiently, taking it calm, taking it one kill at a time. And now I imagine to play this 4-1 split once again. Both solo laners have the TP available, but don't run the risk. You still have that top tower at your disposal. Let the waves crash into it. You don't care about it. Group up as a 4-man stack in mid and allow Robo to start dealing damage on the side lane.
Next Dragon up in 45 seconds as well. An Infernal Soul for Loud would pretty much be the icing on the cake. This would only be Soul Point, but they get the mid tier 2. No defense really from DFM. Half-hearted at best as Udapon and Harp just trying to farm up. Harp still yet to complete an item on this Lulu. He has been so denied. Udapon on 2 though. Kraken Slayer, Phantom Dancer can do work. The issue for DFM is you just don't have a front line. You just don't have anyone that can really step up. Tol2 trying to do so, but the CC, the threat on the backline from Loud is just far too great. Inhibitor tower in the bot lane does fall, so does the mid. And DFM left wondering where it all went wrong. Inhibitors are the focus now. Loud can still push up very short distance for Robo to join his team. Tinone's Root and Seos step up in the mid lane. Croc just waiting across towards the side of his Root. Gale forces forward, hits the Moonlight Vigil and assassinates Harp. Takes him out of the equation. And currently, the summation of everything is looking well in favor of Loud. The inhibitor falls, as does Tol2. The Gnar onto the backline is flashed away, dashed away by Arya. But Unipon's locked up, and Unipon is shut out of the fight. Loud wanted vengeance. They lost to DFM last year, and right now they're putting them in their place.
Elation from the crowd as Loud will win their first game at MSI 2023 and in convincing fashion. A dominant performance from start to finish and a controlled, clean play style. Great execution on the fight. I love the way in which they just took their time and they leveraged the fact that they were stronger as a unit. Yep. They played well as 5, they played the team fight very patiently, and this was a 24-minute game, Medic. Clean, controlled, calculated, the Baron's Horn, they played around it patiently. They allowed both Croc and Root to deal the damage, while 3 members were committed to make sure that no steal was happening today. And just very well played. If Loud can maintain this performance, they're looking like a strong force in this group.
And a really strong force to face up against PSG tomorrow as well. We have to remember, it's non-stop for the rest of Plains. For either of these teams, whoever wins PSG tomorrow, winner of Golden Guardians and GAM. Is it GAM that won earlier? Yeah, it was GAM that won earlier.
No,
Rainbow 7? Rainbow 7, sorry, yes. Rainbow 7 after that. It is a tough road to walk, but what a first step for Loud. I think we saw signs of this in their series against G2. You said it, the early game was clean in that game 1, and here they just solidified that mid game. Play patient League of Legends.
And I think that DFM really need to reevaluate how they approach the draft. Like, I think that the Nidalee pick to round out their composition just made it so much harder to play across the board. You could see the idea of wanting to invade, wanting to really shut down that Maokai, but as you kind of entered the early to mid game, they just didn't have lanes they could play through. Jinx Lulu is very difficult to find advantages with. The Ahri was the only real lane that they could play through, and even then they found one pick, but they never repeatedly ganked that lane, and so DFM had no control in the early game. There was nothing for them to snowball off of, and then Loud just leveraged their scaling to be able to win out on the fights.
And I'll say something I learned from Goldborg when we were talking about these teams behind the stage. Put Harp on a carry. Put him on, at least on someone that can engage. Give him agency, because that is how this team wins. If you can manage to get him ahead, if you can manage to give him the ability to get into the game, can do a lot of work. This is a mid lane gank. You know, we saw Tinone's being shut down a little bit in the early game, but he just scaled and became way too tanky. It was so difficult for DFM to deal with the Loud composition. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break it down, though. Law, take it away.
Thank you so much, Medic. What a statement game from Loud here in their series versus Detonation Focus Me on their way to face PSG tomorrow. No caster curse. There's a lot of fans in the studio.
I was going to say, you're getting a little
yeah.
ahead, but...
But everything is going super well for them so far. I want to talk about the draft first and the priorities on the side of Loud, but also the agency that DFM had with this draft.
Yeah, I think Vedi has really hit the nail on the head there too with the Nidalee coming through on 5. It's not really a composition where you think to yourself, this is the comp where I'm going to be going Nidalee. There's not the biggest amount of setup. You find it hard to attack any of the lanes. I think they still used it well. They pretty much attacked the only lane they could have. Swain pre-6 was probably the only place where you could go down and attack. But outside of that, I think Loud just did a great job at just saying, we're going to make it easy for ourselves. We're going to have a composition where it's easy to play for Robo. It's easy to play the Swain into the Jinx. It's easy to play the carry for Root. It just like, everything aligned for Loud, didn't it?
Yeah, it's 4 meatballs in a Felio. So you just run at the enemy, and if they're not massively ahead of you, you're going to be able to win that fight because, like you said, the team fighting.
And meatballs. Okay, good one.
Yeah,
nice.
it is what it is, man. And I think it worked very well for them. I think you saw why Root was someone we were hyping up in this game, especially that last play there where he's just going in 1v3. It felt like he's a very impressive player, and I think what is helping elevate this team now and potentially getting revenge for the series at Worlds.
We'll get to the replays and how Loud played the fight, especially a bit later. But first, I want to fall back onto what we were saying earlier today. DFM, Loud, last series we saw them play, they could have won this game. And on the side of Loud, everything crumbled after the early game, even though there were some good elements into these games, but they didn't let it drop this time.
Yeah, definitely. You know, they just had everything they needed in terms of tools in their arsenal to actually just continue to snowball the lead, even if they're not playing around with the Leona when they're making the plays. There's still the CC and the Maokai, right? And I think they were good at attacking both sides on the map. Maybe one time they over-attacked top lane a bit too much where they let Root out to dry, but in general, their team fighting around every single objective was just far superior.
Yeah, and absolutely. Like, even this fight, to be fair, is not the cleanest focus where they're like kind of going on the Lulu, then kind of going on to Seal. Are we hitting Arya or not? And it just shows how much stronger their team fight comp draft was for the fact that they could just kind of charge forward and pick next closest target and keep going. And very well played by them. And after the tail end of that, make sure that they get away from Arya, not giving the Arya the resets. But after that, it was just not close.
And you can just see it. There's a big theme to it. You press R on the Maokai on a little flank. You wait for the catch to run you down. You just wait for the rest of them to come in and just layer the buttons on top of each other. Could not have been easier played out.
It wasn't like they smashed them at every phase of the game, but it never felt close either. Where it was like almost, for a 24-minute game, it felt more like a grinded out style where it felt pretty hopeless for DFM, where it's like, I don't see the angle into this game, rather than like, oh, you just got smurfed from minute 1.
Yeah, but I even think in an instant like this replay where they're kind of looking to, I mean, at least it looks like in the beginning that they're going to lose the fight. Then they pick up the Drake. They relocate themselves together again. You get a cool little combo coming out from Robo as well on the Gnar. And it's just, they know how to navigate a team fight. They know how to call it. Now we kite back, now we kite forward. And I think they displayed that beautifully in the first game.
Shout out to Steel doing his best.
For real though, like how good was he actually on the Nidalee?
Not a great Nidalee pick, great Nidalee player.
Yeah, exactly.
In that situation. But yeah, just such large health bars to chunk through. And the Jinx got shut down early. Ahri's not that high damage. Obviously, Sion's just frontlining. So didn't feel like DFM had a way in there, and a very heads-up draft by Loud.
Yeah, and we've talked about how bot lane was going to be one of the central points here. Route versus Utapon, and Route, of course, serving and giving us the performance we were expecting from the very first import bot laner in the CBLOL, putting his team on his back.
Yeah, first import bot laner to win a title right there. Crucial one to have with it. But I think it's important to say that he's just a guy that's the backbone, or have been the backbone for Loud. It didn't look like that this time around because everyone was pretty much shining in the same instance, but you see it as well with the mechanics. I think specifically the one game where, or the one instance in the game where they're trying to end, and he just goes forward and absolutely styles on them.
Yeah, it's really cool to see him in there. There's a reason Harp had kind of sold him out in that piece where he was talking about like, oh, I was watching this guy before. Now I have to play against him. Like, oh god, this is going to be scary. And I think I agree with what some of the casters were saying as well about getting Harp onto more of a playmaker. Lulu's not exactly his main champion that you tend to see. I did feel like the draft got away from them a little bit there, where they're just taking power picks and combos that you used to see, but end up with something that doesn't actually work well together.
And also props to Rob. On the top lane, the CBLOL veteran performing a lot. It was expected also in this matchup. They tried to give Toltu a matchup that he could hold the top lane with this high in here. It was not enough, unfortunately. We were wondering if it was going to be Rob's day. It is Rob's day so far.
Yeah, honestly, I felt like they were good enough, DFM, with their attacks in the early game at trying to at least get Robo down a little bit. Just wasn't that successful with it. And I think actually Toltu did a good job of absorbing some of the times where he was attacked. There was that one time where he ulted into the wall.
We're not going to talk about that.
Okay. We're not talking about it. Either way, I thought that he did a fine job on the tanks, but the problem was he never got to a point where he was a frontline with a reliable backline carry because there was no reliable backline carries for DFM in this game.
Yeah, Sion and Tanar, you're just there to mitigate losses. He didn't get slammed in lane. You're looking at the other two lanes to step up. This is also Toltu's role in the team is to just like, if you're not paying attention to top lane, fantastic for me. And it wasn't until the later portions of the game where, you know, Seosh was running top that was actually becoming a problem. And at that point, bot lane had already been run over.
We're still waiting for the side selection for the next game, but before that, what have we seen on the side of Loud? We've talked about how early game was good last time. They were not able to convert this into mid-game lead, rather. This time they were, and as in the first series, it was lacking confidence on the side of both teams. I think Loud are showing up pretty confident here today.
Yeah, I would agree so as well, and I actually want to see some more confidence as well in DFM, specifically for their picks. Going into the tournament, I was chatting with Kasu, the head coach of DFM as well, and he was kind of telling me that in the beginning of the split, when they had Harp in the Seri Lulu meta, the Lucian Nami meta, they were struggling a bit, but as soon as they made the adaptation where he's on an initiator, facilitator, Blitzcrank specifically later on in playoffs, or the engaged champions, that completely turned the team around it. They rally around his initiations. They rally around his calling for an engage. The problem is you're playing Lulu and you could not get that. So I'm hoping to see as an adaptation, we don't see the Lulu. We see Harp on his best, which is Harp on an engage.
We see DFM choosing blue side. What they'll have to go, we'll see. But I do think it's really cool on the CBLOL side that, like, if they're able to close this series out, it does feel like a mini revolution potentially within the minor region power rankings, where for the recent history, DFM and the LGL has definitely been the better of the two regions, and if they can actually close this one out, that coincides with the LLA also taking the lead. My hands are off camera, so you're doing something down there. No one can see it. But yeah, I think it's a potential restructuring of where you tend to assume these matchups are going to go.
Yeah, and Loud got the fans behind them for now.
Yeah, definitely the loudest fan.
If the LGL Powerhouse Detonation Focus Me avoid elimination here in MSI 2023 play-ins, we'll be back for Game 2 right after this.
Still on level 2 as Aria gets the charm, but the flash away from Tino thinks that he will survive. Steel diving in though, the Never Move won't land, and Steel gets first blood. Meanwhile in the bot lane, they're basing most of their attention down towards this bottom side, and DFM perhaps looking for a fight as the Zenith lands up towards the top side. Army already caught, he's going to spear rush away, the Ignite is ticking, and Root will take him. The charge coming in from Toll 2, but he's a little bit late to the party. Tino's Root and Seos step up in the mid lane. Croc just waiting across towards the side as Root. Gale forces forward, hits the Moonlight Vigil, and assassinates Harp. Takes him out of the equation, and currently the summation of everything is looking well in favor of Loud. Loud wanted vengeance. They lost to DFM last year, and right now they're putting them in their place. And welcome back to MSI 2023 here from the Copperbox Arena in Berlin, London.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have to be like, hello, London! You know what I mean? Like, that's... See?
I'm not a stereotyper like you, Benny. I realise the Welsh can be...
We're British, bro.
A little bit
you
strange
got to be
like
with
this,
the gang, innit?
The problem is, my voice is posh enough that it really
posh,
sounds condescending when I do that. Right, bruv,
Hello,
in it,
fellow Brits.
Well, quite, yes.
It's
Today
a
we'll have
pleasure to have your acquaintance today. We are getting ready.
Jolly ho,
We're getting ready for game 2 between DFM and Loud. Obviously, Loud find themselves 1-up in the series. If you have just joined us, you missed what was a very one-sided affair as Loud decimated their opposition. And as we get into draft for game 2, DFM will be moving over to the blue side. Their backs are against the wall. A loss here will mean their departure from MSI 2023 as Loud will continue on through the lower bracket play-in stage. And already the bans are coming out thick and fast. And Medic, so far it looks like the things aren't changing that dramatically. We are seeing some pretty stock standard stuff. It's actually very reminiscent of what we saw from the previous game, with mainly things like Dilution taken off the board, the Olaf and the Nautilus, with Varus and Vi also being removed.
Yeah, in fact, it's exactly the same as we saw in the previous game so far. There's the Rakan, so Phase 1 bans remain perfectly the same as what we had in Game 1. Now the question is, with DFM electing to be on the blue side, what is their priority? They could look towards the Gragas. That was Poll 2's most played across the course of 2023. They'll lock it in. For him, we expect, could of course be flexed, but we actually haven't seen it played in any other role, but Steel having it once in the jungle for DFM.
Yeah, it's expectations are that this is for Toll 2.
Yeah.
You know, obviously as a champion it can be flexed, but Loud, they're saying, why fix what isn't broken? Aphelios Maokai going to be the lock-in for them. Obviously already a very strong team fighting core, and it's something that, well, Root is going to be more than happy to get his hands on. I think it is his most played champion so far this year. It's something that he has a lot of success on, and we've seen how proficient he is at the champion as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Tahm Kench already locked in for them as well, but it depends, because Loud may say, you know what? We actually don't need to provide that much peel when we are playing this front-to-back composition. It's fine, so they can actually just lock in their mid. They could lock in an answer into the expected Gragas top if they wanted to as well. They've showcased that they can be quite flexible with their support option.
You can see DFM realizing perhaps jungle was a little bit of an issue in Game 1. Picking the Viego, if he gets resets in a fight, can absolutely take over the game, of course, and gives you a little bit more flexibility coming into the later portion of the game than in Nidalee just chucking spears across the wall and hoping something sticks. The Thresh I would love from Loud, because it gives you not only usual disengage and a bit of pick potential, but it gives you extra disengage when you're against a Gragas. Something like a Tahm Kench could be knocked in with the explosive cask, and then who cares if you devour your Aphelios who's still in the middle of the enemy team. Whereas with a Thresh, you can stand that little bit further back, and you always have the Lantern for the extra added safety.
I was about to say, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Blitzcrank in the Tahm Kench ban.
Yeah.
With Nautilus already removed, I think Tahm Kench, especially into this composition, could be so good. The other thing we're thinking about is a Braum. I was thinking about Braum in the last game, but because they prioritized the Lulu so early, it wasn't something that was really an option. But when you have such a heavy team fight that just kind of walks into you, Braum can be so effective, and it might be something that they want to remove. No, so both Tahm Kench and Braum are available. I think both can be very solid picks for Harp if that's the direction that he wants to go in. He, of course, does have an incredibly deep champion pool, so wouldn't be surprised to see a number of different things come out from him. It depends what DFM want to do with the remainder of the draft. Expectations are that we'll see top lane come through from Loud, something relatively safe. They may just run back the Gnar once again. They could even go for the Scion themselves if they just want to make sure that they have a solid front line. They have a lot of options at their disposal. The Swain ban does suggest the DFM may be looking at an Ahri once more.
Yeah, giving Ahri to Aria is something that has happened very often for DFM and has worked very often for DFM. Won 4 of his 6 games on it this year. I wonder if Loud will look up towards the top lane. Gnar, for Robo, he had a great performance on it in Game 1, and into the Gragas can still have a relatively favorable matchup, especially with how Robo is playing right now. DFM will look towards their mid and support. As you say, Tahm Kench a possibility. I think it doesn't give Harp enough agency for my own liking, but in terms of compositionally, Tahm Kench makes a lot of sense.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We need to see a mid laner locked in. Oh wow, are they going to go... they might be going in the direction that you want, Medic, and that they will.
I like
so they
that.
want Harp on an engage, and the Leona will be locked in. Leona Jinx, a bot lane that we don't often see. Obviously, one champion would prefer to scale, wait a little bit longer, whereas the other one wants to be a little bit more aggressive in lane. But admittedly, Leona, while not the best at peeling for a Jinx, can offer a lot of teamfight tools. Personally, I'm a big fan of Sylas into Maokai. I think that what we saw at Worlds, when Zeka specifically was using it as an answer into Maokai, like it proves how effective it can be to steal away the Maokai ultimate and have that tool available in teamfights. Immediately, Tinone's responding with Cassio of his own, a tried and true champion of his, something that he's used consistently throughout his career and often defaulted back onto should the situation arrive. You can see that the DFM fans are still present in the audience, even if the Loud fans are, to their name, louder. We'll see if DFM can bounce back. I think they have a little bit more of a well-rounded composition this time around, but Loud sticking to what they won with in game 1.
Yeah, good front to back with a tank in the form of the Maokai, some protection in the form of the Thresh, and Loud, if they can get that early lead or even keep the early game stable, do scale incredibly well. DFM have a little bit more to a few more arrows in their quiver, a few more notches on their bow with the addition of this Sylas and the Viego, who just gives you a little bit more pressure as the game goes on over that Nidalee. I like the Gragas as well for Toltu, means that he can have some agency of his own, can disrupt the fight. As on the Sion, he really struggled to actually be in the action. I was often just dodged to the side of.
Some of the things that concern me for DFM is that you have basically 4 melee champions into Cassio Maokai.
Yeah.
On top of the fact that Aphelios loves champions that comes into him. It's a situation where, again, DFM, I think that, like, compositionally, it's harder to execute. The burden of execution does fall on them, and that's not to say that they need to get another game lead with a comp like this. I think their scaling is a little bit better, and they have a few more tools in the fight. But by no means will these fights be easy. We'll be keeping my eyes on the mid jungle of DFM once more. We'll see if Arya can be unleashed on the map, because this matchup specifically is going to be a tough one for Arya to navigate.
Obviously playing into range can be a little bit tricky. Arya going for the first strike. Tinone's with the Conqueror in that mid lane. Once again, an Aftershock Maokai. No real surprises when you look across the board. In terms of runes, everything pretty stock standard. I'll remind everyone watching, you can log into your Riot account and watch MSI on lolesports.com to earn exclusive in-game content. And new MSI-specific emotes and icons are dropping. It's active right now, and we'll run through the entire tournament. Did get a capsule yesterday as well.
Did you?
Yeah. I do collect them, though, because I'm fortunate enough to be part of the League Partner Program, so I get the skins unlocked for me. But I just have this collection of like 50 capsules from Worlds 2020.
Wow. What a humble brag.
I know, it's huge brag, you know.
What a humble brag.
Look at all this digital stuff I have, Betty. I can't sell it. I can open it, but it gives me skins I already have.
Opening it is the best part.
It is the best part. It's an enjoyable experience. And for the moment, Loud having an enjoyable Friday afternoon as they won game 1 here against DFM. We'll see what DFM can do. Their early game in game 1 was pretty strong. Like they were able to get that lead. They had about 1,000 gold. Obviously, it was mitigated by Loud.
I mean, wait, sorry, were you saying DFM had a strong
lead? Yeah, they got about 1,000 gold ahead.
I mean, they found a gank.
Yeah, that's a strong, in my opinion, if you have a kill and the enemy team doesn't have a kill, you have a gold lead, that's a strong
I mean, yeah, I think that this game, they have more options to find ganks, and mainly because Harp is on an engage.
True.
Arya does also have some setup in lane. I think the top lane just needs to be left alone once again. This is a very bot side focused draft once more. Toltu, though, going to be feeling very confident on a pick that he knows is comfortable for him. This could be a good trade for him.
Yeah, looks for the damage onto Robo. Robo trying to build up that Mega Gnar. Gets the wallop off, but Toltu can continue to chase him down. Robo won't invest the flash. Heals up with that potion, the Doran shield as well, ticking him over. And now Croc can look up here.
Kill him. Okay, maybe not. I thought that if he had W into flash, E, auto, could have been enough to get a kill.
Only level 2 though, so QE was his
Yeah, I
his
didn't
choice.
realize that he started with the Q, so not bad there. Croc, though, hovering around. Now Toltu hits the level 3. Now he's within kill range, and I think Croc is looking to try and take advantage of this if Toltu does commit the flash.
Robo gets the level 3 as well. Looks for the boomerang, gets a bit of damage down. The cask out, of course, this ward.
The chat will be spamming -1 now. Sorry, Tall2, nothing you can do about it. But a full clear coming out from Steel. They have no information as to where Croc started, but Steel, unbeknownst to him, is already building a bit of an advantage. The bot lane does have the shove, and Tinone's proving why this matchup can be quite challenging. I was kind of expecting Aria to maybe even start with a corrupting pot to mitigate some of that, but instead choosing not to. Steel now threatening a dive, and I think this does make a lot of sense. You've got to be careful though as Robo gets closer and closer to Mega.
Low.
But even with Mega, I still think that they have the ability to get the kill here. Steel just trying to buy time.
Robo levels up, hits 4, 200 HP on him.
HP is so low.
Here they go. They're looking for the dive. Flash E, there's the kill. Tall2 gets out. Steel secures it.
I talked about how I thought that they were just going to leave the top side of the map alone, but they find a good kill. Now the hook comes through. Seros predicting the sidestep, maybe even the flash from Udafon. But Udafon holds his nerve, and no advantage is gained. So DFM once again find first blood, but they find it in the top side of the map.
And part of the safety for that gank for DFM, because they did spend a little bit of time up there, is the vision they had. They actually had a ward on Croc's blue buff, so they knew he was working his way down towards that bottom side. Croc has yet to clear out his wolves, his gromp, or his blue. Instead, prioritizing getting these razor beaks. Krugs as well have spawned, and then after this clear, he can path down through bot and perhaps look for a possible gank on the Udapon and Harp combination. That is what worked for Loud in game 1, getting Root ahead, and Root showed that if you invest into him, he's very willing to be aggressive in these team fights later on.
Certainly is. Root is a player that we'll have to keep our eyes on as the game continues. Right now, very even in CS. The bot lane has been very quiet, as to be expected. Robo losing his life, definitely not part of Cloud's early game plan, but a bit of a trade here. I don't think it's going to result in a huge amount though. Keeping my eyes on Steel as he navigates his way into Fog of War in bot lane. They should have information, DFM. Oh, those wards actually timed out. Well, they should definitely know that. But with the wave pushing in, there is a big opportunity here, but you imagine that Loud wants to try and reset after clearing out these waves as well. So, Steel is mainly here to look for an opportunity. Oh, was he not spotted?
No. If you hug the wall just like that, you can get into that second bush. But you can see, Root and Seos know that something may be happening. Zenith played from Harp, good play away. Root stunned up, though the Lantern going down, but Root locked down. And Udapon on the board, 2-0 now for DFM.
The chain CC was clean from DFM. I believe it was the stun from Steel into the Q stun from Harp. So even though the Chompers couldn't connect, the CC duration was good. DFM find themselves another kill. This early game now is going very well for DFM.
Already a 700 gold lead and Root shut down. Didn't burn the cleanse or the flash in that last play, so deciding that he wasn't going to get away anyway, even if he had used those summoners. Udapon goes back. He bought Berserkers, decides instead a Noon Quiver, the name of the game, alongside a Cult to try and keep that gold stacking up. Loud using the opportunity because DFM had to push in the wave and then reset there, going back to base, which means when we come out from, the realm of death, we can't pass it down towards this dragon, secure the first Drake of the game. Robo trading here in the top lane with Toll2, winning it out right now. The wallop into the wall, into the mini-nar, into the explosive cast, but Toll2 very low on mana, puts down another barrel. He's going to be able to sustain himself up with that happy hour. As you say, Arya on his way. Robo does have the flash, the boomerang coming out, looking for the hyper charge. Arya comes in, and down goes Robo.
A great roam from Arya. I was wondering why Tol2 was running up in the lane. I was like, shouldn't you be running away? But his whole plan was to cut off the options for Robo when it came to getting closer to the tower. He kind of forced him closer to the wall, which indirectly forced him closer to Arya, making it then easier to find that kill. Well played from DFM, Tol2. You're seeing the difference when he gets his hands on his comfort champion. He's doing so well in the matchup this time round.
He's lost one game out of 12 on this champ this year. He's, as you say, incredibly comfortable. Maybe lucky number 13 for DFM. A win here, of course, would even out this series.
But already a much better early game for DFM this time around. Now, admittedly, Loud, we already see how this composition works in the 5v5. You have slightly less engage options just because you've replaced the Thresh with the Leona. But by and large, the principle is still the same. Group up as 5, leverage your teamfight power, a lot of utility at your disposal. And you're going into what is a Casio Aphelios.
Yeah.
Like it's a very powerful front-to-back team composition, which is why ideally what you want is to build these early game advantages where you can. Leverage the fact that Maokai isn't the strongest ganker, and then when you enter these mid-game fights, you have that small gold advantage, so even the weaknesses from the comp are mitigated by the fact that you have that item or gold lead. So right now, DFM is off to a great start. This could be a big fight for them. Keep your eyes on the supports. Harp, level 6, on his way up, or not. Actually, I feel like that would have been a really good opportunity to roam. DFM making the decision here not to contest this potentially.
I think they wanted 6 on Steel. They're gonna get it. Tol2 trying to get away from Robo, flashes up.
Running. They should
Trying to get away from the twisted advance, but Tol2 with a knockback into the Heartbreaker. Robo low, 150 HP remaining on the Nine. He's gonna try and kite away. Steel still on the chase. No flash for him, no ult, and Robo gets underneath the tower. Meanwhile, Tol2 tries to dish some damage back out. Steel pops the Harrow Path and will be able to escape, and in the end, the Super Mega Death Rocket finds the Gnar, finds the kill, and Udapon 2-0 to the good.
Wow, Udapon, I wasn't expecting the rocket to come from downtown. DFM's bot lane looking much more comfortable this time round. That early kill combined with this one is going to put Udapon in a very comfortable position. I was surprised that Tol2 would choose to flash away. I looked at that 2v2 and I said there's no way that if Viego Gragas is going to lose that one. But it seems like that after a little bit of skirmishing, DFM realized the same thing and were able to find a good trade. They walk away with the Herald, and now they can use this to really open up the game. Maybe they can funnel some gold into Arya, leveraging the mid lane plates, or maybe they just want to keep funneling gold into Utapon.
Arya looks for the damage, back by Engage, dodged by Tinone. Spectral Maw channeled by Steel, but won't be close enough to land that W on the Casio, and in the end, Tinone's able to survive the engage from Arya, who is at half HP. Tinone's has to respect the fact that the enemy jungle and the enemy support are currently not seen on the map, and so they could come in, calling across Seos and Croc to try and bolster his defenses.
Dragon spawning in about a minute and a half. That'll be the next main objective that both these teams play for. We see Steel hovering around mid with Seos right behind Tinone's. A 3 versus 2. Of course, they didn't have full information as to where Seos was, but with Arya's HP bar, it's not something that DFM feel confident fighting right now. This will give Loud access into the river. That control ward, though, just above Croc, not yet spotted along with the single ward, so DFM still have information in the bot river at the very least. They need Arya to go back to base. He does, of course, have the TP. Let's see if he picks up the Everfrost here. Would be really nice to grab, and that he will. Ahead of the Dragon, and this is what we're talking about. When you get those early gold leads, it can make a big difference in getting those early item spikes, and now you look at it with the Dragon spawning in about 40 seconds. In an ideal world, Udapon could get his Gale Force as well, but likely hasn't had the time for that now. But with the Everfrost in Arya's possession, it should be enough for DFM to gain control over this river. Start of this objective.
Very possible that Loud just give it up. You don't have to fight this. It's only second Dragon of the game. The stats and Ocean Soul gives are, you know, beneficial, but not so much that you want to throw away your lives in defense of it. And with DFM, as you say, having that 2,000 gold lead, Loud probably just want to sit back, reevaluate, work out exactly how they can scale into this game. The Rod of Ages on Tinone's will, in about 10 minutes, given that level up, of course. The Repel charging in mid here as Steel comes across. Arya stows away the Nature's Grasp, and with the charge, managed to take down 2 plates.
The use of Herald here for DFM. I think that when you saw 3 members mid, there was actually a great opportunity for you to threaten bot. You know, really start funneling those plates into Udapon. But I guess the idea was to keep Loud underneath that tower, create this point of pressure. Arya will throw out the Maokai ultimate. Again, keeping that pressure up and just keeping Loud rooted to this mid-tier 1. The Dragon will go to DFM uncontested. They will hold on to their gold lead for now. Overall, great early game from DFM.
And from Tol2 as well.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It's taken him 2 days to really wake up, but in this game, the pressure he's putting down onto Robo, the fact he continually is winning out on these trades, Steel coming across as well, as Robo does still have the flash. Steel can look for the stun, but Robo will just hold the flash, gets underneath the tower. The Heartbreaker coming out as well, but the stun not quite connecting means that Robo is able to walk out of that one. Meanwhile, in the bottom side of the map, you can see Loud trying to get something, trying to at least deny a little bit of vision. They'll do exactly that and maybe steal away a red buff to boot.
The cross map makes a lot of sense here. An opportunity for Loud to get 2 plates back, get root a little bit more gold. Loud actually choosing not to steal away the red buff here. A little bit surprising. That second plate didn't quite go over in favor of Loud. But Croc continues to hover. Tinones will be locked to his mid lane for the time being. Tolter going back to base but no TP. The engage from
Locked up,
DFM.
has the cleanse. The Lantern goes down as well. Root trying to disengage here. The Solar Flare hits and Root locked up. The flash comes out. Nature's Grasp from the side as well. Moonlight Vigil will give Root a little bit of healing, and in the end, Loud are able to disengage. Croc has the flash. The Zenith Blade chases him though, and Arya can dash back in if he wants. Harp though now on the wrong side of the wall. He'll fall. Tinones takes him out. And the gold evens out just that little bit as Arya tries to escape from the Cassio, but could be some pretty difficult clutches to manage to wrangle yourself away from. And the hook landing onto Steel as well means that Seos and Tinones will be able to get another Unipon now taken down in the bot lane. And what was originally disaster for Loud turns into delight.
Really good punish from Loud. And a massive overstep from DFM. Hart, he was not planning on going over that wall.
No.
A great flash from Croc, drags him with him, and then Tinones actually destroys the blast cone before Harp gets an opportunity to use it and get away to safety, which means that a man down, Loud see an opportunity to re-engage. So it all starts with a good setup initially from DFM. The cleanse gets forced out. The flash then comes through from Udapon saying, hey, you know what? I think I can get an execute onto Root here. He gets a big heal from his ultimate, thanks to the red gun. And then DFM is saying, you know what, let's go for this. Flash in from Harp, and then look, he's locked over the wall. Tinones immediately hits the blast cone, which means the Harp can't get to safety. Free kill handed over to Tinones, and then DFM split up. And there's a bit of a mixed decision here. Arya is saying, you know what, I think I can fight Tinones. Steel's saying, I can help you. But now, as Arya is disengaging, Steel finds himself left isolated, and Udapon, in his attempt to then help him, isolates himself as well. So DFM kind of tried too hard to assist their teammates, which then baited one another into kill after kill after kill.
Something Broxer told me once when he was training me how to jungle is dip the inters. Sometimes you just have to accept someone is dead. And right there, DFM throwing good after bad, it seems, losing a couple of members, and now Loud with a gold lead, Betty, almost 1,000 gold ahead. Going to be able to get a little bit more here as we see the MasterCard gold difference. 14, Root with a strong lead, 700 gold ahead, and it's only going to keep expanding as the game continues. You can see actually 900 gold now as we come past up towards the 16-minute mark. Withheld up a minute 23 on the Hextech Drake as well. Would only be the second of the game for either of these teams, but it feels like the Drake is just a backdrop. It's just scene setting for a fight. And both these teams seem willing to take a battle once again in the river. Right now, the Herald, the start for Loud. Steel trying to come in as well with that Harrowed Path. Be able to do a little bit. Harp coming across.
It's going to be a fight, Medic.
It is, but look at how separated DFM are. The question is, can Toltu get onto the back line? Because that's a good position for the Grag as the hook lands. As we put some damage down across the wall, Nature's Grasp coming out as well, and Harp and Udapon still able to dodge away from that one, but Steel locked up towards the top side. The Heartbringer coming out, disengages Steel. Seos looking for another hit, hits onto Harp as Arya now stunned up down towards the top side of this fight as Harp is low. Meanwhile, the engage from Tinones, he flashes forward, but already Root is down, and it's all on Tinones to do what he can here, but Arya dashing around, Steel with a Heartbreaker gets one. Seos looking for the hook across the wall, but can't find it. Robo will fall as well, and in the end, it's DFM who come out on top.
It's a one-team fight for DFM, and the AD carries from both sides were just obliterated. There is very little that can stop these top sides from just decimating the AD carries. Root was taken out, Udapon was flashed on by Tinones, and it was up to the mid laners, the junglers, and the top laners, and it was DFM's top side that was able to walk away victorious. They will get themselves the Rip Herald. And after that bot side skirmish where Loud got a bunch of kills, I was getting concerned for DFM that it would be another affair of DFM floundering their early game advantage and Loud being able to win out on the team fights, but this bodes well for DFM as they showcase that as long as they can get that initial kill, the resets start to come through for Steel, Arya can steal away a good ultimate, then these team fights are still very winnable for DFM.
It's a first kill comp, Betty. You have so many resets, you've got the get excited from Udapon as well. If you can kill the first player, the rest of the fight very much starts going in your favor. And they have the tools to do that as well. They have the ability to isolate someone with the Solar Flare, with the Explosive Cast, lock them up, bring them back into your team, and then take them out. But Tol2 stepping a little bit too far forward in pursuit of the Dragon. He will fall. He almost gets away, but Robo in the end does manage to secure the kill. The chase continues as the Nature's Cast is going to land a twisted advance, the Solar Flare, but Robo has the Gnar. Steel flashes away from it, and now Croc is in a bad situation, manages to escape with the Lantern. Root up towards the top of the fight. It's being isolated by Steel, but in the end can just back away to the rest of his team. Aria's on his way here as the pings come out for Loud. Rift used in the mid lane. DFM trying to keep the tempo of the game up, trying to keep Loud away from the bot side. River, but Seos lands the hook. Half played back. Seos low. Aria diving in. A stopwatch from Seos buys him just a second's more time and buys him a way to survive as well. Aria now trying to get away from the twin bangs. He dives back in, but Medusa catches him in her grasp. The shutdown going out as Unicorn will fall as well, and Loud absolutely decimate the fight.
It looked like a good opportunity for DFM. The re-engage looked promising, but Seos with the stopwatch, Tinones with the ultimate, and Loud with the victorious fight are putting them in a fantastic position to 2-0 this series and move forward in the play-in stage. This will be another Dragon going into the back pocket of Loud. Another one team fight going to Loud, and the fans are erupting.
It's not done yet, but you can hear the elation in the Loud fans' voices. Brazil, CBLOL have never won a best-of series as Seos finds it the play away from the blast cone. Another hook comes out as Thresh can just dish him out for dinner. Steel trying to get away. The Ignite is taken, but the boomerang hits him in the backside and ends his life. Baron up in 30 seconds, Betty.
That's a 30-second death timer for Steel as well. It would be ambitious for Loud to force it, but you know what? Why not? They see how strong Tinones is. When you have a Aphelios and Cassio, your ability to melt this Baron is incredibly fast. And they may just do it.
Can just look to control the jungle as well. There are still littered wards in this
They're doing it.
jungle.
1 second, Tinones. He's going to start that Baron up immediately.
Robo gnars away Aria. That's a big ultimate used before the fight begins. The Super Mega Death Rocket saw them there, and you can see the TP already from Tol2. They know, DFM realize that the tempo has been quickened here. They are called to a battle in the river, but right now Loud have already secured the Baron, and maybe they'll just look to get out. They can retreat instead. Root advances. Unipon has to flash across the wall. Root survives as Steel goes down. Another will fall as Tol2 finds himself in the midst of 5. Loud get the Baron, get 2, and clean up the fight.
Loud get everything that they could want, and DFM is falling apart. They had a great early game, but the skirmishes did not go in their favor. They made small mistakes that Loud have been very quick to punish, and the confidence from this Loud squad is something that cannot be slowed down. They began the Baron without hesitation. Look at the miasma to cut off the entrance. The Maokai ultimate as well. Steel gets desperate as he and Utapon tried to find a pick onto Root. Root just forces Utapon out of the fight completely. A great flash from Root to sidestep the Heartbreaker. And with all of the shurikens lying in wait, Root walks away victorious. Loud walk away victorious, and Loud are looking to 2-0 DFM and get their revenge from Worlds last year.
The addition from Root, of Root, in fact, transforms the landscape against DFM, it seems. Loud now just have to cross their T's and dot their I's. They're pushing in 2 waves. We saw this in the last game as well. Robo up towards the top side, dealing with Tol2. DFM not defending their tier 2s right now. The inhibitor will be the line of scrimmage, will be the line where the battle is drawn. Aria, Harp, and Utapon just trying to find what they can. You do have 2 items on Aria, you have 2 items on Utapon. DFM have the tools in their kits to find their opposing men. The question is, can they do it in the face of Loud?
Tol2, oh no, he may have overstepped. He misses the barrel. Robo
just feeling himself right now. Steel's going to go back in, but it costs him half his health. Meanwhile, Root in the mid lane, cycling through the guns as quickly as he can to take down this tower. Robo's going to get that Mega, get a health infusion from it as well, and the inhibitor tower in the mid lane will fall. Aria has the Nature's Grasp stolen away. Perhaps that's their last hope of defense here for DFM. 1 moment between them and elimination from MSI 2023. 1 moment for someone to show their caliber. DFM still defending, 8,000 gold behind now as their inhibitor in the mid lane falls.
Loud are playing patiently once more with a convincing gold advantage. They split up into the 1-4. Tinones smartly positions himself in between the two lanes, ready to support whoever needs it, knowing that Robo and Root in isolation can do the damage that they need. Now Root committing onto this tower will melt through the objective. And what was that? 4-5 towers secured in favor of Loud. 5.3k, 5.4k is the Baron power play. The Dragon spawns in a minute's time, and Loud will walk away with significant damage done. DFM, they're on their last legs. Their backs are completely against the wall. If they aren't able to find a miracle now, their journey at MSI 2023 will be over.
You can see Loud starting to prepare for the final fight. Tinones gets himself a stopwatch, knows buying a little bit of time can be the difference maker. Root on his way to a third item, Aphelios Vision, cleared out by Loud. The Dragon up in 30 seconds time would only be soul point for them, but they're not going to sniff at a Hex Tech here, Vedi. The DFM backs against the wall, backs against the rope. Arya perhaps a little bit overextended here. The darkness looms. Croc looms, Seos looms, but the rest of the team really aren't there to follow up. Robo looking for a little bit of damage. The Shurelia's coming out as well. And Arya's just chased down. Solar player used by DFM to try and disengage, but Loud, no minions here to push further forward. Supers in the mid lane start to do their work on their opposing minions. Loud, no Baron on them. The Drake still up if they wanted it, but instead they look for that play down towards the bottom lane. Udapon will deal with the mid lane, and Loud will turn their eyes back towards that Drake.
So overall, another advantage gain for Loud. They're able to force the flash out from Arya. They're able to secure themselves another objective. Now Loud have a few options here. They could either try and force, start playing through top side, play through bot, set up another 4-1 and slowly siege into the base, or they can just wait for the Baron. They can still maintain this pressure, but they don't have to overcommit. They just chip away at the towers as they wait for the Baron to respawn, which I think is the slower, safer play. But Robo, oh.
Then his blade goes in, the hook goes down, and Harp's immediately locked up against the wall. Dinar coming out as well. Dragon will fall, steals away one, gets the hook back in, as Tol2 looks for a re-engage, but the petrifying gaze from Tinones is perfect. Arya steals away the Dinar, the cleanse comes out though, and now Arya is in the midst of 3 members of Loud, and they will shut him out. Udapon falls as well, and Loud can see the win in their eyes.
Loud do not hesitate for a second. Even without Croc, they're able to find a fantastic fight, and it's the carries for Loud that come up clutch. They're looking to 2-0 DFM and claim their revenge.
In 2022, it was DFM that denied Loud their shot at Worlds Group. Well, it seems like revenge is a dish best served cold, as Loud will face PSG tomorrow. They want a little bit more. They don't want to let DFM get away unscathed, and in the end, they'll take the Nexus and make a date with Destiny on the morrow.
A 26-minute victory for Loud. 2 very convincing games. And what a performance. They came in with a very clear game plan. They executed it extremely well. And you can see the elation on the faces of the fans. But of course, one success means another's defeat. And heartbreak, of course, for DFM. An organization that is storied internationally. An organization that fought hard to get here, but they could not stand against the might and fury that was Loud today.
Superb performance by Loud to secure the victory, and as you say, DFM incredibly decorated domestically, but just couldn't quite stand up to the challenge. A lot of credit has to go to Root, has to go to that bot lane of Loud. Had an incredible performance, and from LLL, it seems like it's WWW now, as they continue to rack up these wins. Obviously, a very short turnaround before their next best of 3. They'll play up against PSG, but I think having watched today, having watched how Loud played against G2, there's some hope for Loud in that series, not as one-sided perhaps as some people would expect.
Yeah, without getting too much into the granular, I think the big highlights are they found a formula that works, right? They don't need to be over-aggressive in the early game. They are confident in their individual skills, and they believe that as long as they can get to the 5v5s, then that is the playground with which they will thrive. And they found great drafts to accommodate that. Big shout out needs to be given to Sales. His Thresh was spectacular in game 2, consistently finding great picks, healing for his AD carry where appropriate, and overall having a stellar performance. Loud will have their work cut out for them against PSG, but with a performance like this, if they can replicate this formula against a team like PSG, if you can go toe-to-toe with them in the 5v5s, this is a team that feels confident in that position.
I think very momentum-based as well. Like picking up these wins just bolsters your spirits. I think we see it from the crowd as well. Just so much support for them. But my expectations are that tomorrow will be a banger series. Of course, we see DFM on our screens. A struggle for them, especially after a strong performance at Worlds, especially after how much they have been rising as an organization, as a team. I think this will be a little bit disappointing, but of course, have to give them credit. They put on a great showing. It was close, and we will see them again, I'm sure, in the near future as they take about.
London will bid their farewell. We will, of course, as well bid our farewell to DFM. As the analyst desk was saying, a big fan favorite. They often represent the LJL at international competition. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see many of these faces once again when Worlds rolls around later in the year. Of course, frustration for DFM, but also
elation for Loud.
Yes, and an opportunity to breed hunger and a desire to continue to grow and compete at the highest level.
And you have to remember, for players like Toltu, like it's his rookie year. So it's like he's been playing like 6 months at the professional level. While we wait for an interview with Tino, and says, look at this replay where every second counts thanks to the reliable Cisco network. Loud to turn around the game with 3 kills in the bot lane to secure their region's first ever international series win. To do it against the team that denied them in the past. What a performance. As we are just waiting for that replay to come up. But yeah, just incredible stuff. Obviously, credit to Tinones, credit to Root, credit to, I mean, all of the players. Robo, especially in game 1, had a stellar performance, and as someone that has been the lead for that team for so long, it is heartening to see him being able to challenge at this level again.
Yeah, for sure. I'm consistently impressed with what Loud are able to do and the level at which they're able to play at. Let's see if they can continue that performance, as they still have a difficult opponent ahead of them.
They definitely do. Let's hear from Tinones, though, who is on stage with Frankie in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much for joining me, Tinones. Now, hopefully you can hear me, because the fans are so excited to be here supporting you in person. Before we talk about today's game, tell me what you discussed with the team after the loss to G2.
Então, primeiramente, a gente vai ver aqui, tem os fãs aqui dando todo o suporte para você. Antes da gente falar sobre o jogo, vamos conversar. Como é que foi esse regrupo de vocês depois do próximo jogo e o que vocês preparam para agora?
Eu acho que a gente tentou mais jogar na nossa zona de conforto mesmo. A gente não deixou de se abalar por conta do jogo da G2. E a gente mudou algumas coisas estrategicamente falando, algumas coisas que a gente nem usava tanto no Brasil, mas que a gente aprendeu aqui na Europa com o nosso bootcamp. E estou bem feliz de ter executado isso muito bem aqui, ter ganhado esse jogo. E a plateia brasileira é assim mesmo, a gente já está acostumado lá no Brasil, eles fazem muito barulho.
First of all, I'm pretty used with the crowd. Since Brazil, we used with the loud and all the noise that it can make. Like overall, what I could say is that we try to play within our comfort zone, but we came up with some new tricks that we learned while we were doing the bootcamp here in Europe, and I'm very happy that we actually achieved the result and could put in literally into the game what we learned and get this victory.
Well, thank you. By the way, Arthur is translating for us today. Apologies, I did not introduce him on stage. So, Tinones, tell me how comfortable you felt against DFM today, because it looked like you got the compositions you wanted.
Então, vamos falar pouquinho quão confortável você se sentiu jogando hoje aqui contra a DFM, porque você pareceu estar bem tranquilo.
Eu acho que, de uma forma geral, eu estava confortável tanto contra a G2 quanto a DFM. Acho que individualmente, quando vim num palco internacional, eu joguei muito mal internacionalmente, então esse ano eu queria fazer diferente, me preparei muito para estar aqui, então estou confiante para jogar contra qualquer um.
Overall, I've been preparing myself. Do you want me to translate that?
I would love you to translate that.
For the God's sake, this is the best team from Brazil. Let's go.
It's definitely the best team from Brazil. Let's go, Loud fans. Dylan, just before I let you go, I would like to ask you about what you need to beat PSG tomorrow to make it to the final best of 5.
Então, antes de deixar você ir, com relação ao jogo que a gente vai ter contra a PSG, o que vai preparar, o que a gente vai fazer?
Comparando um pouco com a DFM, o jogo da PSG, eu acho que eles são um pouquinho mais criativos que a PSG, que a DFM, mas é um time que a gente está confortável de jogar contra, pelo que a gente assistiu deles, então a gente vai continuar mantendo o nosso jogo e entrar com a mesma mentalidade que eu acho que a gente pode vencer sim.
Like, although we're gonna try to come in with the same like mental readiness like that we have for this play, I believe that they can be a little bit more like creative with stretches and stuff, but nothing that we wouldn't like be able to prepare, like bring your best game and achieve for everything we want.
Well, obrigada, Tenons. Thank you so
Thank you.
much for talking to me. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you to the Loud fans. You've definitely been the 6th team member today. Right now, though, we need to head back to Law and the desk for the cool down.
Thank you so much, Frankie, for this Verizon post-game interview. Welcome to MSI Cool Down after a glorious day for CBLOL and LLL. Best time to be a Latin American fan, guys.
Definitely a surprise. The first time for both these teams picking up a series win in play-ins in the history of these series. It's incredible that both come on the same day.
Yeah.
It's a very good time for both of them.
Yeah, this will definitely go down as a historic day for a lot of play-ins teams. I mean, those two specifically in terms of not only actually securing this win, but specifically for Loud as well. The performance too, definitely some of the most dominant we've seen in the region, and specifically with Root down in that bot lane position.
They had the fans behind them. They came ready, they came prepped, and they didn't let it go. And as I was saying after the first game, I was mostly surprised of the adaptation from the Loud side. From the first game they played, yes, against G2, where they could have won it, but here they came ready, and no nerves involved. They kept on going with the game plan they had. It was amazing to see.
Yeah, I was, especially in game 2 when they fell behind with the 4 kills early on, I was grabbing snacks. I was getting ready for a long day. I was like, this is going to go to game 3, and they immediately bounced back in that long ball lane play. So really cool to see out of them.
Yeah, I think it's just about the fact that they're really good at navigating their team fights too. Even though they fall behind in that instant, they're not afraid to actually pull the trigger in a play that they believe will be right. So I think for sure, huge credit to their team fighting tools. And we talked a bit about it in the first game. There are buttons. This time around, they found them again. Or actually, this is actually game 1 going back to it.
Yeah, going back to game 1, big fight at the Dragon Pit. It felt like they won every single team fight for the most part. Was kind of in their favor, playing to their strengths, and looking pretty good heading into tomorrow. I think PSG better be paying attention to this.
It's going to be an interesting series for sure, but we have to talk about DFM, a region that we've been used to see as a surprising region, usually one of the minor regions who performed the best. They had to rebuild, of course, losing one of the key members in the likes of Abby, going to the LEC, Arya coming back after a difficult year in the LCK is not the team that... the fans are really loud, I love it. But yeah, this is not what we expected from DFM coming into the play-in this year.
I mean, it was rough for them as a whole roster coming together as a team, but I still think we saw some individual shines. I think in today's series specifically, Steel, and you guys can finally see them now. They're just behind us, screaming. Okay, Mark keeps saying it with a smile as well while he's listening to them, so...
It's fun. I enjoy it, and I think... for DFM, a lot of people are saying, the loss of Evie feels bad, but it's still 4-ish of the same people. Arya has come and gone from DFM, and so it's not like this is some drastically weakened team that the CBLOL just took down. This is largely the same core of players that was sitting at the top of play-ins time and time again, and the fact that finally Loud has gotten over them is a huge accomplishment.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. When you look at Brazil over the years, they always created some surprises, winning against one of the most expected teams, I would say, but this is the first time they win so convincingly and also win a best of 5 in the history of play-ins.
It's so
huge.
interesting just hearing that statement, right? Because you just feel like some of the historic marks that CBLOL has left especially going back to Kaboom as well, but also tying in a group at some point as well with EDG. Like, they've had stints throughout the years, and specifically in play-ins where it's like, I mean, surely they've moved on, right? But no, they haven't. It is the first time today, which is incredible.
And it feels like a well-deserved and kind of a long time coming with how popular that region is. Their viewership has been great domestically. They've always had a large player base, and it felt like it was like a matter of time for whenever they would start punching above their weight class, and they finally were able to do it here today.
We have to talk about one player in particular, the OnePlus player of the series here, and no surprise, I think it's Root. I would give it to the first import.
Definitely agree.
Yeah, bot laner here. What did we think about his performance today?
I just love that, you know, he's so conscious of his own position in terms of when can I be the one who's actually even frontlining and making it work as an AD carry because of my damage output, and when do I need to be in the backline and just be that reliable carry. Root just, you know, absolute insane performance. Goes to show why he was the first import as well to win CP LoL, because he's damn good.
Absolutely the case. Knows, especially the Aphelios gun usage, when to use each of them. Like that initial chase down sequence in the bot lane, that got them back into this game. It was actually his red gun ultimate to get topped up so that he could rejoin the fight later when it kind of broke apart. Just such heads up awareness of how to play these situations out, giving them this stable carry threat.
You know, that's going to be really interesting as well with, for example, PSG Wako versus, you know, Root on the Aphelios 2 guys has been really happy for that specific champion. But yeah, that's something for the future, just something to be excited about.
In the next few days, of course. Quick words about the first series we had today, GAM versus R7. Of course, disappointment when you look at the VCS region as a whole. Also a region that's been used to surprising us in the play stage, also making it to later stages of the tournament. But this time around, it's a real mystery.
I mean, they will be kicking themselves for sure, because they could have won today's series. It's just that simple. A lot of it comes down to execution. The game you're watching right now should absolutely have been won in the end, and it was a throw. Good resilience for R7, you have to credit that, but for VCS there was high expectations, and sadly they just weren't able to meet them.
No, not at all. I think it was very nice to see the LLA bouncing back in games where they fell behind, being, like you said, tenacious. But for the VCS side, this is the region that had not been able to attend quite as many international performances. They set their second seed actually last MSI, and it gave people a lot of hope because that team actually did look pretty good, with despite how young its talent was. And then you get to see a lot of the returning faces like Levi that everyone was excited to see back on the international stage, and just a bit of a dud at the end of the day, not able to perform at the level that a lot of us expect out of them. But I'm sure they're going to come back to Worlds very, very hungry.
Yeah, definitely. And we got a chance to talk to them still, because after the GAM versus R7 series, Frankie caught up with GAM's head coach Hanke in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Law. Coach Hanke joins me now. Thank you so much for agreeing to talk to me. Talk to me about the series then. What do you think went wrong for the team?
So the thing is, went wrong at the beginning of the event, not just today, but we think that we can fix what the issue is, but actually it's not, because it's a really big problem for us. Like, this the international experience for us, like playing on the stage and have that huge crowd, then we just like not be the same anymore as what we used to play in VCS.
So this is the first international event of the year. There's Worlds as well. So do you think that the experience you have had here in London might help when it comes to Korea?
I think because we lost once in last year, we lost Worlds 2022. I think it's enough for us to like gaining experience.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a good thing to see. Why did the approach to the way that the team wants to play change between VCS and here at MSI? We were expecting a lot more team fighting from the outset from the team.
So as what I just said, the mentality on the stage, and somehow it's like when we face here, like a lot of top level team, they are on like champion and second seed of the major league. When we face them in training or on the stage, like as what we have done with Golden Guidance, they play like they're more active than us, and then we just give the passive play, because we don't think that we can play the same as VCS when we bring something to here. So we have to change, and then we look for something new, but as the resource is not.
Do you think you'd change that approach if you make it to Worlds?
So there's a lot of things need to change, but I think with what we are playing now, then we will have a chance in World.
when it comes to Levi, he's calling the shots and he's got so much experience and the expectations, I guess, of the fans as well as his teammates on his shoulders. Talk to me about the change to the draft in that third and final game when we got to see him pull out the Kindred. Do you regret not bringing that in earlier?
No, because I regret for not let him release another thing because he have to carry a lot, like teammates, and then main thing in the game that's Shotgun being a captain, everything that he have to carry on his shoulders. And for that, the only thing I regret is not have him on beside. But about the Kindred or playing something like engage champion like that, we can play both style, but we just pick the engage first, and then when the things come to play carry for Levi, we just pick it.
Well, Coach Hanke, you've only just been promoted to head coach, literally at the start of this year. And the fact that you're coaching your team at an international event is incredibly impressive. So thank you so much for talking to me today. And hopefully we'll see you at Worlds. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll head back to Law.
Very beautiful and emotional moment, of course, on the side of Ghana. As we said, disappointing tournament for them so far, but it's a region that's been affected by the pandemic when they came back and didn't quite come back as strong as they were before.
Yeah, you heard him kind of talking about not being used to playing in a venue quite this big with as many people screaming their heads off, this kind of stuff. I know as well for DFM, their finals, I believe, were remote.
Yes.
You can see them on webcams and stuff. So, like, it's been a while for some of these teams. They've been in front of a huge venue, and I think you could maybe see some nerves sometimes with the early games that some of these teams were going through.
Yeah, I definitely think we saw some of the nerves, and maybe just not limited to GAM as well either. I think we see some jitters as well, but I think it's natural as well for minor. Some of the minor regions, don't want to compare it to, for example...
I think Loud is very used to playing in front of it.
Very used to that, but some of them are not used to that kind of experience, and that's something that you got to take with you. It sounds really cliche, especially because so many of the minor regions have heard this before as well, but for a lot of these players, new players as well, who will be making their return or trying to make their return for the bigger events like Worlds, they need this experience. They need to have it. And sometimes you need to fall so you can get right back up. It's not going to be like, let's win Worlds potentially, but it's step by step. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon.
These are two teams that are used to be in international events, so we'll see how and if they can come back later on this year at Worlds. But let's focus on the future and the teams we have left and advancing to the next stage, as tomorrow we'll have Golden Guardians versus R7 and PSG versus Loud. Mark, I'm going to turn to you now for this one. How are we sweating?
How many people are still watching the stream? How many of my NA homies are in the chat? Because I will say I am not sweating after that series. I'm feeling pretty good for Golden Guardians. I think Movie Star R7 will have to play a lot better tomorrow if they want to beat Golden Guardians. Yes, Golden Guardians bot lane got obliterated by Elk, but Elk is kind of one of a kind right now, and the rest of Golden Guardians actually did well enough to still take a game against BLG, which speaks to the fact that it is going to be an uphill battle if they want to take them down.
Yeah, I think in that series, Bong versus FLICKR, that's what I'm looking for.
That's actually a good matchup.
One. But I also just think Loud versus PSG, with the level that Loud demonstrated today, and how PSG also played against DFM, it's going to be really curious to see how they're going to match up against each other, because even though there was a small few flaws by Loud here and there, most of the time they were a well-oiled machine. So that matchup tomorrow, specifically between Rude and Wako, is going to be absolutely mental.
That bot lane matchup's going to be crazy, as well as the fact, like, if you look at the two series that they played against their same mutual opponent, it was actually pretty comparable in a lot of ways. So I do think it's going to be a lot closer than you would have thought heading into the tournament, where a lot of people thought PSG was a dark horse favorite to get out of the group, getting a lot more contested than that.
Exciting day of League of Legends we had today, and what a historic day for Latin America, as both CBLOL and LLL win their first ever best of series internationally. But job's not done. Tomorrow we'll see them again in another best of 3. We'll see you then. Take care.
The glacial path, you've already used your flash, and it's just a matter of who picks up this kill. And R7 have come out the gate swinging. Style is still working forward as the Jacks will pummel down Miru, and they just get absolutely everything. Seo tries to save the fight, but it ends up going Gam's way. at its integrity, but they can get Kati out. That will be the big thing here. Flash in, first blood. They lose the dragon, but they gain a kill. You see Style and Sayo kind of going for a little bit of an 80 carry 1v1. See if he can go for it. Nice flash from Sayo. Means he gets the kill. Look for trying to jump on the Miru. Will he be able to get the damage down? They're just kiting him back. He's got the spell shield to come in. They got the ult as well. 50-50. They got the quickness in the back of the pit. Everybody jumping in. It's secured by Gam. And then the fight is all theirs. They will not be losing this series in this game. And they want to send us to 3. We'll see the knockback. Kati is pretty damn healthy, I will say. We'll get all in. Bong with another solo kill, this time on the mid laner. Style needs to keep the VCS in this fight, but I don't think they can do it. And for the first time, the LLA will win a best of series at international competition.
Has that wave trying to crash. Tino still on level 2 as Arya gets the charm, but the flash away from Tino means that he will survive. Steel diving in though, the Nevermoon won't land, and Steel gets first blood. That they're basing most of their attention down towards this bottom side, and DFM perhaps looking for a fight. His Zenith wave lands up towards the top side. Arya already caught, he's going to spear rush away. The Ignite is ticking, and Root will take him. The charge coming in from Toll 2, but he's a little bit late to the party. Gale forces forward, hits the Moonlight Vigil, and assassinates Harp. Takes him out of the equation.
I'm going here, that's right. I'm here. Go press. Head press, maybe. Head press? No. I'm moving. You can go press. I kill. Nice. Let's go. Nice.
And now Arya is in the midst of 3 members of Loud, and they will shut him out. Unicorn falls as well, and Loud can see the win in their eye. In 2022, it was DFM that denied Loud their shot at Worlds Group. Well, it seems like revenge is a dish best served cold, as Loud will face PSG tomorrow. They want a little bit more. They don't want to let DFM get away.